What is going on, y'all? How are we doing today? Hopefully good. Hopefully everybody's good. I always want everybody to be good. Good afternoon, good morning on the West Coast, whatever time it is. Here's day 5, y'all. I don't know if it's good news or not, but we might be in for a short day. We'll see. Somebody this morning was like 40 minutes late to trial, I think. One of the jurors or a lawyer. I don't know exactly. But I checked on it earlier, and there's like a 40-minute gap of nothing happening. So that's exciting. We've sent out a few invites. Obviously, as always, no expectations from anybody. Those who can show up should and are more than welcome. Trying to think. I failed to download that volume booster thing. McKinley reminded me a little while ago. Didn't do it. I'm a horrible, horrible YouTuber. Look sad and say no. I don't think it was too bad yesterday, though, was it, the volume? I don't think so. If y'all could hit the like button for me, I'd appreciate it. See, Eris knows what's up. Hello, Eris. How you doing, babe? Feral housewife, how are you? Glad you're here. Thank you. Hopefully you can get some sleep if that's what you need in your life right now. It works. Project Metal, what's going on, brother? John H. Good morning, buddy. Good to see you. Hi, Jude. How are you? I appreciate you. MG Law, my man. Last night was a little rough. Lil Peanut, what's going on? And Fast Group, how are you doing, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you all. All right. I think without further ado, we should probably just get into it, huh? I think I've got it close to where it needs to be.
I wasn't paying attention. I was mostly listening to an officer speaking to me.
Okay. So you were not paying attention.
A little early. Rise for the jury. We still have Sergeant Leonard on the stand, who is the ranking police officer on scene. Oh, 4 hours of sleep. Yeah, yikes. I've eaten. No, I haven't. I lied.
Jurors have returned.
2 Baconators in the last like 24 hours, so that makes me happy. One's in the fridge for later. Hi, Carlene.
Sergeant Leonard,
glad you're here.
Stand still under oath.
Oh. Yesterday, I'm not sure that I turned monetization on my video until afterwards. So we
shortly after you arrived,
we made sure to do that today.
Elijah McClain made a number of statements like, "I'm just different. I'm just going home. I'm sorry. I don't do that stuff." Do you recall him making those statements?
Only from the video, not from on scene.
Did you hear Elijah McClain speaking while you were at the scene?
I did.
Did he appear to you to be speaking rationally when you first arrived?
I wasn't paying attention. I was mostly listening to an officer speaking to me.
Okay. So you were not paying attention to what Mr. McClain was saying?
I feel like he should
There
have
was a
been.
lot going on.
Understood. You were not paying attention to what Mr. McClain was saying.
I feel like he should have
Like I
been.
said, my focus was on
paying
what my
attention.
officers were telling me.
And
Thanks, John. Appreciate it, man.
as was reflected on the video that Mr. Slothauer played,
Jacob Castro, what's up, brother?
officers were telling you things that they had encountered with Mr. McClain while
Renee, hello.
speaking.
This is the Elijah McClain
You were
murder
focused on
trial.
what they were saying, correct?
Correct.
Not on what he was saying.
Correct.
So
You said
somebody called
that
in a
you
suspicious
did hear
person.
Mr. McClain
Cop showed up.
speaking
It got very physical very
Is that
quickly.
right?
I did.
Paramedics eventually arrived on scene
What did
and
he say?
injected him with
I don't
a
recall.
large dose of
Do you
ketamine.
recall when he said that
And
in relation
about 6
to
minutes
fire
later, they
arrest?
finally checked
When
and he
he
had
made
no
any
pulse and
statements
no
you
breathing,
recall in relation
and
to fire
was
arrest?
ended before they arrived at the hospital.
What's the question?
Did you hear Mr.
So right
McClain
now,
making statements before
this is the
fire
third
arrived?
trial.
By the time fire arrived, he wasn't speaking.
3
correctly.
police officers have been charged. 2
What
were
about
acquitted.
before
1 was
they
found
arrived?
guilty
Did you
of
hear him
negligent
before that?
homicide. and
Things
third
you
degree
recall
assault.
him saying
And
appear
2
to make
paramedics
sense.
are currently, or EMTs rather, are
Like I
currently
said, I
on
wasn't paying
trial
attention
now.
to him. I was listening to my officers, so I wasn't cognizant.
One is the
cognizant. And my
lieutenant,
report
and
states
one
that.
is the
I wasn't
EMT
cognizant of
that
what he was doing on the
actually
scene.
did
I
the
am now obviously
injection.
watching the video.
So you recall that he was making statements. You just have no idea at this point what they were.
Correct.
Hey, Kayla, good to see you, bud. Thank everybody for being here.
Concern.
Still amazes me that you guys show up.
Irrational.
No.
There was nothing that he said that
I
caused
appreciate
you
it.
concern that he's not making any sense at that point, correct?
Correct.
Whatever those statements were that apparently you don't recall.
So good.
He was making sense.
So good.
He appeared to be, yes.
Did that change?
He spoke less as time went on.
And you said after fire arrived, you don't recall him making any more statements. Is that right?
That's true.
Officers relayed to fire information that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anybody cared, John.
Is that fair to say?
I was busy. I don't know what the officers were telling him.
And you are very
You heard an
welcome.
officer say
You are very
that he
welcome.
spoke English, but he wasn't making any sense.
There's a point in the video I recall that. Yes.
That wasn't true, was it?
Was it true?
Mr. McClain was making sense. You just testified to, correct?
Early on.
Hi,
yes, he was.
Carrie.
And so when the officer
Carrie
said
gifted a
he's not making
membership
sense,
to the
that
Goat
wasn't true,
Herders.
was it?
And Renee got
You
it.
have to
That's
ask the
Renee
officer.
27. Awesome. Outstanding. Welcome to Goat Herders, Renee. Thank you, Carrie. You're amazing.
Let's turn to
You're awesome.
when Officer Rodema, was it Officer Rodema slammed Mr. McClain to the ground?
Repositioned him, yes.
That's your phrasing? You
That's my phrase, sir.
Let's talk about after that occurred. You did not tell Mr. Rodema to get off of Mr. McClain, did you?
I did not.
In fact, Officer Rodema remained on top of Mr. McClain, restraining him, correct?
He had his knee on his leg, on his arm.
And Officer Rodema used pain compliance techniques on Mr. McClain, didn't he?
I wasn't necessarily paying attention to that, no.
What's up, AP?
You were at
Good
the
afternoon to
time
you.
in the area of where Mr. McClain was, correct?
I remained in that area, yes.
How far do you think you strayed away from where Mr. McClain was?
There were times when I was right next to him. There was times when I was a distance away.
Do you know how far?
I don't know, don't remember.
And of course, being a
And
goat herder, you now
never
have
asked
access to
Officer
the fun
at any point in
emojis
time to
that come
get
with
off
being
of
a goat herder.
Elijah McClain, did you?
No,
In fact, at one point, you assisted, as you testified yesterday, in helping them restrain Mr. McClain, correct?
there was a moment, yes.
Side note, I broke 1,300 subscribers last night. So that's
Never
pretty
asked that
awesome.
he be
Thank you all
unhandcuffed.
for clicking the
Never
subscribe
asked the
button.
officer
And I think
allowed
that
him
actually
to
means I might have an
around.
extra emoji available.
He just assaulted
So I'm gonna
my
have to come up
officers.
with a
I wouldn't
new
have done
emoji. Now that I think about it, I'll look into it.
And what you were relying on for your statement that he had just assaulted your officers is your officers.
I hear you there,
telling
brother.
that, correct?
that. Correct,
You can only pass on information that you get from your officers, correct?
correct.
We went over yesterday, there were some people watching from an apartment building nearby, is that right?
That's correct.
You didn't know that at the time, right?
I realized it late into the call before I noticed them up there, yes.
The only people you were aware of were at that scene were fire and police.
Correct.
So when fire arrived, the only source of information they had about what had happened to Mr. McClain was police, correct?
Yes,
And you're aware some of your officers relayed
I
inaccurate.
think I put out.
I don't know that.
I think I put out
At
all
one
the right
point,
notifications.
One of the paramedics
I think
told
Farrell
everybody
looked me
at
up
the
for
scene
MLS.
that they were waiting for the ambulance to bring ketamine, and when it arrived, they would sedate Mr. McClain and
Harris did.
transport him. Isn't that true?
Awesome.
I didn't hear that.
Thank you.
You're not saying it wasn't said, right?
I'm not saying it wasn't said, but it wasn't something I was cognizant at the time.
The ambulance was not there for much of while fire was there, correct?
That's correct.
Fire got there first, right?
Yes,
And then there was no ambulance.
Almost forgot about the sheep again.
that's true.
Do you know where the fire engine was at that point?
I do not recall.
It wasn't right at the scene, was it?
It wasn't parked right next to us, no.
And ultimately, when the ambulance arrived, it did park right next to where you were,
It
correct?
did. Mhm.
Very close to where,
Close. Yep,
to where Mr. McClain was.
correct.
But there was some period of time that everybody was waiting for the ambulance to arrive, correct?
Yes.
Once the ambulance arrived, paramedics asked that Mr. McClain be unhandcuffed, correct?
I wasn't cognizant of that at the time.
Once the ambulance arrived, Mr. McClain was unhandcuffed, right?
I believe officers did that, but once again, my statement, I wasn't paying attention to those moments. I was talking to another sergeant on scene.
All right. When Mr. McClain was placed onto the gurney, you were not paying attention to that?
I did pay attention to that.
And officers removed his handcuffs, correct?
They were no longer on him. That's correct.
And fire didn't take off the handcuffs, did they?
No,
The emojis are awesome, and you know it.
Removed his handcuffs, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
You didn't see it?
I wasn't paying attention to that.
Where else do you get the Dodge Ram symbol and the Ultimate Warrior? That's all I'm asking. Where else? Nowhere.
Once Mr. McClain was on the gurney, he was placed in soft restraints, is that right?
I believe so.
What's the difference between handcuffs and soft restraints?
Well, the soft restraints are made basically of plastic and Velcro, essentially, when handcuffs are metal.
Do you know whether it's procedure to?
Now ask him what chemical restraint
somebody's
means.
Placed on a gurney to place that person in soft restraints?
If they've been combative, yes.
And that's what was done in this case.
I believe so, yes.
You still weren't watching that part?
I wasn't paying close attention to this, no. I had other things on my mind. I needed to contact people in the department, stuff like that.
Once Mr. McClain was on the gurney, fire started moving and completely took over his care, correct?
Correct.
Keep in mind, y'all, the sergeant on the
I
scene
believe so.
is the ranking
They started
officer.
working on
He's the
McClain
one
in the ambulance, right?
that's
I was
charged
happening when that was
with
happening.
We're not?
No, I entered at the apartment building.
ensuring all of his officers perform according to protocol and within the law. Like he's
You were
supposed to be
watching
supervising this
when
entire situation to make sure that
Officer
everything
slammed
goes
Mr.
well
McClain on the ground.
or
correct?
legal,
Yes.
rather.
And that was almost immediately after a paramedic approached Officer Rodima and asked if Elijah McClain spoke.
Basically, for a
Right?
day.
If you say so.
I don't know how long he goes today, but
Yes, that's the secret.
basically been on the stand for half a day so far. And all
Almost
he's really saying
immediately
is
after
that he
a
wasn't paying
paramedic
attention.
Approached and asked if
Passing
Mr.
the
McClain
buck.
spoke English. Elijah McClain said, "I can't fix myself." didn't he?
That's on the video, yes.
And that's when Officer Rodima picked him up and slammed him on the ground.
That's when he repositioned him, yes.
Repositioned.
You have a minute, John?
Yes.
Interesting phrase. Interesting phrase for a body slam. Repositioned. Yeah, I don't think any of this should have ever happened. I think this was a travesty of
That Elijah McClain
justice or
superhuman strength,
law
correct?
enforcement
They were saying that, yes.
power anyway.
And they relayed that to fire too, didn't they?
I believe I heard that, yes.
Did you see any evidence of that yourself?
And I did. I saw him squirming around, moving. I did not see superhuman strength, no.
Yeah.
Your officers told you that Mr. McClain had done push-ups with 3 of them on his back,
He lied.
They said that, yeah.
and they told fire that, correct?
Yes.
And your officers told fire that Mr. McClain wasn't making any sense when he spoke.
Hey, Robbie Mill.
That's what's on this.
How do you say that? Is it
Sustained.
Robbie Mill? Rob Mill?
You told fire that Mr. McClain was clearly on.
Ellie, welcome, babe.
drugs.
I believe.
Hello,
him to be
hello.
so, yes.
Even though he hadn't given you an answer when you asked if he was on drugs that you heard, right?
Correct.
You had no
Rodman.
other evidence that he was on drugs, right?
Sustained. We're not going to do a rehash of yesterday.
Officers told you that in this struggle with Mr. McClain, he basically took all of them to the ground, right?
Well, I don't recall that being part of it.
You don't recall them saying that to you?
I don't recall him saying that, no.
Officers told you that Elijah McClain had gone for an officer's gun, correct?
Correct.
That relayed to fire as well?
I don't believe so.
Do you know for sure
Which?
whether they told fire that Elijah McClain?
I don't know for sure.
If I could finish the question, do you know for sure whether officers told fire that Elijah McClain had gone for one of their guns?
I don't recall them saying that.
He's at least on cross, so that's a positive. He won't be on the stand all that long.
I asked you yesterday about whether officers had relayed to you Elijah McClain said he couldn't breathe. Did they tell you that he said that up to 7 separate times?
Ooh.
They never told me that.
And so you could never tell fire that either, correct?
Correct.
Did your officers tell you that Elijah McClain had told them his name?
I don't recall that either, no.
You didn't tell
What's
fire?
up, Bobby? How you doing,
No.
buddy?
You know whether your officers ever told you what his name was?
I don't believe they did.
Yeah, this one's rough, Ellie. It's rough. But it's a bunch of state employees trying to cover for other state
I don't have
employees.
any further questions.
So they're gonna not be very exciting.
Mr.
Good morning, Sergeant.
I'm still trying to figure out how
How are you
this is
this
supposed to last a month.
Could be better.
I understand. When you first came on the scene and you described previously that
Such a character.
while Elijah McClain was speaking, your officers were speaking to you as well, right?
Yes.
And they were providing you information about what had happened prior to your arrival.
Yes.
McClain, correct? And while they're relaying this information to you, part of that information is that Mr. McClain had been acting crazy, right?
Yes.
And that Mr. McClain had assaulted them, correct?
Yes.
This defense
And
attorney
that
always looks
Mr.
like he's
McClain
drunk,
had gone for or reached for one of the
It's like
officer's guns, right?
weighing around, losing his
And-
balance.
That Mr. McClain was exhibiting unusual strength in his struggling with the
Got that.
officers, right?
Yes.
Captain Sparrow
And-
thing going on.
In all of this information, did you have any reason, did you observe anything or have any reason to disbelieve what the officers were telling you?
No.
And so
I
you
believe
took
you.
what the officers were telling you at face value.
I believe you.
And you didn't further inquire as to what other things might have occurred between the officers and Mr. McClain prior to your arrival, right?
I do soon after when I sent officers to talk to the people reporting it. Yeah.
Correct. But the officers that are engaged with Mr. McClain, you don't further inquire with them as to what had occurred between Mr. McClain and them prior to this case.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll let him clean that up on. You can ask the question.
I really need to
So you
look into
didn't
how long
further
trials
inquire
last
with the
before I
officers
agree to
actually
stream
engaged
them
with Mr.
from now
McClain
on.
As to anything further that might have happened. prior
Lesson
to-
learned.
I believe I asked about the circumstances for the contact initially when I first come on.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Lord
you-
Bynum,
you asked
what's up,
about
buddy?
what initiated it.
I do. Yeah.
But in terms
Glad
of
you're here.
Any potential injury to Mr. McClain, you didn't inquire further of your officers.
No.
And you didn't inquire further of your officers.
Yeah, the only difference
They
between
might-
this and a normal day is the camera and being locked in a room. Usually I'm isolated outside with the
And I'm
goats.
going to hop around a little bit here on the timeline, and I understand it might be confusing, but I'll do my best to kind of orient you too, because we've seen quite a bit of video in connection with your testimony. Okay, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
You were near the area where Mr. McClain and your officers were engaged at the point that Mr. McClain was placed onto the stand, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall paramedic Cooper asking to have the handcuffs removed prior to placing Mr. McClain on Gurney?
I wasn't aware of that conversation.
And there's been some testimony that you were pretty much standing right there when Officer Rodema, to use your term,
Trial by
repositioned Mr. McClain.
I was standing fairly near him.
Okay. And you recall observing that?
I do.
And it sounds like on the body worn camera that you are
You're not
engaged
wrong
in a
there.
conversation with someone, I believe it's on the phone.
Correct.
Who are you talking to on the phone during that conversation?
I had more than one conversation with both the captain that was in a different district and a lieutenant who's what we call the duty lieutenant was also in a different district. I was talking at different times during this to both of them on the phone. So I believe I was talking to the captain right then, but I'm not absolutely sure.
Okay. And do you recall explaining to the captain that your officers had informed you that Mr. McClain had started acting crazy?
I believe
Traveling fools,
And
what's
that
up, buddy?
Mr. McClain had attacked them?
so.
Welcome.
I say that.
And you also say, as you're standing there with the medics present, we're still struggling with him. Do you recall saying that?
I do recall that.
Okay. And you actually also add that you have fire on scene and that's where we're at.
That's what I say, yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with, well, let me start back a little bit. You've never served as a firefighter with Aurora Fire, right?
No,
And have you ever served as a firefighter in any other jurisdiction?
no,
But you do work with them frequently on scenes, correct?
yes.
And do you have any familiarity with the rank structure inside of AFR?
I'm loosely familiar, yes.
So is there a way for you to determine on scene what rank a particular firefighter has?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not really conscious of it, no.
Okay, so when that first firefighter arrives on scene, you don't know what rank that firefighter is, correct?
I don't.
And you're unfamiliar with the levels of medical training that a particular firefighter might have.
Correct.
So you don't know whether that first firefighter that you spoke with was a paramedic or some other type of medically trained
I do not.
firefighter. And
Hi,
so,
Stace.
do you
Welcome.
know the identity of that
Welcome.
first firefighter that you spoke with on scene?
I'm familiar with his face, but I don't know.
You don't
I don't
know
know.
his name.
No.
Yeah, y'all.
Do you know the names of any
Go
of
sub to
I know
Valkyrie if you
other
haven't yet.
than,
She
let
does.
me rephrase that.
She's doing animal
That
videos.
night,
She's doing good.
2019, were you aware of the identities or names of any of the firefighters that were present on scene?
No.
And you certainly didn't make any inquiry. You didn't ask any of the firefighters, hey, which one of you guys is a paramedic?
I did not.
You testified earlier that you believed that Mr. McClain was suffering from excited delirium, correct?
Correct.
And as part of and you're also a field training officer, right?
I was for many years. I'm a field training sergeant now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to indicate that. You've been a field training
Now he's a field
sergeant,
training
How
sergeant,
long?
No,
meaning
probably
he's in
about 5
charge
years.
of teaching, not
prior
just
to
not just
being a field training
supervising,
sergeant,
now
you were
teaching.
with them.
That's correct.
Thank
In
you, Carrie.
total,
I appreciate it.
How much time have you been a field training officer and sergeant?
Probably around my
I
career, 15, 16 years.
Okay, so you're very familiar with the
Sort of,
parameters
I guess.
Aurora Police Department training, correct?
I've done a
And part of that training is
one video
you are trained
where
as a
I
officer to recognize
walked
signs of the
through like barn chores, like
and
what
you
my
were so trained in
barn chore routine
2019.
is.
I don't know if we received that training that
But
year
that's
or
about as
not,
close
but
as
I
I've
had
gotten.
received it prior to that, and I wasn't aware of that training.
Okay,
And I think I've posted birth videos. Maybe not. Maybe I don't know. I don't remember if I did or not.
You also
But we should
testified
have
that
kids
you
coming
had
soon.
informed fire.
A couple of them mamas
That-
looking fat out there, y'all.
South end of Billings Street was essentially choked with police cars, right?
I had gone, well, I was informing them directly. That's my dispatch,
Yeah.
and they transmit that to the fire side. So
She's huge.
I get on the radio, yes, and I advise them to tell fire. that
She's
they're
real
supposed to block
huge.
Billings and to come in off of Montview.
Okay, and so you tell your dispatch.
Correct.
That dog has
and
done more
essentially you
for
direct dispatch to tell
my
fire.
sleep
And
issues
do you
than
know
any
how many
medication the
channels
VA
that
ever
you
tried to give me.
I do not.
inspected so far?
Much easier to
That
sleep
setup there is
when
very
that
chaotic.
thing's sitting at the edge of the bed.
So I don't know how many people get relayed information before it gets to me.
So you have no idea how much time went by between the time you directed that and the time that
She's a
AFR
big girl.
had received it.
I do not.
You don't even know if they received it for sure.
I don't know for sure.
Okay.
3 beers. What's up, buddy? Welcome. Good
Do
to
you
see
have
you.
any knowledge of the distinction between an engine for AFR and an ambulance.
She's a hoss.
Falcon.
Oh, I know I know the difference between ambulance and truck, yes.
Okay. And so when you were saying earlier, you don't know where the engine is parked, you're referring to the AFR engine, not the ambulance.
Yes,
And you were aware that the AFR truck was on scene quite some time.
T-Rex, what's up, buddy?
Yes.
How we doing?
And are you aware that when AFR
Emily Gale, hi. Glad you're here.
Elijah McClain scene on August 24th, 2000.
Thanks for being here.
That a Falcon ambulance.
If y'all would be so kind, hit that like for me.
yeah, more of that.
Okay.
It helps.
And so, do you know where those respective rigs are coming from when they're dispatched?
Not necessarily.
I wish these camera angles didn't suck so bad.
And although you work with them frequently, not having any experience as a firefighter or a paramedic, are you at all familiar with the protocols that govern a paramedic's treatment on scene?
No.
Hey, Alexandra. How we doing?
Do you recall during your testimony on Friday a still shot from one of the videos that shows Elijah McClain's handcuffed hands and an officer's gloved hand on those hands?
I don't recall that.
For the record, I don't think he was here on Friday.
I was here yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yesterday.
What a doofus.
A still image.
I still don't remember seeing it yesterday.
Cole, can you bring up Exhibit 105 at 23020?
What a goof. Really, I think he's drunk
You
all the
recall seeing
time
this
or
yesterday?
something. There's something
And
different about
the
that
lower
guy.
left-hand part of the screen, that gloved hand, is that a police officer's hand?
I believe it is.
And is what he is holding Mr. McClain's hands?
Texas Jen, hey.
And at this
How
point,
are you?
aware that Mr. McClain is handcuffed?
I wasn't paying attention during this time. That's what I was nearby, but I was talking to myself. He was standing next to me.
Okay. Do you recognize the kind of hold that the officer?
I do.
What is that?
Hey,
hold?
Jamie.
It's
How
a
are
real
you,
wrist
babe?
lock.
And what is it used for?
It's used for pain compliance and control.
And so it's designed to utilize against a handcuffed suspect so that the officer can easily manipulate the person so that they can get them to move where they want to move and do things they want them to do, correct?
That's correct.
And maintain control of that individual.
Yes.
Mind you, this is on 1.25, Ellie.
And at no time while you were on the scene, did you ever make any request of AFR personnel or paramedics to care for Mr. McClain or provide him any treatment?
Did I ask them?
Right.
We requested them to the scene. That's asking them.
Right. You did, actually, you requested, did you request them to the scene or
The
did your
officers originally do.
Right, the officers originally did.
Could be AP.
And then you provide
Could be.
additional information about how they ought to approach.
Yes.
Once they're on the scene, do you ever inquire of them, what are you guys going to do? Or can you provide him some care or anything like that?
No, I don't do that. At one point, I do ask him what's taking so long.
And you asked them that. Did you get a response to that?
There was no response that I remember.
Do you know which of the paramedics you asked that of?
It was just a general statement to the group.
To the group of individuals that were standing around
Correct.
where Mr. McClain was on the ground struggling with your officers, right?
Correct.
Door slamming all over the place.
When the paramedics first arrived on the scene, or rather the AFR personnel first arrived on the scene, and you spoke with that first individual, were you aware that Mr. McClain had vomited?
Yes,
And you relayed that information to that first AFR individual,
I
correct?
did.
And were you aware at that time that Mr. McClain had actually vomited into a mask he had been wearing?
I had seen the mask on the ground.
I know you had seen a mask,
No, I saw the mask on the ground.
but did you put it together that he had vomited inside the mask while he was wearing it?
I don't believe at the time I consciously was putting it all together in those moments.
Okay, and so you didn't inform that initial AFR individual that Mr. McClain had thrown up inside of a mask he was wearing?
I did not.
There was.
How would you
I
not?
just want to clarify this. There was
How would you
a
not?
little bit of testimony about once you're on the scene as the sergeant, you're the direct supervisor of the officers at the scene that are below you in rank, correct?
When you say direct supervisors, it does not mean that I dictate every move that they make. So I just need to make that clear that I am the highest ranking person on scene, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm calling all the shots.
Do you know whether Officer Rodema was what's referred to as the senior officer on the scene?
He was. I was aware of that.
Okay, and so Officer Rodema had senior status over the other officers that were on.
He did. Mhm.
Okay. And is it your understanding that this was what is referred to commonly as his call?
He had taken over that role, even though he wasn't the first one to make contact with him.
Okay. Yeah,
Hey Scott, how we doing, bud? Oh, really? I think I haven't talked to Baker yet, but I think I'm planning on going on his stream tomorrow
Big Sergeant?
with about Turtle Boy with I think his name's Tom CPU, I believe.
Okay.
So that'll be fun. I'm excited for that. All right, it's a short one. I did have it right. Sweet. Sweet. Haven't got the details from Baker yet, but we'll figure it out. Oh, also, y'all, on Sunday, this Sunday, me and Dictionary Diva are going to do a chat paint along.
Times that you didn't remember everything that
Let
Mr.
me,
McClain was saying you're doing because you were paying attention to your officers through a lot of it. Is that correct?
Let me show you what we're
Still
working on.
telling me yes.
Who were you expecting to be focused on paying attention to Mr. McClain?
The officers.
Once the paramedics arrived on the scene, what role did you expect them to take with regards to
It is now their scene. They take over.
8 p.m. tomorrow is
This
the
all across
Broken
just
Baker
these two
stream.
concepts, Aurora Police
Tom,
and scene
CPU,
safety and
myself,
fire
Broken
department.
Baker, about the Karen
Can you
Reed
explain to the
situation.
jury what you mean by that, please?
8 p.m.
So our primary role is just actually what he said is to keep the scene safe and keep control of
Let me
the suspects,
find the
perhaps, and also witnesses
pictures.
sometimes because they're hostile or whatever they're doing. Other than that, that's our role. When fire shows up, it's their scene. And this was a medical emergency. We all recognized that on scene at the time, and that's the role of the fire
Probably just do it
department.
like this.
Is this complicated? Like, are there some magic words that have to be said in order for Aurora Fire to start treating a patient?
No,
Now, you were asked on cross about whether you had asked the fire department to treat the patient, and you said something about asking him to the scene. Can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
you mean when the officers call for fire early on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, anytime there's a fight of any sort, we
We're
call
getting
for
there.
rescue.
We're gonna paint
come out
like a
and
Christmas
escort
tree.
the person that we just been in combat with, so that's an automatic thing, and my officers.
It's gonna be
almost immediately.
fun. It's gonna be really fun.
Now, is there an understanding of what fire's role is when they get called out in a situation like that?
Not to my knowledge, there isn't.
When they arrive on scene, is there an understanding of what they're supposed to be doing?
You'd have to ask them. I mean, my idea is that they should be treating them.
Now, you mentioned a little bit on cross-examination that you had some suspicions that Mr. McClain might have excited delirium. If somebody from the Aurora Police Department has those sorts of suspicions, what are they supposed to do? That somebody suspects someone has excited delirium, what are they supposed to do?
Well, our primary role is to just keep them in the rescue position and wait for fire to show up.
He wasn't in the
Fire
rescue
call yet?
position.
Were they trained to call fire?
You
They
put him
would
in the
immediately
prone
call.
position.
Why is it that their training is to call fire if they have those suspicions?
Because we don't know how to do anything medically. We don't treat people.
Are APD officers trained to
All right,
make a formal
we're gonna do it
diagnosis
this
of
way.
excited delirium, or is that something that fire does?
We're just trained to recognize the signs.
You're asked on cross whether you had further follow-ups with your officers to get more information about what's happened. Did you have a longer conversation with Mr. Rosenblatt about exactly what happened before you got there?
Yeah, after the scene is somewhat calmed down.
I'm so bad at
we
everything
disengage,
computer
and
related.
We have a short conversation away from standing right next to him. Yes.
One of the other things that you mentioned on cross-examination was that you didn't personally see any superhuman strength exhibited by Mr. McClain. Is that correct?
I didn't.
Was the first time that you heard any of your officers telling the fire folks about superhuman strength after they'd already made the decision to to administer ketamine?
All
I
right,
don't know the
now
answer
we're
to that.
getting there.
Is that something that you have to refer back to the video to refresh your memory on?
Yeah, we've seen so much. I don't recall the exact time frame.
Could we please?
Now we're getting there. Okay. I'm going to pause this video for just a second. So what we're going to do, y'all, is a paint-along deal, right? We're going to show, we're going to paint with chat, obviously, and hopefully you guys will like it and paint along with us. We'll make sure there's nothing silly in that picture. Yeah, all right. It's funny. Sure. There we go. So we're gonna do this, something like this, right? There's well, that's not the right answer. Not sure how that even happened. That was the emoji. There's two versions of it though. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. There's the other version and that version. And if you guys want to paint along with us, this is all you need. You need a canvas, a couple brushes, and the colors are down here. I couldn't find Prussian green. Couldn't find it anywhere. So I'm going to have to improvise myself a little bit on the colors. But 4 basic colors, couple brushes, get a little canvas. You can paint along with us on Sunday. Don't have a time yet. But we'll figure it out. I'm sure it'll be probably early afternoon, East Coast time. So I'm looking forward to that. That'll be the first time I've painted on stream. And I don't know if you guys know anything about Dictionary Diva, but she's a really talented artist. So that'll be a good time. That'll be a lot of fun. All right, back to this. Back to this.
105.
Oh, that's cool.
Let me approach briefly.
Not sure what time the paint stream is yet,
Okay.
but it'll be Sunday, probably early afternoon. I do like art, man. That was like I took a lot of art in high school, and it was always kind of my preferred meditation for a long time. Have you guys seen any, like, okay, this is going to sound so stupid, but I like to color, right? So I find a coloring book and I'll bust out my colored pencils and I'll just start coloring. Ooh, that wasn't the one I wanted. That was. And it's just silly colorings, right?
Do you have any
Just silly
independent
colorings.
memory of
But I like them.
when the fire medics announced their decision to give ketamine relative to the comments from the officers about superhuman strength?
I don't recall that conversation at all.
That's all I have to say.
Just go to town with some coloring.
May the witness be excused. Right. You may step down. You're excused. Next witness, good people.
Coloring's cool because I don't have to worry about the actual design, right? I can just focus on the colors and not really have to put a whole lot of thought into any of it. But I enjoy it, by the way. So I do have a little bit of artistic ability, right?
You seated?
So it won't be horrible. But yeah,
Please state your
it'll
name.
be fun on Sunday. You guys come along with
My name
us.
is Michael Lamb, L-A-M-B.
Your witness.
Good morning, Sam. Please tell the jury what you do for a living.
I am a forensic toxicologist at a company called NMS Labs.
And as it relates to this case, did you analyze and prepare a report of the test
I
results of
actually
hospital
wanted to
admission
go to
by
the Art
Elijah
Institute
McClain?
in Chicago.
Yes, I did. I authored the toxicology report that was issued with the
but, you
conclusive
know,
findings of
Army
the
and-
analysis for Elijah McClain.
And
That
can you
school's
explain to the jury
expensive.
what toxicology is?
Toxicology is the study of drugs, poisons, or other intoxicants, how they affect the body, how the body breaks them down. It's a complex discipline that uses chemistry and biology, pharmacology to understand how drugs work in the body.
I presume you had some formal education to prepare you for this career.
Yes, I did.
I'm not
I
a Marine.
I received a bachelor's in neuroscience from Binghamton University, and I have a master's in forensic science from Arcadia University.
Mine
Do
also,
you have
Eris.
any
Mine also.
board certifications?
Yes, I am board certified by the American Board of Forensic Toxicology. It's an accrediting agency that will license individual toxicologists in the field.
Well,
You
that's
have to pass an
sad.
examination, be in good standing in the professional field. You also have to maintain continuing education credits every year in order to fulfill and maintain that certification.
Have you been a member of any professional societies related to your career as a
Hi,
toxicologist?
Cindy.
Yes, I'm
Welcome.
a member of the Society of Forensic Toxicologists and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And how is that a benefit to you doing your work?
Thank you for paying
So those
attention.
they
for me.
provide resources and access to journal articles, and they also host national meetings that I regularly attend. So at these meetings, they're about a week long, and there are dozens of hours of presentations and workshops in the field of forensic toxicology. So it's beneficial in terms of professional growth and development.
And are you ever a presenter at any of these meetings of these organizations?
Yes, I have. I presented at these national meetings. I've also
That's
That's
funny.
Mr. Lamb, have you ever been qualified as an expert in court in the field of forensic toxicology before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Approximately 80 to 100 times.
In what jurisdictions have you done that?
In about 20 or 25 states all throughout the country, and also in federal court as well as state court.
And have you testified in both civil and criminal proceedings?
I provided a deposition in civil proceedings. I cannot recall if I testified in court in a civil proceeding. The majority of my testimony has been criminal.
And since the time that you finished your master's degree, I guess maybe even going back before that, can you walk us through the jobs that you've held in the field of toxicology?
Well, they got to get them. They got to get them admitted as
So
an
I
expert,
worked
right?
As,
So it's just part of the process.
Right after college, I started
boring.
working at MS Labs. I've held various positions in the laboratory. I started out in the testing departments, so I would be physically handling tens of thousands of samples a year for the analysis of drugs or other substances in biological specimens.
Okay, and then from when you began, what level have you risen to?
So there's various analyst levels that are listed as in the laboratory. It goes up from analyst.
Hi, Sally.
4.
How you doing?
I reached those levels, and then
Glad you're here.
moved to a different department, which is the toxicological services department. We do for that as a toxicologist. My primary responsibilities are reviewing the analytical data generated during the testing for an entire case. I review all of the acceptance criteria and issue a report with my findings on it.
And what's sort of the highest level position that you've risen to now?
Right now, that would be a forensic toxicologist level 3.
And what are your job duties as that position?
The primary day-to-day job duties are reviewing and generating reports with completed toxicological casework.
We don't really want that though, because then the good old boy system comes into play. This needs to be entered into the record. The record needs to know that he's an expert.
Once they are completed, I also provide continuing education and interact with the
Hey, Wolfkinder, how you doing?
Presentations and publications.
Glad you're here.
Other duties include
Good to see you.
Providing answers to analytical questions that
It was a monster.
That
No alcohol.
may have, and providing interpretation to.
Hey, Spirit Matter, how you doing?
Reports and want to know.
Good to see you.
More information about what the findings mean.
And in your current role, are you
that a
the
cockatoo?
person doing the frontline testing of specimens anymore?
No, I'm not.
Is that your
Have you been
cockatoo?
trained on all of that testing that you're reviewing, though?
Yes, I did. As an analyst in the laboratory, a position I held for about 5 years, I would test tens of thousands of samples a year.
I want to talk just a minute about your employer. Can you say who that was again?
And MS Labs.
And where is that?
Hey,
located?
Sagebrush,
It's located
welcome.
in Horsham, Pennsylvania, which is just north of Philadelphia, about 45-minute drive.
Okay, and can you describe the business of NMS Labs, please?
NMS Labs is an independently owned private laboratory that offers a variety of services in the field of toxicology. We do forensic and clinical toxicology. So clinical toxicology may involve therapeutic drug monitoring, testing.
Jamie, I've got
prescription drug
you.
monitoring for
I
living
don't need a
patients.
MVrder.
Forensic drug testing may involve postmortem analysis. So drug.
I had a Quaker once.
Someone who's been deceased.
Evil little
we do
bird.
A variety of different casework at NMS.
Gave him to my mom.
Is NMS Labs accredited?
Yes, we have numerous accreditations, both at the state level and federal level.
And has it
Yes.
specifically been accredited by the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment?
Yes,
Ellie
ma'am.
is correct. We are currently making sure that this expert is
Your Honor,
actually an
at this time, the
expert.
people would offer Mr. Lamb as an expert in the field of forensic toxicology,
There we
testing,
go.
and analysis.
Any more dire or objection?
Yeah, briefly, what I run.
You may.
That's very cool. Cockatoos are pretty cool birds.
Good morning, sir. My understanding, Mr. Lamb, is you are not a medical doctor. Is that right?
That's correct.
I believe you testified currently you review other analysts' work and issue a report. Is that correct?
That's part of what I do, yes.
And as part of that review, do you attempt to interpret and explain what they have done?
If asked, I could interpret or explain.
Y'all remember to hit the like for me if you would be so
My
kind.
understanding of what you testified to is you were an analyst yourself for
It
5
helps
years.
in the
You
algorithm
tens
and
of
all that
thousands of
goodness.
This type of drug analysis, is that right?
Yes, I participate in laboratory testing.
Do you then possess an understanding of how various drugs work on human beings?
In the field of toxicology, yes, a toxicologist would be knowledgeable about those facts.
I feel like that'd be important
I
for a
don't have any objection.
toxicologist.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. The court will allow the witness to testify and explain the field of forensic toxicology.
T3, hello.
Testing and
I appreciate it.
analysis in those areas.
Good to see you.
And then just to follow up on sort of the scope of your expertise, we've talked about what you're an expert in, but as you just said, you're not a medical doctor, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't treat live patients.
That's correct.
Do you have any training on sedation of patients?
No, I do not.
And you're not a forensic pathologist.
No, I'm not.
Do you ever give opinions on the cause of someone's death?
No, it would not be appropriate for a toxicologist to opine on the ultimate cause of death.
Why not?
So we are not, as I mentioned, I'm not
Can't
a
start drinking
pathologist,
this
so I'm
early.
performing
Not even an hour in, man.
examining the
Long-
body to determine
long
other
stream.
causes of death that doesn't fall under my training or expertise.
I want to talk now sort of about how the mechanics of how NMS works when it receives specimens for testing. How do specimens come about coming to NMS labs?
So generally, we accept specimens from a variety of agencies all over the country. So samples may arrive via certified or Federal Express overnight mail. They are going to be in a package and arrive to our specimen processing unit of our laboratory. So our laboratory is a secure facility where only a small group of people can have access to enter. The specimen processing unit is, they receive the actual samples, and it's an even smaller unit with more limited access. So the packages are then received and opened up by an individual in that department. They're opened up one at a time, and the contents of the package are then examined. At that time, we will log this information into our computer system, and a unique 8-digit work order number will be created that is unique to that case and that case alone. At that time, there's paperwork that arrives with the sample.
I'm actually kind of glad we're getting to
Sample
the
belongs to, where it
toxicology.
came from, and what types of tests are requested. All that information is then entered into the system, and the testing.
Thank you,
process
T3.
begins.
I appreciate you, babe.
And those processes that you're describing, are those designed to ensure proper chain of custody?
Yes, chain of custody is documented and tracked throughout the entirety of the time that from its receipt at NMS Labs until the completion of testing and the eventual return or discarding of the samples. The way that we keep track of the chain of custody is electronically. So all the samples will have barcodes that we place on them that must be scanned electronically, so that we know at all times who had the sample for what purpose and when.
And are there procedures that govern the specific tests that you're running on different samples?
Yes, each procedure or test for different drugs, we have hundreds of
Assign.
different methods at NMS Labs.
No, there's
All
no
are
assigning.
performed,
There's no.
or characterized
Nobody's
under proper properly validate.
Nobody's going to dictate
standard
anything I do
operations.
ever,
So our
just for the
methods are
record.
the validation process. When
But
they're
no,
first
this
developed,
David
and
brought
then
it
they're
up to me, and he was like, "Hey, check this case out," and I thought it was interesting.
examined and verified
So
as
I
acceptable,
started streaming it. He was like, "I can't stream this one because I got so much going
Is it
on."
fair to say that any
I was like, "Cool,
tech
I'll
in
stream
NMS
it."
labs running
And then
procedure
then we
using
found
the
out
same,
it's a month-long trial after
operations
the fact.
procedure for
So
that test?
Yes, it is a
I
protocol.
may not have
for,
streamed it had I known
any
that it was a
person
month long,
performing
but I'm glad I did.
tests at NMS
Y'all have been
labs,
here and
that they must
supportive,
have the
and
procedure
it's
visible
it's
in
cool.
front of them
I like
so
it.
that they are able to read each step by step and follow that procedure so they don't have to memorize anything.
And are there quality control procedures that NMS Labs has to ensure the results and the accuracy of the results of tests that are done?
Yes, every analysis is going to have quality controls that are associated with that testing process. So quality controls may be known amounts of drugs that are prepared alongside other samples.
How
Quality
dare
controls
you?
must perform acceptably.
Hi, Moni G.
Testing is completed.
Welcome.
We record all that information.
Glad you're
and,
here.
Analysis must, and we only would accept results if the quality controls pass. We also run
That's funny.
blank quality controls to ensure that there's no other issues with the analysis. The blanks must have no drug in them. So all those are included in the testing process.
Did NMS Labs receive specimens for testing related to Elijah McClain?
Yes, we did in September of 2019.
And did one of those specimens include an admission blood sample that was drawn at 23:39 hours at UC Hospital?
Yes.
And did you in fact run tests on those?
Also, how dare you consider me the low man on the
Do you know
totem
who
pole?
sent the sample to you?
The
It was
audacity.
County coroner.
Did the testing include both screening and confirmatory tests?
I almost choked.
Yes. So screen and confirmation is the gold standard in the identification of drugs or other substances. It's very important to, if once you identify a drug, it must be confirmed using a more sensitive and specific technique.
And did you do a screening test on Mr. McClain's blood?
Yes, we did.
Do you know specifically which analyst did that test?
Yes, the main screening test performed was done by Allison Rosengarten.
And did you
No,
review
I
the
hear
evidence
it.
of her
He
records of her
does.
performing those tests?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain the purpose of the screening test as it relates to Mr. McClain?
So Allison performed what is known as time
I
of
don't
flight.
think there is a chain of command on YouTube, as far as I know.
Essentially, it is a
I
process
think there's
that looks for
who's the new
several
guy?
hundred,
Kenny?
different of the
I
most
think
commonly
Keith,
prescribed
whatever the hell the new guy's name is,
drugs
and
that
then there's the
are
rest of us,
psychoactive
way under that.
substances. If any of those
That's
substances
the only
are
boss
identified
on
that
YouTube.
initial screening
It's the new
methodology,
CEO
we would then perform a separate confirmatory test.
and the human
And
moderators.
what were the results of that screening test for Mr. McClain?
The
How's-
substance that was
how's-
identified on
how
the
say
screening
it?
test for the time of flight test performed by
Human
Ms. Rosengarten
observers?
was ketamine.
Who's ever in charge
And
of
did it
making sure
reflect a
that
positive for
your
anything
videos
else?
go yellow? That person, they're in
Not that I
charge
can
too.
recall.
Do you have your report with you?
I do.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that and see if it tested positive for anything else?
Yeah, it used to be Susan, but then she stepped down, and they've got some new
So
guy.
I'm sorry, I was confused. The
Kevin
other
or
findings
Keith
were
or
from
Kenny or
separate
some
analysis.
shit.
So regarding, I was answering the question as if you were asking if it was identified on the
you're not wrong
screening
there.
test.
On the one screen test, just ketamine.
Yes, that's correct.
And
You bastard!
you reviewed Ms. Rosengarten's work on that screening test.
Yes, I did.
And did you see any issues with quality controls or the results from that test?
I did not.
No.
And
No.
then did you do any follow-up with respect to that positive ketamine result with any other testing?
Yes. So
I do.
we performed,
I
then we
do.
performed a confirmatory test for ketamine.
I have to get it from David.
Also quantitate or generate an amount of the ketamine in the blood sample. That was performed by another analyst at NMS Labs.
Oh, that's funny.
Rachel Davidovich.
And how does that test mechanically work?
So the test for confirming ketamine, the technology behind that test is it's called gas chromatography, mass spectrometry. It's essentially an instrumental tool that allows for the separation of compounds and mixtures. So if you think of blood as a mixture and there are different compounds or drugs present in the blood, the technology will then be able to separate and identify unique drugs in that mixture, and then we will be able to quantitate or generate an amount of the drug that's in that blood sample.
And in this case, were
Hi,
you able to
Lucy.
determine to a reasonable
Welcome.
degree of scientific certainty what the level of ketamine in Mr. McClain's blood was?
Yes, it was reported as 1,400 nanograms per milliliter.
And did you have information regarding an injection of ketamine that Mr. McClain had received prior to this blood being drawn?
Yes, it was given to me in supplemental documents.
Were you able to reach an opinion about how the level of ketamine that you detected compared with the injection that Mr. McClain had received?
It was my opinion that the level of ketamine detected was consistent with the reported administration.
And can you tell the jury what is ketamine from a toxicological point of view?
So ketamine is a drug that's it's classified as a dissociative anesthetic. So dissociation is kind of like an outer body experience, out of body, out of mind, out of environment.
What a terrifying
primarily,
classification.
Ketamine is a drug that has utility as an anesthetic or sedation during surgical procedures. Ketamine may also be encountered as a drug of abuse. So people may take it on the street. It has similar effects to PCP, which is another dissociation type drug.
What are the primary effects of ketamine?
Well, primarily it's going to cause sedation. That's the intended use of it behind a surgical setting. However, there are some adverse effects that may be encountered. Those may include nausea, vomiting, abnormal heart rate, or cardiac arrhythmias, or other cardiac issues.
What about respiratory depression?
Yes, you may have a respiratory depression with as a central nervous system depressant activity.
And you said your opinion was that the ketamine in Mr. McClain's blood was consistent with the injection that he received. Would it be possible, if you knew an injection that someone had received, to predict the exact amount of ketamine that would be in their blood at a later point in time?
No, it's not possible to make that calculation.
Why not?
There are too many variables and differences between individual humans that confound that calculation. Not everyone has the same, it breaks down drugs at the same rate. People are different sizes. It wouldn't be an appropriate opinion to estimate or to predict what an exact blood concentration would be from a particular dose.
And in addition to the ketamine confirmation test, did you do any other confirmatory tests on Mr. McClain's blood?
Yes, we also did confirmatory testing for cannabinoids or marijuana and metabolites.
And toxicologically, what are cannabinoids?
So cannabinoids is the name.
She's a prosecutor. She can't even say the word cannabinoid.
That are in the marijuana plant. So there are hundreds of different types of cannabinoids.
Well, I guess it's Colorado. It's not
act
a
on
crime.
receptors in the body that cause the effects of marijuana. The primary psychoactive component of the marijuana plant is delta-9 THC.
And what were the results of that test for Mr. McClain's blood?
The blood was positive for delta-9 THC at a concentration of 14 nanograms per milliliter. Also, 2 of its primary metabolites or breakdown products were also positive in this case.
And with those results, can you determine what effect, what impairment, if any, a person with that amount of cannabinoids in their system would be under?
Is it low?
No,
Is it hard to hear?
Have, a level or a limit that everyone is going to experience the same signs or symptoms with marijuana. So it wouldn't be an appropriate opinion to opine on what if any effects someone would have at a specific concentration. There are, again, differences. There are physiological differences between people, and then there is the question of tolerance. So tolerance is your ability to, I guess, build up response to the drug. So there are individuals who are more tolerant or use the drug more frequently may not show certain effects that someone who is a naive user would show.
Are you aware of any pharmacological reason that would make that marijuana would make ketamine more dangerous?
Not to my knowledge.
And Mr. Lamb, who performed the cannabinoid confirmation test?
That was done by Mr. Robert Hessler.
And in your review and analysis of all of these testing results, did you have any concerns regarding the accuracy of the results or the quality control?
I did not. I would not have issued the report if I had thought or had a concern.
Mr. Lamb, I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross-examination?
That was quick.
Good morning again, Mr. Lamb. Mr. Lamb, you testified that the amount of ketamine detected in the sample was 1,400 nanograms per milliliter. Is that right?
Yes.
How does that translate to milligrams?
It doesn't.
1,400 nanograms. I'm just asking you basically the math. Is that 1.4 milligrams per milliliter?
Yes.
Okay. You said ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's a central nervous system depressant.
Yes.
Isn't it true that ketamine has less of a respiratory depressive effect than other
I
sedatives?
did. I was just trying to find it again and I can't. Can you send it to me again?
I've been qualified as a forensic toxicologist, Your Honor. I believe he can opine on this.
My
All right, I
bad.
think we need to narrow the focus of the question a bit, though, so sustained it work.
Okay. Are you familiar with the drug commonly called Versed?
Yes. Versed is midazolam, a benzodiazepine drug.
Okay. That's often used as a sedative in medical settings. Is that
It's in my
correct?
Discord.
Yes, we commonly see that as well as hospital administration.
And ketamine has less of a respiratory depressant effect than Versed. Is that correct?
All right, beyond the scope? All right, response?
Judge, he has testified that he is a forensic toxicologist, that he did an examination of
Hold on,
ketamine.
the
Thank you, Farrell.
objection is beyond the scope.
Yes, sir. He has testified as to what ketamine is, how it works,
Ketamine?
how it's used. I'm asking him whether its safety features, Your Honor. This is just more about what he knows about ketamine.
All right, I'll allow some brief inquiry into this area.
All right. Do you need me to repeat the question, Mr. Lamb?
Yes, please.
All right. Compared to a sedative like Versed, which is also used for medical purposes, ketamine has less of a respiratory depressant effect. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
When I say respiratory depressant effect, what do you understand that to mean?
The effect on someone's breathing?
How quickly after being given intramuscularly will ketamine begin to affect an individual?
I haven't seen that in person. I'm not, as a medical doctor, I have not seen that in practice. Generally, when drugs are given IV or IM, the effects will take place very quickly.
Okay. Do you know how quickly with ketamine?
I don't know.
How quickly is ketamine absorbed in the body when given intramuscularly?
I don't know.
Hopefully this doesn't mess things up.
Ketamine result in Elijah McClain's sample, that is not an abnormally high result, is it?
No, I don't think so.
And in fact, you
All right.
opine that it's a typical result for your lab to see, correct?
Did that get louder?
Yes, the concentration is not atypical.
Somebody help me out.
Based on other reported findings.
You
also opined that
posted
this
on
amount is
X or
seen
Twitter or
in
whatever for me. Thank you.
manner, a therapeutic dose, correct?
There are different references that cite various therapeutic dosages that for ketamine. Yes, that would fall underneath that.
In a therapeutic dose.
Depending on
For sure.
the amount that was administered, it would need to be
Well, let's try.
evaluated that way.
I don't think that's going to work. We increased to. Oh,
You
shit,
also researched the literature with respect to ketamine toxicity, is that right?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
And you researched the literature with respect to deaths that had been caused by ketamine, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And what you observed or what you read in the literature is a study of 114 ketamine.
Give me 1 second, because I don't know. I don't trust myself yet on that. So we're gonna just do this. How do I find it? More tools. Where did it go? Well, I have lost my volume increaser thingy. And that's never good when you lose your thingy. It was just on the taskbar and now it's like gone. I don't understand where the hell it went. puzzle piece doesn't appear on the tab. Maybe if I take that off. It's not on the tab that's open. That's got the stream open. Hope that made sense. There's no puzzle piece on my, because it's not in Chrome, is it? Yeah, it is. Not Chrome. Edge. Gee, look what you did, Brandon. This is all your fault. All your fault. App settings. No. If you're using Edge, there's a little puzzle piece to the right of the URL. Turn yourself down a little as well. See, y'all. This is why I didn't do this. Where the hell is my audio here? All right, we'll turn that down to about there. Is my volume better? Hopefully my volume is better. And then I have the puzzle piece on like my StreamYard tab, but the YouTube tabs don't have that option. It's on the studio too. Why is that so different? Why is the one tab that I needed to be on? Ooh, I found it. I found it. All right. All right. Let's try this.
2,400 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Yes,
How
and
we
that
doing?
it's important to note though that, and I did note
That
it in
sounds
the
loud in
report,
my
that the
ear.
blood source for that study.
Did that work?
That study is not listed for each case.
Did we
so
do
that's
good?
Just represents.
I feel like we might have done
representative
good.
Of those cases.
Okay, and so the jury understands that answer. Is it right that
I hope we did good.
different parts of your body will reflect, depending on where the blood's taken from, will reflect different concentrations of ketamine?
It's possible, yes.
And when you say you put kind of
It's a little loud.
a disclaimer on you don't know what the blood source was, that wasn't specified. Is that what you're referring to?
That's correct.
Blood in the heart taken directly from the heart can be different than blood taken from somebody's femur.
How's that?
Yes, from their femoral artery.
Is that
Yes, we have
410%?
different, in blood concentrations taken from different anatomic sites on the body.
That one? Yeah. Or one of them is. Yeah, the one with the red and white sails.
Are you aware
Pirate
that
ship.
ketamine has a ceiling
That
effect?
one? That one is a pirate ship.
I'm not aware of that exactly, no.
Better?
Do you know what I mean by ceiling effect?
A little louder?
I do.
Isn't it true
I
that
can go a little bit louder if we need to.
giving a larger dose of ketamine
I wanna
results in longer
this way.
sedation, not more sedation?
I don't know.
I struggle with computers, bro. It's not going to matter how I do it. I'm just horrible with technology.
Are you familiar with the National Library of Medicine?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think we're better. I think. Iris, look at you. Iris gifted 5 Goat Herder memberships. Congratulations, M, Captain Z, Sarah Beth, Iris. That's a comment. You didn't get it. I was like, how did that happen?
Mr. Lamb,
and Aussie Overlord. Congratulations,
this
you guys.
amount has never
Goat
been
Herders.
observed in a fatality with
Thank you,
ketamine. Is that
Iris. You're
correct?
amazing. I appreciate it.
Response.
Judge, he's been testifying about the effects of ketamine as a forensic
Okay.
toxicologist. I believe this is within both the scope of his knowledge and the scope of direct.
Based upon the testimony so far, the court, because it was any, the court will sustain the objection.
All right. Are you aware, as a forensic toxicologist, Mr. Lamb,
That's funny.
that there have not been
Hey, I'm going to call it good. I
ketamine
think we did better
fatalities
with
at
the
this
sound. I think
specific
we
dose?
made an improvement. Thank you, MG, and
Response.
I guess
Judge, I can lay further
Brandon
foundation.
too for
Okay, for the witness to
threatening
answer.
to
Okay.
not super chat me
Have
anymore.
you
Yes, I did it.
done research on the literature, read the literature?
It was effective.
regarding ketamine
I'll give him that.
and ketamine fatalities?
Yes, I've read some literature on that.
Okay. And you testified that the
was a
literature
bucket.
you read indicated the average amount was 2,400 nanograms per milliliter for a fatality. Is that correct?
In that one study, yes.
You also testified the level
Vol-
in Elijah McClain's
Buddy.
blood sample was 1,400
You're
nanograms
outside.
per milliliter, correct?
Yes.
In your review of the literature, you have not.
Not my birthday,
seen
Mr.
any
James.
fatalities at a level of
Not my
1,400
birthday.
nanograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
You know what, you guys?
I'm not sure.
Mr. James sent me a
fatalities
picture the
that
other
have,
day. He is
there may be, a case where someone had died with that level of ketamine in their system, but
Junior
I'm not
high
sure
or
what the
middle
cause of death
school
is.
teacher?
It's not something I can answer.
Fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth
Okay.
grade.
From your review, your own review of the literature.
One of the
is that a
basketball
question?
players in eighth grade
I'm saying it's possible. I don't
shattered
know,
the
if-
backboard
I don't-
from a
right now,
dunk.
If all the literature would
Who was
describe
dunking in
a
eighth grade?
fatality at that level.
How does that happen?
So certainly the literature you reviewed did not.
I can't recall in the case. No.
Eighth grade, shattering backboards from dunking.
But certainly this is a level that is seen repeatedly.
Insane.
When you yourself. have done
Absolutely
analysis,
insane.
When you did that for 5 years, is that correct?
It's not my birthday, MG.
It
It's
has
not.
been sustained.
LeBron, yeah, well, I guess he would. Yeah, he did. It's insane.
The level of marijuana in Mr. McClain's system. You testified that you can't tell the degree of impairment. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is that because marijuana is absorbed differently and eliminated in different individuals differently?
That's a part of the reason. A large part of the reason is that we don't have per se law for marijuana as we do with drugs like alcohol. The amount of studies over the decades that have been done with specifically alcohol make it easy, scientifically acceptable for us to predict.
It's not my birthday. Damn it,
some
Mr.
specific signs and
James.
symptoms at various blood alcohol concentrations.
Damn you.
We don't have that information for THC with marijuana.
In other words, alcohol has a pretty predictive elimination rate. Is that right?
Yes.
We're up
And
30
that
to
can be
2
measured by toxicologists like
at
yourself.
the end of
Is that
the
correct?
third,
It may
first,
be
at the
possible
end
to
of
do
the
some sort of
first quarter
calculation.
yesterday. At the end of the
But
first
you can't do
quarter,
that
they
with
were up 30 to
marijuana
2.
or THC. Is that true?
That's true.
Jesus.
You also can't do that with ketamine. Is that right?
You guys are
Because
ridiculous.
the absorption
You're all-
rates, the elimination rates
You're
are
the
more
last one of
highly
you.
unpredictable with
Love
ketamine
you
or
all.
THC than with alcohol.
Yes, and other variables. And in addition, it's not a recommended practice in the field of forensic toxicology.
Thanks,
You
Mr.
yourself
James.
have
I appreciate it,
never
buddy.
worked treating live patients. Is that
I
what your
appreciate it.
Testimony was on direct.
That's correct.
And you have never worked in the field of forensic pathology, correct?
That's correct.
My birthday's in
Can't
July.
opine and won't opine on cause of death.
No, I will not.
It's going to actually be my birthday. I'm going to be like, hey, it's my birthday. And everyone's like, yeah, no, it's not. We don't care. F you ain't your birthday.
Do you know
Well, because Mr. James.
you estimated tens of thousands of
Your
analysis
face.
you did per year when you were working as an analyst, correct?
Thanks, Zero
Yes.
Max.
Do you know
Appreciate it,
now
buddy.
how many analyses
Appreciate
you
it.
review in your current role?
I don't know the exact number.
Oh,
When you testified earlier about this being a typical result, is that based both on your having been an analyst and your reviewing other people's analysis?
No, that would be during my more recent experience of reviewing the data from the laboratory.
Okay. And for how long have you had that role as opposed to doing the actual analysis?
Since 2018 or 2019.
Okay. So
I'll give you that,
approximately
buddy.
4 or 5 years at this point.
Yes.
Any idea how many approximately analysis you have reviewed during that period?
Thousands. I'm not sure.
it's actually a pretty good song. Little jingle there. That's not bad.
Let me
Hi,
step
Just
aside
Don. How
from
you
the
doing?
Literature for a minute.
Glad you're
You
here.
yourself have never seen a fatality at this level, correct?
Oh, you guys are so ridiculous.
Sustained.
Well, may I rephrase it?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Lamb, I'm asking you specifically about your analysis with NMS and your review of what other analysts have done at NMS. Okay.
Okay.
And in your doing your own analysis and in reviewing the analysis of others, you have never observed a fatality at the level that was in Mr. McClain's blood, correct?
Mr. James just sent me a picture of a scoreboard with 30 seconds left in the third period. The score is 44 to
Yeah,
4.
the court's going to sustain that objection.
To your knowledge,
That
Mr. Lamb,
basketball
based
team
on
is
your
stacked.
training, your education, your experience,
Oh, it's insane.
this amount is not a fatal amount.
You
Is
guys.
that right?
Sustain.
It's not my birthday. It's not my birthday.
Let me ask it this way, Mr. Lamb. In your opinion, as a forensic toxicologist,
A
this
middle
is a
school
therapeutic,
basketball game.
not a toxic level.
Mr. James is
that correct?
he's a
Response.
Judge, he's opined
gym
in these
teacher
areas,
for
including
5th,
that
6th,
this
7th,
is-
8th
He
grade,
can testify that it's a therapeutic dose.
and their basketball
Right.
team is
this
ridiculous.
is a therapeutic.
I've got like 3
correct?
dudes that are taller than me in 8th
I
grade.
mentioned earlier that it's consistent with the amount that was given to him in the narrative provided.
The amount you understood,
Yes,
which was 500 milligrams per kilogram.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
game,
500 milligrams
indeed.
per milliliter. Is that correct?
yes.
No, boys,
I
MG,
don't have any further questions.
boys.
All right, Mr. Lowe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think they got 3 out of the starting 5 are all over 6 foot tall in 8th grade by
Morning.
significant
You and I
amounts.
have never met, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. And I'm just going to apologize. You testified you're not a medical doctor, right?
No, I'm not.
Do you have a PhD? Is it appropriate to call you, refer to you as doctor?
No, I don't have a
I
PhD.
remember
Okay,
correctly, the
all right. So,
shortest
Mr.
guy in
Lamb.
the starting 5 is 5'10", and he's still a beast.
You said that ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic. Do you have any knowledge of how that word dissociative distinguishes ketamine as an anesthetic from other types of anesthetics?
No, Brandon, nobody got me a cake.
Response.
I'm just asking if he
Nobody.
has any knowledge of that distinction, not his opinion of it.
All right. I'll allow that question.
I don't know.
And you also testified that well, let me see if I can rephrase this. When you are seeking information on the effects a particular drug might have on a human being, you look to literature to do that, correct?
Yes, that would be one area to search, yes.
And that literature is from your fellow scientific community?
Yes, it's from peer-reviewed literature.
All
Right.
man.
And is any of that literature
Alright.
from the medical community as
see.
well?
Yes, it may be.
Okay. And but you yourself are unaware of, say, the circumstances under which ketamine might be administered intramuscularly versus intravenously, correct?
Correct. I'm not aware of the decision-making process that someone would make to decide to give someone that versus another dose.
Okay. And you don't have any experience in the literature with delivery of ketamine in a pre-hospital environment.
I'm not sure.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Well, he is a mister.
Mr. Lane, would it be fair to say that there are a number of variables that could impact the amount of ketamine found in someone's blood?
Yes.
Okay, what would some of those variables be?
Excomer
Some of them
with
would include
50
what was the
North
amount given to them,
calorie
the-
dues says, "Happy
the way
birthday."
that it was
you
given. Was it given
you.
IV or was
I
it
am-
given
it's
another
not my
way?
birthday. It's not my
Someone's
birthday.
size.
But thank you very
someone's,
much. Excomer.
Physiological or metabolic
You're the man. I
ability
appreciate
to
you,
break down
buddy.
a substance. There are differences in our genotypes or genetics that cause individuals to process some drugs differently.
You spoke just a little bit about a dose being therapeutic or therapeutic doses that you've seen in
I
doing
am-
the analysis that you do.
yeah,
Are
very
many of those patients whose
Yes.
blood is being analyzed given ketamine in a hospital setting?
Very still.
It could be, and it's not possible
We're
to
getting there.
discern
We're getting there.
how many of those were from hospital administration or another situation.
Okay, and are some of them being given those doses for
This is
purposes
Mahalo
of putting
going
them
back to
under
work. It's
anesthesia for
gonna help.
surgery?
It's possible. I don't, we're not given all of that information when we receive toxicology requests.
I don't have any further questions.
May the witness be excused.
but thank you.
Court's going to take its mid-morning break at this time. With respect to the jurors, don't form or express opinions, even amongst yourselves. You know, independent research.
MLS raid.
And
Outstanding. Welcome everybody that's coming in from MLS's stream. Appreciate y'all. Glad you're here. Thank you, MLS. You're the man. And I think we might have to do a quick recap. I'm not entirely sure. But first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, we've got people. Not just one, but two. We've got great people.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
What's going on?
Not a whole lot. What are you guys doing?
Oh, I'm watching the shit show still.
Oh, well, at least you have a trial going. I don't.
Yeah, yours got postponed, huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, they're still deciding on a jury. So
What was yours supposed to be?
what kind of case? It's a murder case.
No, what? Which one?
It's
Hannah
Georgia
Moore?
v.
Oh,
Hannah.
the chick that chased down the dude?
She didn't chase him down.
Well,
She
okay,
was-
what? I mean,
He was
citizen's arrest.
fleeing the scene. Yes.
Right, I get it. I know.
Is McKinley
I know.
hot, or is that just me? Or I meant loud, but you know.
Well, I am.
I was
super
wondering how to answer that until you clarified the question.
As soon as it came out, I was like, well, that could have been worded better.
She's a little hot, but that's all right.
But why am I always so?
You guys, it is
See, I have
not
it set
my
on
birthday.
32.
Not my birthday.
Is this better?
Oh, happy birthday, Fahala.
It's not my birthday.
Is this any better?
Yeah, I think it is. It
Yeah.
sounds better to me.
I turned it down to 8%.
I wonder if it's because StreamYard's sound balancing.
I don't
Maybe.
know.
So should I turn it back up to normal?
No, I think you're good where you're at the moment.
Okay.
I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but it sounds good here.
They say I'm loud.
Well, you were loud. I think we fixed it.
Remember, it's a delay.
There's a delay. It takes them like
Oh, okay.
10 seconds or something before they can hear what we hear. KLI. That's savage. That is savage. Sean is going to redirect to you when he wraps. Sean is? That's awesome. That's super cool.
What's that?
Stray says Sean is going to redirect to me when he's done. That's super cool.
Cool.
So for those that are just joining us, we are watching the Elijah McClain murder trial. Two EMTs are on trial for manslaughter, negligent homicide, and a slew of assault charges. We have an expert on the stand, a forensic toxicologist expert on the stand, and defense just took over cross. We're in a little bit of a sidebar, and we just had McKinley and Dave join us. So it was a good pause, good time to jump in. And before we get started again on the trial, Xcomer Triple Z with 58 North Korean dollar due says, denial is the first stage of birthday. Happy birthday. Appreciate it, buddy. Thanks, Peace Peony. It's not my birthday, guys. It's not my birthday. I don't think so, McKinley. I did download
Okay.
the volume booster, so we're playing with all kinds of things.
Oh, I was going to tell you to do that.
I did today.
Good. I think I shared it with you like months ago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
you
MG
shared it with me for sure.
yesterday. And I
I
Is
couldn't figure
Baker-
it out though.
Is Baker in chat?
He was. I don't know
Baker,
if he-
9 a.m. for our trial. 9
I thought you
a.m.
said it wasn't starting.
Yeah,
Well, it
he
wasn't
checked.
starting today. It was supposed to start today, but they haven't
Yeah.
set a jury yet. So 9 a.m. tomorrow morning it's starting.
That is just not fair. Y'all get a way better trial.
Hmm?
We need a new trial.
Well, don't worry. Don't worry. One day when you've advanced enough to be, at the same level that I'm at.
Then we can have a better trial.
Proceeded.
What is it?
Formally recalled 21
Oh, we should
2800,
just do Young
21
Thug.
Sierra 2806.
Microsoft
Parties and counsel are
Edge.
present. The jurors have
I
returned.
don't know
Next
what it
witness
is,
is
Sally.
available.
Young Thug is entirely too
will call
complicated
Dr.
for me to
Stevens.
It's
even
not so
try.
complicated. It's so awesome.
Xcomer gifted 10 memberships. We got 10 new goat herders. Sue got one. Kevin Clark got one. Mexican Vader, Joanne Holly.
Why am I paying for a membership when I could just get gifted one?
Exactly.
Equality, T-Rex, Jenny C-Case, Johnny Osprey, and Rosie one. Welcome you
If you could
all.
please
to Goat
tell us
Herders.
your name and spell your last.
I like the
My name
video.
is Dr. Stephen Cina, C-I-N-A.
Your witness.
Good morning, Dr. Sina.
How can
Sir, could you
just
tell
say
us
I'm
what your
not in
profession is,
chat.
please?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Yeah.
And where do you work?
I'm a contractor for the
damn
Adams County
video.
Coroner's Office, so I do about.
You got my
2
message, Baker,
autopsies.
9 a.m.
So you're not an employee of Adams
Yes,
County?
y'all. If you would be
That's
so
correct.
kind, please hit the like button.
And
We
did
appreciate
you
it.
perform the autopsy of Elijah McClain in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how was it that you came to be the person that performed that autopsy?
Because it was my turn to do autopsies that day, I was on the schedule.
And as a forensic pathologist, is it part of your job to try to determine a cause of death when you do an autopsy?
Yes, that's one of the main focuses of the autopsy is to determine cause of death.
Okay. And without stating your conclusion or your opinion, did you reach an opinion as to Mr. McClain's cause of death in this case?
And yes, I did.
I want to go back now and talk a little bit about your qualifications as a forensic pathologist. Where did you receive your education?
I received my BA in Natural Sciences from the Johns Hopkins University in 1988, my MD from Vanderbilt University School of Medicine in 1992.
And following getting your medical
Nice.
degree, did you receive any further training?
Yes, I did 3 years of anatomic pathology residency in Charleston, South Carolina, then a yearly surgical pathology fellowship at the Johns Hopkins Hospital. followed
This
by a year
case
of
is out of
forensic pathology
Colorado.
fellowship
This is in
training
Aurora,
at the Office of the
Colorado.
Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland.
And do you
Colorado
have
still
any,
a state?
medical board certifications?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
So far.
What is anatomic pathology?
That's the branch of medicine that looks at how disease and injury affects the cells and tissues of the body. The main portions of that are surgical pathology, which is looking at biopsies or cancer resection specimens and making diagnoses. Cytology, which used to be pap smear, but now it's shifted more towards fine needle aspirate.
It's a
and
valid
things of that
question.
nature.
It's a
And then
valid question.
autopsy pathology, which is the examination of people who have died.
And you said you're also board certified in forensic pathology?
That's correct. After I completed my 1-year fellowship, I was able to sit for the board exam and pass that in 1997.
Oh, this is a
And
new
what is
guy.
forensic pathology?
That's the subspecialty pathology that applies
Anybody
to
catch
principles
his
of
name
medicine
by
and
chance?
pathology to answer questions.
The
of
guy with the
legal
thing.
significance.
The guy with the
The
thing.
most common function, as if you ever see the TV shows, is we do the autopsies to determine cause and manner of death. But we're also trained in interpreting toxicology, microscopic analysis of tissues from people, death scene investigation, and courtroom testimony.
That's what we're going with. until we
Following
get
the
it in.
training that you talked about a few minutes ago, what has been your professional career since you became a doctor?
Sure, the Air Force had paid for medical school, so following completion of all of my training, I served 4 years active duty in the Air Force from 1997 to 2001, where I ran the biggest autopsy service for the Air Force and served as a regional medical examiner for the armed forces. So I would fly around the world to whoever a forensic case needed to be autopsied. After that, I moved to Northern Colorado for 6 years, where I became chairman of pathology at McKee Medical Center in Loveland. I was also a deputy coroner in Larimer County at that time.
I think
For
it might
7
be
years, I was the
one
coroner
of
in Weld
these.
County. I was
I
also
think
pulling out
Colorado
about
has
80% of
changed
the autopsies
their
from Wyoming
use
to
of
my office in
ketamine
Loveland to do those.
They
and
have.
ambulances
After
because
those
of
6 years,
this
I moved to South
case.
Florida. where
This
I
is
was
also the
chief
third
medical
trial
examiner
in this
Fort
case.
Lauderdale for about 4.5 years.
3 police
Then 7
officers
years,
were
the chief
charged.
administrative officer
2
at
were
the University
acquitted.
of Miami
1
Dade
was
Bank.
found
Following that,
guilty.
from
And then
2012
these
to
are the two
2016, I was chief
EMTs.
medical examiner in Chicago. I then moved back here in 2016 to get back to a little quieter life.
Dr. Sina, do you have an estimate of how many autopsies you performed over the course of your career?
Somewhere between 8,500 and 9,000.
Are you
Whoa,
a member
that's
of
a
any
lot.
professional organizations of forensic pathologists?
Member of the
You
National
know, when you get up
Association of
to
Medical
like
Examiners,
5,000,
the
you start
American
getting
Academy of
lazy with your work,
Forensic
though.
Sciences, the International
Eesh.
Academy of Coroners and Medical Examiners, and the Society for Cardiovascular Pathology. There's also a few others in there, but they're smaller organizations.
You referred to the National Association of Medical Examiners. Is that
Eesh.
sometimes called NAME?
Yes, and if I refer to it henceforward, name is going to be a lot easier to say.
And
Oh,
what is
don't
that
use words
organization?
like that.
Basically, it's an organization that was
Henceforward.
formed, I believe, in the 60s.
What's that?
To
I don't like when they use
promulgate,
things like
quality performance of
henceforward.
forensic autopsies, to provide guidance to forensic pathologists, to provide a forum for political actions for forensic pathologists, and to provide education for forensic pathologists.
Have you had any leadership roles in that organization?
I served on the board of directors, I believe, 5 3-year terms, and I served as their vice president.
At this time, I would tender Dr. Sina as an expert in forensic pathology, autopsies, and cause and manner of death determinations.
Or Dyer, or objection?
Why can I not?
Void dar.
Yes.
That's how I say it too.
Void dar.
Dire.
I say voir dire instead of voir dire.
I like
Just
Vadier.
2 quick questions or 2 quick areas of inquiry on Voidar. I saw when you approached the witness stand this morning, you were carrying a manila folder. When you sat down, you opened it up in front of you. Can you just tell us what that is?
Sure, that is the autopsy case folder from Adams County. I have it here, but I won't refer to it unless I ask the judge for permission.
Perfect. That's what I was hoping your answer would be. Thank you, sir. My next question was, you indicated that you're a
Thank you,
member
Cindy.
of NAME.
I
Is
appreciate
that
it.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And you talked about some of the purposes of NAME, and one of them you said was a political forums.
Save the date, y'all.
It's a place where we can discuss predominantly national issues that affect the practice of forensic pathology, where we can
December 16th.
get a voice through the
gonna
leadership
be
of
fun.
NAME to get our issues heard in DC and in other places.
Okay. So it's kind of a lobbying wing of the organization.
Response?
To
Well,
Vod
he said he's a
Dyer, the
member of this organization,
witness.
So I'm trying to explore what impact it may have on his qualifications. I don't know.
I always thought, but
That's the
the
purpose of
second
what
way to say it, the
Well,
way
the
they're saying
purpose
it
of our
was
Voir
defense
dire.
is qualified to testify.
Var
in the
dire.
area,
Board
not
dire.
necessarily
All
biased.
dire. I always thought that was a Southern thing.
That's all I have. Thanks,
Probably
Doctor.
is.
I think it is.
Sounds like it would be.
Right?
Right, based upon the offer, the court will allow Dr. Sina to explain and opine in the areas of anatomic and forensic pathology, including cause and manner of death.
And Your Honor, just so the record,
I have
we don't
that wrong.
object to his qualifications.
Okay.
Dr. Sina, I want to make sure the jury understands the difference between your role and between the elected coroner of Adams County. Can you explain those two different roles?
Sure. In the medical examiner systems where I've worked, about half the country is covered by medical examiners and half by elected coroners. Most of the big cities are medical
Pathologists?
examiner offices. The medical examiner in those offices determines cause and manner of death. In Adams County, where I work for a coroner, I determine cause of death, but the coroner is allowed to determine manner of death. However, we discuss cases with each other, and we've not
That's
had
weird.
a disagreement in the 6 years I've been there.
Who is the elected coroner of Adams County?
Monica Brancuccia Jordan.
And was that also
That's
true in
kinda weird.
2019?
Yes, it was.
And I also want to explain how you are paid for your time. You are an independent contractor with Adams County, is that correct?
That is correct.
When you provide testimony
What-
for a case like this, are you paid
What
for your
number
time?
comes after 50?
That's correct. Not by Adams
What?
County.
So
It's a real
confused by
question. It's a real
So
question.
either side could call you as a witness.
Correct.
and
I'm
that's how you
asking,
pay for
is
your
that
time
it?
testifying.
Yes.
Correct. I've been called in
Yes.
cases by the
Yes.
defendant as well.
It is, right?
Yes,
Yes,
why?
yes.
Just
It's
a
not
lawyer
working.
math
Forensic
test.
Pathologist who performed the
Yeah.
autopsy of
I
Elijah
was so
McClain.
confused.
Yes, it was.
And what day did you perform that
The
autopsy?
Orc, what's up, my man? How you doing,
You
brother?
may, if it helps you refresh your recollection.
This has got me.
The autopsy was performed on September 3rd,
Good day.
2019.
Oh, and then panel. I
And
guess.
what day did Elijah McClain?
It's not.
He was pronounced dead August 27th.
Yeah, it's better.
And
getting
where
a little
was he
better.
pronounced dead?
I believe
I don't know if
it
that's
was
true or not.
Do you know which one?
not off the top of my head.
Do you know if it was in Adams County, Colorado?
Should have been because it came from my jurisdiction.
Did you reach an opinion, Dr. Sina, as to the cause of death of Elijah McClain?
I guess I did.
And what was that opinion?
In my final report, he died of complications of ketamine administration
T-Rex.
following forcible restraint.
With a
Yeah,
$2
but how
super
can you
chat
be-
Those
asks,
words yourself?
I did. I also discussed them
how
with
are
the coroner.
cause and manner of death different?
Did you reach that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
I did.
There it is. Ding, ding, ding.
Degree of medical certainty. Cause and manner of death. The cause of death is how somebody perished. The manner of death would be homicide, the S word, or natural causes. Am
Well, I
correct
think
in
you
that?
got that reversed, but but it's the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. The cause of death is like homicide versus accident versus natural, whatever. And then the cause is what was it? A stabbing, a shooting, a heart attack, a drug.
Too back, Val. I didn't hear. Go back to the medical certainty. Will do. That was getting a little.
Manner of death is the type.
Yeah.
Flux has arrived. Flux has arrived.
Flux. It's about time.
But we need to
Flux.
stop everything and
Hey,
acknowledge. Flux, did you know that it's Valhalla's birthday today?
It's not.
It's
not my
not,
birthday.
though.
Flux. It's not my birthday.
And they tricked me.
I'ma
as-
kick your ass. I'ma kick your ass.
Everyone's saying happy birthday to you.
I can't sing, or I would.
Singing together on a streaming panel is never a good idea.
Nope.
Happy birthday to you.
Let's go. Brandon for $2 asks, why is everyone sober? Mostly
I'm
because
starting.
Who says I am?
I'm sober.
I was going to say, I'm trying to at least wait until the lunch break on the trial before I crack a beer. That's my rule for myself. At least wait till they've had
I want
half
to
a
talk
day.
or have you talk about sort of the categories of information that you relied
Oh, you
on
want me to
in
back it
reaching
up,
your
don't you,
opinion of
Jerry?
cool.
We'll
For
get
what?
the keyword in there. So we can get the keyword, I guess. I don't know. She might have been trying to take a sound clip that I messed up.
I think the sound clip was of you, right?
Well, that could be too.
Well, then that's not going to work.
Well, and now I messed it up anyway. So that's where we're at in life. Way to go.
I
Oh, yeah,
didn't
don't
hear
touch.
it.
Don't push buttons.
I shouldn't have. Push buttons. Now everything's
Damn
fine.
it.
I think she wanted to hear the reasonable degree of medical certainty, or whatever,
Yeah.
however they say it.
I believe that's what it was.
Oh, bodies of 5 university students found stuffed in a car in Mexico.
I did
Yee.
actually discuss them with coroner and they
Yikes.
confirmed.
And did you reach that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
I did.
A reasonable degree of
I want to
medical
talk or
certainty.
have you talk about sort of the categories of information that you relied on in reaching your opinion about Mr. McClain's cause of death. Could you describe for us just what those basic categories were?
Be a combination of medical records, witness statements, including police and people who were involved in this whole incident. And there was a lot of videotaped body cam footage that I was able to eventually review.
Oh, is that Valkyrie?
Did you also rely on the
People
findings
in
of
the
the
background?
autopsy?
Yes,
Yeah, I was like, what the
And
hell?
what about blood toxicology results?
they're important as
I have
well.
no control.
There were some significant results in this case.
Are those the excuse me, I'm losing my voice here. Are those the types of things that forensic pathologists typically rely on in determining cause of death?
Wow, she
Oh,
just
yeah,
sounded like she
autopsy
aged
is,
about 20
related to
years.
that, particularly with the fentanyl
Ew.
epidemic, toxicological
The
findings
woman
are
asking
becoming more and more
questions.
important.
Thanks for that,
I
Mr.
want to
James.
talk about first.
Appreciate
I want
it,
to go
buddy.
through these different categories of
What
things
is that?
you relied on.
She
Can
came running in
you
here and she
talk
goes, "Hey,
first about the
Mr. James
the different
texted me and told you to
aspects
go
that you go
wish
through
you a
when you
happy
perform an
birthday.
autopsy.
So happy birthday."
Well, the first thing that happened is when I go in in the morning, the investigators from the coroner's office.
Damn it, she was
put
supposed to
together
buy
a
a cake
narrative,
for you.
which is basically the story as they know it at that time. That can come from hospital staff, it can come from police officers, it can come from witness statements, it can come from medical records, it can come from family. So then I have a story that
Wasn't
gives me
my
an
mic
idea of what
muted?
I'm approaching with the case. It also may
Not
guide
at the
me
very
to,
second.
special
At the
studies,
very,
special
very beginning, it
techniques,
wasn't, but you didn't know
different
she was
kinds of
coming in.
toxicology.
No,
After
she
I've
just
done that, the body
Right.
was received in a
rushed
body
into the
bag.
door all crazy.
We
It
open
scared the
that.
shit out of me.
And you were like, oh God, I need to mute.
Thought there was an
document any general
emergency or
external
something.
He
features,
said
hair color,
acute.
eye color,
Oh, Jamie
eye
wants to
shape,
know what he determined the
tattoos,
cause of
things of
death
that
was.
nature.
It was
Then I document
acute,
any external
blah, blah, blah,
injuries.
blah, blah, ketamine, blah, blah,
Following
blah, blah,
that,
blah.
we
It was
go through the
something.
toxicology
It was
and do a
something.
complete internal examination looking for disease or injury. Often microscopic slides are taken. I look at those later, and I look at the
But
toxicology
it was
results
because
later.
of ketamine.
And once I have all the information that I need, including the background information that we just talked about, I come up with the cause and manner of death.
Let me go back to sort of an earlier step there in the autopsy. You talked about an external physical examination.
That's correct.
Did you make findings as to Mr. McClain's height and weight?
Yes, he was 5'7", 140.
Was there anything else remarkable about your external examination, Mr. McClain?
He had a few scab scrapes here and there, but
You wasted a
no
good
obvious
surprise on
life-threatening
me.
injuries externally.
Yeah.
And then I want to go to the internal examination that you did. Did you examine Mr. McClain's brain?
Yes, it
Farrell,
And
it wouldn't be
what
the first
findings did you
time
make
that
with
we've had a
respect to his
murder
brain?
trial where the
his brain had been
victim
deprived of
might still be
oxygen for a
alive.
period of time. So there was basically a condition called anoxic encephalopathy.
forget about
the brain gets
y'all.
very soft and the neurons die.
About what?
Friday.
Did you take any samples of the brain?
Friday,
Yeah.
Friday, Friday
And what
night.
do you, how do you
Friday?
measure those samples and what do you do with them?
So we take a
Zachariah
piece of
Anderson
tissue, put it in a small
fundraising
plastic bag.
and A&E stream.
Why don't we
Oh,
talk about
nice.
that for a second?
I
Sure.
love that movie. I said I love that movie.
That movie. So is it Friday? I thought it was Saturday.
No,
Might
it's
be.
Friday night. Friday night at 8 p.m. A&E is running a story on Zachariah Anderson trial.
Oh, really?
So far, given the show descriptions, it sounds like it's all kinds of wrong. So we are going to stream it and critique it heavily and viciously while it is streaming. Although the stream of the actual show is probably going to take place only on Rumble. We're going to
Not-
start 8 p.m. on YouTube. And we're also hoping to raise some funds for Zachariah Anderson's defense fund. So everyone mark your calendars, 8 p.m. Eastern, Friday, MLS, Making Law Simple channel. We can all watch it together, tear it apart together, and hopefully raise some money for...
What's going on with his defense at the moment?
Well,
Has
they
he-
just hired Natalie Wisco
Okay.
as part of their appellate team, and they're making their way through the appellate system as it stands right now.
Man, that dude is so innocent.
Yeah, well, he's definitely not guilty.
He's not guilty, but I feel like he might actually be innocent.
Yeah, and he might actually be innocent. I feel like it's more probable that he is innocent than he is guilty. But
Right.
whatever your beliefs are, that wasn't enough evidence to convict him.
Oh, for
1,000%.
sure not.
Yeah.
1,000%.
So I will show up if you buy beers. I'm going to buy beers for that, Brandon. I'm going to buy beers
Uh-oh.
and Prosecco. It's going to be a good time.
Oh, you're getting
Uh-oh.
Prosecco too? You fancy.
I'm going to have a bottle of Prosecco.
You fancy.
I'm going to do a shot of Prosecco every time that they say something that's incorrect, according to
Oh,
the
no.
trial exhibits. I imagine I'm going to last about 10 minutes. And then
Yeah, that's
hopefully
not
Valhalla
good.
is there to take over my...
I was gonna say you're not gonna make it very long, bud. You're not gonna make it very long at all. But so those that don't know, Zachariah Anderson was found guilty in a murder trial that had nowhere near enough evidence to convict him, and that's almost a unanimous
It was
feeling
shocking.
across all of us on YouTube that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
He has to raise a tremendous amount of money for his defense appeals case, and he's hired Natalie Wisco. So we are going to try and...
If you don't know her, she's the saving grace on the Rittenhouse case.
Yes, she is.
She's
And
the woman
also
with the gray
awesome.
hair that you see towards the end of the trial that really
Yeah,
saved
we
that
see.
trial.
I saw him last night for the first time. Like, I went back and rewatched that stream last night, or most of it.
Mm-hmm.
I was super impressed.
Yeah.
With
Did
Rittenhouse?
you,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so, but yeah, so no body, no DNA of the defendant anywhere at the crime scene, no DNA of the alleged victim anywhere at Zach's home, in the septic or anything like that. No cell phone data, no video data, no eyewitness, no witness of the vehicle, no video camera surveillance, nothing except for one spot of DNA, which may or may not have been the victim's, located in the back of the defendant's vehicle, which could have gotten there any number of ways because the victim and his girlfriend, if you want to call her that, share kids with the defendant. So who knows? But that's it. Literally one spot of DNA that may or may not have been there, that has a million different possibilities of reasons why it's there. It's the only thing that convicted him. And that is not enough evidence.
Should not have been enough evidence, but the jury, for whatever reason, disagreed, and now we're doing.
Oh
what we
yes, he
can
had
to-
Clorox wipes in the middle of COVID. I
Yeah.
forgot.
That's
Wait,
true.
like in his car?
No,
No,
he
no, they
purchased
had
them.
video.
He purchased them the day after this guy went missing.
They had video of
Like
him
Clorox
purchasing
wipes
Clorox
are big enough to clean
Clorox
up.
wipes, a tin
um,
of sardines, gloves. Right? Did he buy rubber
Yep.
gloves? But he's
Yeah,
also working
maybe.
construction and doing demolition.
Michael Gravely was the DA in that case, and he almost exclusively referred to the Clorox wipes as bleach. He also,
Oh, yeah.
in his closing
Yeah.
statements,
Oh, well, there
said
was
that
a-
They
found
weren't
the
even
body.
they're not bleach, are they?
Nah, they might be a little bit.
There
bleach.
was a bottle of bleach that they got from his home that they brought into the courtroom, and the defense counsel was like, "Open that cap. Has this thing ever been opened before?" They opened it live in the courtroom. They're like, "Yeah, no, this has never been opened before." Like, okay, thank you.
Get wrecked, Gravely, you piece of shit. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to that. We'll get to rip that all apart on Friday.
All right. Since I don't have a stream, I'm gonna go back to work. I'll be back though. You'll be streaming for a while.
Why don't you give me a couple minutes, actually?
Okay.
Awesome.
That is then
What
sent
does
to a
that
lab,
mean?
and it goes through a processing procedure to
Oh,
eventually create a
okay.
microscopic slide that I can look at.
Did you make any other findings, remarkable findings with respect to Mr. McClain's brain?
I believe the biggest
Yeah,
finding
the
was
jury
the
does show
neurons,
how
was
stupid
that
the average
significant?
person is.
because it means his brain had been deprived of
Yeah.
oxygen for a period of
Valhalla
time.
needs a
resulting in
bucket and a
irreversible brain
vape.
injury.
That's my opinion.
You talk about Mr. McClain's lungs. Did you examine those as
Damn.
part of your internal examination?
Yes, I did.
And what findings did you make with respect to Mr. McClain's lungs?
The most significant findings is sometime over the course of this
McKinley's
incident,
not muted, so if she starts
either
screaming at her
before the
kid,
ketamine
we'll all know.
administration or after, or perhaps both, he had inhaled some vomit into his lungs, which had resulted in significant inflammation.
And how were you able to determine that that had happened?
Microscopically, I saw inflammation.
Gravely is
as
somehow
well as,
worse than the governor of my
different
state.
kind of particles
And Gravely's pretty
in
bad.
inhaled vomit.
And how
Oh,
did you
what
know
is
that
this
Mr.
now?
McClain's lungs were inflamed?
Because there are inflammatory cells in the lung linings microscopically.
Were there any other remarkable findings with respect to Mr. McClain's lungs?
I believe he had some chronic asthma, and he had a few changes suggestive of diffuse alveolar damage, which is nonspecific. It's one of the ways that the lungs react when it's insulted. You get little protein membranes inside of them.
When you say insulted, what does that mean?
The lungs weren't happy. It can be for a variety of reasons. Inhaling vomit's one of them. Pneumonia can also result in this. COVID is classic for causing diffuse alveolar damage.
As part of your internal examination, did you examine Mr. McClain's heart?
Yes, it is.
And what findings did you make regarding his heart?
Grossly, he had a small left anterior descending coronary artery. Your heart has two main coronary arteries, the left and the right. The left.
Oh, they wouldn't have wanted me on that jury.
Goes around the heart. Left anterior descending coronary artery, which goes down the front of the heart, and the right coronary artery, which supplies the right side of the heart and the back 2/3 of the heart. In this case, the left anterior descending coronary artery was small. It was about 1 to 2 millimeters in diameter, whereas normal, I would say, for his size would be closer to 3 to 4.
Oh,
Did you
bucket
see
in the
any
vape.
evidence that Mr. McClain had had a heart attack?
I did not see any evidence of that, either with my naked eye or microscopically.
Did you see any evidence that he had any heart disease?
No, not really. I mean, part of the reason we take the microscopic slides is to assess the conduction system of the heart. That looks okay. To look for any evidence of infection.
No, not really, or no.
myocarditis.
He does sound like
No
Dan
infection
Aykroyd.
there.
I kind of want to
And
watch
to look for dead heart cells
Ghostbusters
sign
now.
of a heart attack, and I didn't see that either.
I want to talk now about the
Sorry, McKinley, what were you
blood
saying?
toxicology tests that did you request
He
blood
just,
toxicology?
he said no, not really, about
analysis?
heart disease.
And what blood did you send for those toxicology
Yeah, I heard.
analysis?
I heard
believe
that
it's in
too.
hospital blood, but I'm going to double check that real quick. Yes, it was blood taken at the hospital shortly after his initial admission. Because anything I got.
Feel like this is
well,
it's more likely than not that he died of this
And why
sort of
was the
situation
admission
in a
blood
beyond a
reliable?
reasonable doubt kind of case.
Because that gives you a better picture of what drugs were in his system at the time of the incident, rather than what he was given in the hospital over several days.
And did you receive those toxicology results back?
I did.
And what did they reflect?
There was a ketamine level of 1,400 nanograms per milliliter, which is within the therapeutic range of the toxicology text that we commonly use. He also had some marijuana on board.
It's the
Anything else?
marijuana that did it.
No, that was it. Marijuana, its metabolites, and ketamine.
You talked about the fact that you reviewed body-worn camera footage in the course of making your opinion. Can you tell us what body-worn camera footage you reviewed?
Initially, I had requested all of the body.
So this
cam
is
footage, but I
most
wasn't
people
able
are
to get
confused
that.
by
So
this.
Several months after his death, we need.
No, like why is the medical examiner looking at other stuff? It's because they're not a coroner. They're a medical examiner. They're there to determine the cause of death.
Inclusive. Over the course of the next,
And they look at
couple of
body
years,
camera and
actually,
other stuff.
more information came to light. I feel that I saw all the body camera footage, and that enabled me to reach a final cause and manner of death, which we just discussed.
You also talked about reviewing medical records. What medical records did you review before reaching your final opinion?
Any medical records that were released to us from the office, I can't recall them all exactly.
Did they include records of Mr. McClain's hospitalization just prior to his death?
Yes, he did have a hospitalization prior to his death.
Did they also include historical medical records?
I believe some of them related to his history of asthma.
Well, if that's
You
true,
mentioned
O-line
you
read,
also
then he
reviewed
should be
some
crossed
witness
heavily on
statements
that.
in testimony, is that correct?
Right.
That's correct. I believe many officers, I believe the paramedics, and I think there were several others. This was several months ago since I looked at them all.
And then if you could talk jury through, considering all of that information, how you arrived at your opinion that Mr. McClain's cause of death was complications of ketamine administration following forcible restraint.
Sure. Initially, as I said, I determined the cause of manner of death to be undetermined because I don't think I had a full picture of what was going on.
They're going through it
At
now.
that time, I said intense physical exertion and a small coronary artery were contributory. Since then, the investigation showed that he actually was a distance runner. He was in good shape. So I don't believe the coronary artery really played a factor. I believe that he was born with just a small artery and had different capillaries serving that portion of the heart. So he never had a heart attack. And I didn't see any history of heart complaints in his records. What really got me was when I got all the body cam footage is following his restraint, he was in a situation where he seemed pretty worn out, pretty exhausted. He was still kicking his feet to some degree and making some noises. When he had his sleeve pulled up to get the ketamine injection, he reacted to that. When he got the shot itself, he didn't really flinch. But within 2 minutes of getting the shot, he went from that sort of worn out state.
Is he possibly allergic to it?
He was in severe.
Can't account for that.
Very shallow breathing, very irregular breathing. To me, I refer to that as agonal breathing because it looked like respiratory arrest was coming. And within a few minutes, he did go into respiratory arrest and cardiac arrest. So to me, seeing that footage of,
I wonder if he's going to testify about
worn out,
potential
but alive,
allergic reactions.
to one that looks like he's about to stop breathing and die, with the only thing being the ketamine injection in between. I felt we couldn't ignore that. So I determined the cause of death to be complications of ketamine administration following restraint.
And was that cause supported by the other aspects of your examination, the autopsy, review of records, and blood toxicology?
Yes, in my
Quit
opinion,
leading.
I didn't call it an outright ketamine overdose because he wasn't at a lethal level. But even this therapeutic level was just too much for this person at that time. He just did not tolerate it well, and he stopped breathing.
So I want to ask you, you've mentioned that you did an initial report back in the fall of 2019. Is that correct?
That would be the right time frame.
And when you did that initial autopsy, had you requested access to all the body-worn camera footage?
Yes, I have.
What body-worn camera footage had you requested?
In an in-custody death of this nature, I was best all the available witness statements and body camera footage.
And did you receive that?
Not initially, which is what left me with undetermined for my cause of manner of death.
No, that's a good
I
cover
want to
for
take just
why
one
he
step
didn't.
back.
He went
So when
back and
you're
forth.
talking about determining a cause of death, that's a sort of a term of art that you're using as a forensic pathologist.
It's a medical diagnosis. It's the disease or injury which started the ball rolling, which ultimately led to a person's death.
And in your initial opinion, what did
Well,
you determine to be the cause of
If
death?
you're doing that,
was
birth
undetermined because
ultimately
I
is
didn't have a
the
lethal
cause
drug
of
level.
everyone's
I
death.
didn't have any lethal injury.
How
and
far
I
back
didn't
you
have
gonna
all the
go?
body cam footage to rule out that something happened during the incident that may have contributed to death.
And in that initial report, you had you had identified a contributing factor of intense physical exertion and a narrow left coronary artery. Is that right?
That's correct. From the body footage that I did have, there was evidence of intense physical exertion, which
Lefty
can
is
result
very
in
hot.
some degree of lactic acidosis
Lefty is very hot.
or hypoxia. We don't know how much lactic acidosis he had or how much hypoxia, but after struggle or even after an intense workout or a run, it's not unusual to have some lactic acidosis. So he probably has some of that to attribute to the physical exertion.
And
The small coronary artery we just discussed, it was smaller than it should have been. So I figured probably not a good thing, so I put it as an contributory.
and what is a
I got
contributing
a,
factor when you mentioned that in your report? What is the significance of that?
It's
I got
not
a
something
clip.
that
I got a clip sent to me real quick.
Lefty is very hot. Lefty is very hot. Damn it, Farrell.
Figured you'd
cause
like
death
that.
in and of itself. But it contributes.
What?
Farrell
There's a
sent
clip of David.
And what information after
Saying that
you
Lefty
had
is
reached that
very
initial
hot.
opinion? What additional information did you
Oh.
receive?
More witness statements, more body cam footage, and I believe more medical records.
And did that help you be able to arrive at an actual cause of death?
Yes, it enabled me to reach the final cause of death, although the manner of death remained undetermined because I'm not sure the physical restraint that occurred, if the police, if they were the cause of some of his metabolic problems, or if it was all related to his own intense physical exertion. So if the police had caused it or caused him to aspirate vomit, then I would call it a homicide, being that I wasn't sure if the police involvement played a role or not. That's it, undetermined.
And let me take just one step back on that one too. What actually is this box manner of death that you fill out as a forensic pathologist? What is it for?
In the early 1900s, the United
Whoa,
States
what's up, buddy?
decided that we should have
Good to
manner
see
of
you.
death on our death certificate. So they came up with a model United States death certificate. This then went to the states and they tweaked theirs. So resultantly, Colorado has a death certificate form, and on it,
Yeah, that's not going anywhere,
you have boxes
Salvador.
where you can check on homicide, suicide, accident, natural, undetermined if we can't decide between a couple of those, or pending if we need more information. So it's not a medical diagnosis. It's more of a medical
What's up,
legal
Sal? How you doing,
diagnosis,
buddy?
which takes into account the circumstances surrounding a person's death, not the cause of death itself. I believe Vital Statistics uses the manner of death classification system for research. And
I tagged you in a
purposes.
tweet, Valhalla.
Okay, and what exactly is vital statistics that it's capital V, capital S,
I
vital
can't wait to
statistics?
see
correct?
this.
Yes, it's a State Department, and they're in charge of death.
I'm hoping it works.
And you are reporting manner of death so that vital statistics can make use of that information.
That's correct. It's a required box on the death certificate.
And I just want to be clear, when you are
Outstanding.
making your manner of death determination, that's not a determination of guilt or innocence under the criminal law, correct?
No, I mean, sometimes when we call something a homicide, which means death occurred at the hand of another person, that could be
It's not my birthday.
self-defense,
It's not my
not
birthday.
prosecutable. Could be a judicial execution, which is not prosecutable. Could be any kind of justifiable homicide. So if I say homicide, it may not equate with the legal system. Similarly, on a motor vehicle accident involving a drunk driver, we call motor vehicle accident fatalities.
Maybe that's what I should do. I should just have a birthday stream every day.
System.
There you go.
Thank you. Dr. Sina, when you are doing an autopsy, you are taking various samples of organs and tissues. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And how do you decide what samples to take?
I have a fairly standard procedure where I take out samples of the major organs. If there's some unusual finding, sometimes I'll keep extra.
And are there standards that govern how you preserve the samples that you take in case further investigation needs to be done in the future?
I believe the national standards say you should take samples of the major body organs. They need to be retained in fixative solution for at least 6 months. However, I believe the Adams County Coroner's Office holds on to things 1 to 2 years, sometimes longer.
And did you follow those standards in preserving samples in this case?
Yes, I did, and another forensic pathologist was able to come and review those later on.
Do you retain whole organs ever?
I would say a few times a year, I'll retain brain.
I can see Salvador doing that.
alpha
It's just
thalate,
going so
possible
wrong for
blood
him.
injuries.
Oh,
Keep the entire brain and send it to a neuropathologist for more blood examinations.
oh,
But
Sal.
other organs rarely.
Oh, Sal.
I got a video
Comments
that
to
I've been
release organs
saving
back to a family for
for my
burial.
birthday,
Yes, we try to return the body from our
or a
place
day when
to the
people
home as old as
cared.
possible.
I want to
It's
talk
not you
about,
milking another horse, is it?
you've mentioned several different things that you were considering as you were coming to your cause of death determination. I want to talk about some things that you ruled out.
It's
for this
okay.
cause
It
of
was a
death.
boy horse.
Did you rule out as a cause of death this narrow coronary artery that you saw?
McKinley doesn't know what to do with us, I don't think.
I know. But she's not privy to like the origins of a lot of these
Rule
things,
out
which
the
makes it
No.
more
coronary
fun.
artery as a cause of Elijah McClain's
That
death.
does make it a little
Yes,
funnier.
after I saw the video and saw the rapid reaction after the ketamine, I really didn't think his heart was as big an issue as his respiratory system. So rather than saying it was contributory, I left it off the final conclusion. Can I say 100% certain that it didn't do anything? No, but I don't believe it did, especially if it was able to
Yeah,
run 3 to 5
Farrell's
miles of
channel.
that same coronary artery.
And can you explain the significance of why his running was important to you?
When you're running, you're exerting yourself, and your heart has to work harder to get oxygen to your body and to itself.
It
So if
definitely
you're running
wasn't
several
Jamie.
miles,
I know that.
and you have problem with the coronary artery, you would think that may show up as chest pain,
What?
shortness of breath, something of that nature. I
Yeah,
didn't
none
see
of
any
that
in
came
his
through.
history.
Nuh-uh.
And were there any?
I said I had to scroll
findings
way
with
down to
respect
find
the
Farrell's
heart that
channel
helped you
because she
rule-
hasn't put anything up in a
on your
while.
examination, either visually or microscopically, that helped you rule out that as a cause of death?
Well, I mean, in older people, when we see narrow coronary arteries, it's usually due to atherosclerosis, plaque building up in the wall. I didn't see
Happy
that with the
birthday,
naked
dog.
eye,
Happy
nor
birthday.
did I see that with my microscopic sections of the coronary artery. So I don't think he had a classic coronary artery disease. Further, if he was stressing his heart through physical activity and that small coronary artery wasn't enough or didn't have blood coming from other parts of the heart, I might expect to see scarring in that part of the heart, evidence of microscopic heart attacks, if you will. And I
Yeah,
didn't
it's
see
in
any of
Farrell's channel. It's a short.
Nice.
Dr. Sina, did you see any reference in the records that you reviewed to the suggestion that Mr. McClain could have been experiencing something called excited delirium?
Oh, okay.
The records indicated in at least one statement that he was exhibiting what was called
Oh, she
superhuman
put it in
strength,
chat.
doing a push-up with 3 people on him. We're not allowed to use the term excited delirium anymore because NAME cited a few months ago. It's not a good diagnosis.
You're not, Dr. Sina, if I could just pause you, I want to make
They're
sure.
not
that
even
it's
allowed
by
to
the court
use
orders.
that term anymore.
I would move to strike that.
Excited delirium.
Yes, the jury will disregard the last statement.
What do you think the defense is going to ask?
The,
Right?
delirium.
Why don't
We
you
could just
use
focus
it
on the time
anymore?
period of 2019 when you were
Is it
reviewing
possible that you had your
claim.
EMTs instructed
Did you
them
rule out
properly?
excited delirium as a cause of Mr. McClain's death?
Yes, in the initial report, I wrote that.
How did
excited
he? Why
delirium.
did they just?
One of the reasons I went with undetermined.
Was that?
Okay. And
Got his response.
what enabled you to rule out excited
Away.
delirium as a cause of death?
So
Um,
it was essentially she got it stricken for
one of the
non-responsive.
features
She
of
asked her a
excited
question
delirium
or
is,
asked him a question, and then he
hyperthermia, which I didn't see a record of.
pontificated about
The
we
other
don't use
excited
that
delirium
anymore
cases
and
I've
blah blah
seen
blah. He's like,
are
that's not what I
usually
asked.
the
Can we have
excited
that
delirium in
stricken?
this agitated state is associated with a stimulant drug.
I thought
It's
you were
not only,
really gonna milk
methamphetamine,
a
cocaine.
horse.
None of that was in his blood. So to me, I didn't think it was
No.
delirium.
I'm glad. I'm very glad.
The toxicology report reflected that Mr. McClain
Really,
had
you're-
marijuana in his system. How did that factor into your determination of cause of death?
I see it about half.
But
my
anytime I
autopsy,
go
so
hang
it
out
would
with
be
my
kind of
horses, they
cool.
say I'm milking them.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure, I see marijuana in
Yeah,
half of my
well,
autopsies in Colorado.
I can
so
see why.
I don't think it played a significant role in this.
So do we all.
The speedball that he
finally,
was
you
on
talked
did not play a
about,
significant role.
Your consideration
He
of the
wasn't on
involvement of the
one.
police.
I know.
Did you consider whether the
No.
police involvement?
I was making up facts. Like I'm trying to get in the
caused Mr.
prosecutor's
McClain's
mind.
death?
Yes, I did consider that.
And how did that factor into your final conclusion?
Well, I know that a carotid restraint hold was applied. I know that Mr. McClain.
I don't know how.
And he vomited
I wonder if
again
it was
in
the same
ambulance.
prosecutors
I know
that
he
tried the
aspirated
cop.
vomit, but I don't know where.
Oh, I would
If
say
the
mostly,
carotid
most
hold
definitely.
had,
Don't
when
you
he
think
came out
that
of bed after
I would feel so
15
awkward
seconds
getting
or
up there in front of a
sometimes that can
jury
make
and
people
like
nauseated.
making a
carotid
different argument? I'd feel icky.
Made him vomit, and he aspirated.
Well, that's because you have a
Strong
soul.
restraint that could have contributed to
Back with my boys.
his sudden respiratory collapse and his death. However, I don't know if he aspirated then or if he aspirated back when he was in the ambulance. So being that I don't know, the police's actions may have played a role in this case, but I don't feel I can call it a homicide based on their actions may
No
have or
comment.
could have contributed. That's why I went with undetermined. My choices in this case were homicide if the police actions were
Your chat has
part of the
virtually
assault
stopped.
or
Has
accident
it?
if was
'Cause
just a
we're
reaction to
boring.
ketamine. Being that I couldn't rule out the homicide aspect.
What
Well,
happened? Why did it stop?
And I understand there were some limitations.
do
on,
that
your being there.
sometimes.
What
So
role, if any,
weird.
did aspiration play, do you think, in Mr. McClain's
I didn't know if it was a YouTube thing or what.
In the end, I would consider it a contributory condition. When I say complications of ketamine
This is
administration,
Dearborn.
those complications include cardiorespiratory arrest and eventually brain death and oxyconcephalopathy. I just didn't spell them out. I grouped them under complications. The aspiration, if it occurred while he was being restrained before the ketamine, may have predisposed him to having a bad reaction to ketamine, but I don't know if that occurred or not.
Dr. Sina, you mentioned evidence of chronic asthma that you noticed in Mr. McClain's lungs. Did you consider that in reaching your cause of death determination?
I did, and at autopsy, I only saw findings of chronic asthma. I didn't see the airways plugged with mucus and certain inflammatory cells called eosinophils, which
Too
are indicative of an
riveting.
acute asthma attack. Then again, I did the autopsy several days after.
In all fairness, it's probably the most important
So can I rule
testimony
out
we've had in
completely
this
that
entire
he had an
trial.
asthma attack during restraint?
Yeah,
I can't,
probably.
but I also don't have evidence that he
Both ways, really.
And Dr. Sina,
They
would
can
you
impeach
say
this
that
guy
the ketamine
properly
administration,
on the defense.
Mr. McClain likely would not have died.
I wrote in my opinion that I believe more likely than not that just the restraint alone and being exhausted, most people recover from that. But seeing the video of getting the ketamine and 2 minutes later, his condition, I believe the ketamine administration was a
How close do you live to Dearborn AP?
cardiopulmonary arrest.
Dr. Sina, I don't have any further questions.
My
for you.
family's old farm is now a mosque.
Cross-examination.
Oh, look what
Is that
Mustang
true, or is
said.
that look at who? Mustang? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see anything being held, by the way. I don't have anything that would hold comments in my chat.
Well, that's what I was wondering if like chat was all kinds of messed up because Mustang had said that earlier
Dr.
too.
Sina,
Morning.
I'm just going to get set up here a minute.
Sure.
She walked 10 feet with a walker.
I am
Really?
going to kind of follow up on a bunch of
It's
things we just
ridiculous.
talked about, okay? If at any time you aren't sure what I'm talking about, will you just let me know and I'll rephrase the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I want to take you back to August of 2019. At that time, you did not know Mr. McClain, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were working as a contract coroner with Adams County's coroner's office, correct?
As a contracted forensic pathologist for the coroner's office.
Sorry, thank you for the clarification. The forensic pathologist. So basically, it was your date when you came in on September 3rd, 2019 to perform the autopsy. Is that right?
Correct. I would have been on the schedule.
Okay. And you said that when you came in, you reviewed several items, correct? Before you even went to Mr. McClain.
The main thing would have been the narrative prepared by the coroner's investigators.
And so those of us that don't do your job, when you're working in the forensic pathologist capacity, you have investigators there that assist you, correct?
They assist the office and prepare a narrative for me.
That's
So they help
interesting.
gather information that they provide to you that you then use when you conduct your investigation.
So far.
That's correct. They provide information before the autopsy. Then they do follow-up work to get additional information.
I love chat.
And
Chat's
we're going to talk a
awesome.
little bit more about that, but you had information from them
Aaron
and you did
Olivia
the
just became a new
autopsy,
member of the Goat
and then
Herders.
later rendered an initial
Welcome.
opinion,
Thank you
correct?
so much. I appreciate it.
So I want to unpack that a little bit.
And you have a little
the
goat in
coroner's
your
office receives information that there may or may
avatar.
not be somebody coming to them from a hospital. Is that fair to say?
Very
I
cool.
believe deaths that fall under coroner
I like it.
jurisdiction,
Thank you
at the
again.
Hospital have to be reported to the coroner.
Okay. And in this case, the coroner's office, it was kind of unusual, knew they were going to be receiving Mr. McClain before he was even pronounced dead. Isn't that accurate?
I don't recall what the investigators knew and when, but sometimes
That's
if
weird.
there is an impending death. For example, we have one right now. We will be given a heads up that this person may die.
So if in the officer involved incident narrative report prepared by your investigators, it references that they'd gotten a call regarding a pending death, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
No, if the report says that, I would not dispute that.
Okay. And so when this happens, and in this situation, do you recall that there was even potential that because this was going to be a brain death declaration, it was unclear whether Mr. McClain would come directly to Adams first or come from another hospital. Do you remember that?
I don't remember. I believe he was an organ donor, so you have to be brain dead before you're an organ donor.
Okay. And when
I knew they did that.
remember that the handoff, if you will, from the hospital referenced that the MICU
What did
nurse
he say? You have to what?
You have to
believe
be
Mr.
brain
McClain
dead
had a
to
stunned
be an
myocardium
organ donor.
as he was starting
those
to improve
first organs.
hemodynamically and advised that according to the family, the decedent was active and running 6 miles per day prior to the incident with law enforcement.
6 miles a day.
That was
Damn,
told to
good for
your
him.
investigator on August 28th,
They said you
2019.
have to be brain dead.
I don't recall that statement, but that was about 2000.
Yeah, to be an organ
Fair
donor.
enough. So if it's in the investigator's report, though, you're not disputing that.
Correct.
As opposed to brain alive, obviously, like
On
don't
August
take
28th,
your organs if
2019 is
you're.
before you even
Right.
you didn't even meet
Right.
Mr. McClain until September
Um,
3rd.
I think
Correct?
he was on life
I wouldn't
support
say I
long enough
formally
that the
met him. I
ketamine
think
would
that
have
was
naturally
September 3rd.
flushed.
Fair enough. Some forensic pathologists.
I have a
um,
suspicion
refer to when
that
they
if
come into
you
contact with
driver's
people
license
performing
says you're an
autopsy
organ
on, is
donor,
meeting them. Is
they're
that
more
not how you
likely
refer
to
it?
not save your
Okay,
life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you didn't come into contact with your patient until September 3rd.
That'd be correct.
And that's, I'm not going to attempt my math, maybe about 6 days, August 28th to September 3rd,
Giggity.
approximately 5 to 6 days before you did your autopsy? Okay. And then you received also information, and it's typical in this case. I think you've said, well, you didn't say it on direct, but you said previously in statements that an in custody death is something that raises a lot of flags, if you will, for the coroner's office. Is that fair to say?
Deaths of this nature are often high profile, which is why I like to get all the information possible before making a conclusion.
Okay. And therefore, in those situations, you want to get as much information as you can as you factor your opinions, correct?
That is correct.
When you did the autopsy of Mr. McClain, present at that autopsy were police investigators, correct?
Can I refer to my report, please?
That's fine with me.
Two representatives.
Does anyone know who Sophie Anderson
From
is?
the district attorney's office.
So 2 representatives from the Aurora Police Department and 2
I don't think
representatives
so.
from the Adams County District Attorney's Office were present at the autopsy.
That is correct.
Was
Wow,
your
off the top of
investigator
my
also
head.
present?
I doubt it.
Apparently
They're
she
doing
died.
follow-up stuff in another part of the building.
So at least the
No, I
5
don't
of
know
you
who
were
that
present,
is.
the 4,
Sad.
2 from the police department, 2 from the District Attorney's Office, and yourself.
And probably at least 2 autopsy assistants possibly.
Okay, so 7 or 8 people were there. At no time during this autopsy did you ask the Aurora Police Department for additional body-worn cameras, did you?
It would be routine at the end of these type of cases to say, I want all witness statements and all footage available.
Okay, and we'll get there, but I'm saying during the autopsy on September 3rd, do you remember turning to any of those other 7 or 8 people and saying, hey, I want all the body-worn camera footage?
I would say that I don't remember saying it, but to do my usual practice in these types of cases.
Peace
at the end
Peony
of the
says
autopsy
she's
report,
an
everything.
English prawn star.
And the reports in this case, would
Okay.
you say that you and the coroner's office keeps pretty detailed records of what you consider when you're making your report?
I would say I wrote a detailed opinion on my initial report and in my follow-up report.
And if we have approximately, I don't know, 25 pages of investigator reports from the coroner's office, does that sound about right?
I have no idea how long the supplemental reports are.
And you keep all the emails that correspond between you and the district attorney's office or you and the attorney general?
That's not bad, actually.
Personally,
It wasn't me. It was this liver I got from another guy.
Email. Sometimes I will delete email.
It's like the next step
Dr.
up of it's
Cena,
not my
at no
drugs,
place
just in my
is
car.
there any correspondence?
They
Is
weren't
there
my
any
pants.
request for you of any?
They weren't my
additional
pants,
body-worn
yeah.
cameras? Is that true?
Are you referring to emails?
Anything, emails, your investigator's report, your reports. There's never a request for additional body-worn camera footage, is there?
There was a meeting with the district attorney and the police prior to finalizing the first autopsy report. At that meeting, I made it clear that
I appreciate you, Dork.
Okay, so we'll
As
work
always,
towards
brother.
that. Let's
Get
go
some rest.
to the date of September 3rd, 2019, and you conducted an autopsy of Elijah McClain, correct?
That's correct.
And when you did this, you knew
That's a weird
coming
statement,
in
Iris.
that this was a high-profile investigation.
Like, how many did you donate before you stopped?
And your investigator had already gathered some information and provided it to you coming into this investigation, correct?
Correct. There would have been that initial narrative.
And when you did this initial investigation, you said to the jurors that your cause of death was undetermined, correct?
Correct.
Your manner of death was undetermined, correct?
Correct.
But your contributing factors were intense physical exertion
Correct.
and a
Sounds
narrow
so much
left
better.
anterior coronary artery, correct?
Correct. Those are contributory
Correct.
conditions initially.
You also were still concerned about excited delirium at that point, fair?
I wasn't concerned about it. I had ruled it out.
Well, you didn't have your toxicology reports yet, did you?
Oh, you're referring to on the day of the autopsy?
Yes.
It's always a consideration in those types of cases,
Okay.
or at least it was.
And you did go through, you had excluded any injuries to the neck, right?
And that's correct. I didn't see any evidence of strangulation or injury to the larynx.
So you knew about this carotid hold that was applied and you had excluded any physical damages from the carotid, correct?
Yet they brought charges
You
against
talked
the
about
officers?
fact that there might have been some sort of carotid sinus, basically arrhythmia that
Right.
could have occurred.
Makes no
You
sense.
couldn't exclude or include. Is that fair to say?
Correct. When you do a sleeper hold, a carotid hold, you're pressing down on the arteries and veins of the neck, but not on the larynx. Right in your carotid
Holland
artery,
knows
there's
how to
the
do
carotid
that.
sinus, and if you rub on it, it can temporarily slow your heart down. It's called bradycardia.
And yet, if somebody's back alert and awake after it, that probably didn't kill them.
I would agree with that.
And in fact, you've never seen a case where a carotid hold done properly has killed somebody.
That's correct.
So at the time you did this initial autopsy, you were aware that Elijah had received 500 milliliters of ketamine, correct?
I don't recall if the number is in the report, then I don't refute it. I know he had received ketamine.
And you knew he had received it intramuscularly, correct?
And if that's in the report, then I would agree with that.
And in your notes, you said that, you had a lot of contributing things you were looking at, but the biggest concerns, the contributing factors to you were the intense physical exertion and the narrow left anterior coronary artery, right?
Correct. Without having a cause of death, those two look like they could be significant.
Yet we go forward. That was September 3rd, 2019. I believe you dictated your report on September 7th, 2019. Is that right?
Let me check.
All right, I got to go milk a horse. I'll be
Right.
back.
Okay. Have fun.
You guys
Later,
too.
buddy.
And
Riveting.
you
Yes, yes.
then meet with the police
He's such a
department in October
Love him.
2019, correct?
I don't recall the date.
The great Dave, y'all. Go
So,
sub to MLS
Again,
Law
on
if
October
you have
20th,
yet to
there's
do so.
references to meetings and setting
He's
a
an
meeting
awesome
with the
dude.
Aurora Police Department. You wouldn't refute that.
That would be the right time frame,
Okay. And that would be, did you only meet with them once?
to my recollection.
So present were members from the district attorney's office and members from the police department, correct?
That's my recollection.
Nobody put any time constraints on that meeting, did they?
I believe I want most of my meetings to last less than an hour because I'm usually busy down there.
Sure enough. So press of business was a natural time constraint, but if you needed more time, you would have been provided it. Is
Thank
that
you,
fair to
Eric.
say?
Yes, if I needed more time at the meeting, I probably would have been provided.
And if anybody told you that you couldn't have information that you needed to return a report, you wouldn't have returned a report, would you have?
If I didn't have all the information I needed, I would have returned an undetermined report.
You wouldn't have written into that report, I'm pending and waiting this additional information I need, if somebody's withholding information from you.
The cover letter of the autopsy report always said these conclusions are based on what we know at this time and are subject to being amended if more information shows up. So we followed that practice.
Well, certainly, you have a form template on the cover of your report that says basically subject to new information. This is my findings, right?
That's correct.
But at no point in your 10-page report do you say, I am waiting on additional information, do you?
At that point, I thought I had all the information I was going to get, so I went with undetermined.
So you had a meeting with the police and the prosecution, the district attorney's office, and You didn't write, I'm waiting for additional information in the form of body cameras that's being withheld from me, did you?
I didn't write that in my report.
And what you did write is, in summary, the manner of the death may be accident if it was an idiosyncratic drug reaction. It may be natural if the decedent had an undiagnosed mental illness that led to excited delirium. If his intense physical exertion combined with a narrow.
You want,
Well, Judge, I'm happy to summarize. To me, it's the same as putting the video and asking him to.
I'm not asking you what you
Right.
think.
I'm happy to ask him to remember.
You can perhaps. at
This
least
judge
do
is
1 second or
spicy.
2 at a
Sure.
time.
He gives
And
zero
if you, is it
Fs,
okay
yo.
if he looks at his report at the same time, Your Honor, or should I? Let me ask a foundational question. Dr. Sina, do you have your report memorized?
I do not have it currently memorized. No.
So would it assist you to be able to look at your report so I can ask you questions if I'm reading it correctly?
That would probably help.
Would it be okay with the court and the prosecution if he looks at page 11 of his initial report?
That's fine.
So Dr. Sina, if you want to take out your report dated 2019, and I just want to ask you about the last paragraph.
Okay.
So you said, is this your summary paragraph? Is that fair to say?
Yes, it starts with in summary.
And the first thing you point to is the manner of death
That's
may be
funny, sorry.
accident if it was an idiosyncratic drug reaction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is an idiosyncratic drug reaction?
One of the simpler ways to put it is a drug that might be
Well, hello, potentially criminal raiders. How is everybody doing? And welcome. Awesome. Thanks, Sean. I appreciate you, brother. So the case we're watching is the Elijah McClain murder trial. Long story short, this is the third trial related to his death. 3 cops were charged, and now 2 EMTs are being charged. They basically, somebody called in a suspicious person. The cops showed up, put hands on him very quickly. There was a struggle. The paramedics, or EMTs rather, injected him with ketamine, a really high dose of ketamine, the largest dose they were allowed to give somebody. And within 6 minutes, he had no pulse and no heart rate. 6 minutes was the first time they checked on him after the injection, mind you. So he perished on the way to the hospital. Right now, we are in the middle of the 3rd trial. 1 cop was convicted of negligent homicide, 2 cop and some lesser assault charges. 2 cops were acquitted, and now we're on to the EMTs. Jeremy Cooper is an EMT, and Peter Chichuniec was the lieutenant on the fire truck, I think, or ambulance, one of the 2. I don't recall. But welcome. That's the rundown of the case. And right now we're talking to the medical examiner about cause of death. Defense just started cross recently, and I'm glad you're all here. If you'd be so
did we
kind to
just
hit
get new
that
people?
like button. We did. We got a bunch of new people.
I was like, why is he telling them this? Okay.
Because we got
Hi.
a bunch of new people. This is McKinley. She's over at Legally Live. And we met her when the Caitlin Armstrong case was happening. She's a defense attorney in the courthouse in Austin that took place. She helped us out on that case, and she's stuck with us now, whether she likes it or not. So appreciate you all for coming. The amateur iconoclast, shout out, bro. Gifted 5 Valhalla Awaits memberships. That means we got 5 new goat herders. Sean D. Sarcasm, Peanuts Nana, Mew Mew, I Am Baffled, and Edward. Welcome to Goat Herders, you guys. Thank you, American Iconoclast, or Amateur Iconoclast. I appreciate it very, very much. That being said, let's get back to the riveting testimony of the medical examiner.
be okay for all of you to take except for one. You can find this, but that one person has an unexpected reaction to it.
I don't know
So
how
somebody, for example, if they get what's otherwise a very low level of a therapeutic medication, could have a
but they've pulled it
very
off.
strange reaction.
Correct. For example, a reaction to ketamine at a non-lethal dose.
Or somebody, maybe a Tylenol.
You can have a bad reaction to virtually any drug. It's entirely dependent on individual genetics and various factors.
Okay. And then the next line,
It is not
made
my
it
birthday.
natural if the
is
decedent
not.
had an undiagnosed mental
It's-
illness that led to excited delirium.
Not
If
my
his
birthday.
intense physical exertion combined with a narrow
Oh, I
coronary
get it. Okay,
artery
never mind.
led to an arrhythmia. And I'm sorry, this is all one sentence. If he had an asthma exacerbation during
McKinley.
restraint, or if he aspirated vomit while restrained. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correct.
So at this time, what did you mean by that?
Well, I mean, there was a possibility that it was a natural death, that he had an asthma attack, he had an undiagnosed mental illness, or you can have a condition called Bell's
Bro,
mania.
your
which
phone's
was
ringing.
described in the 40s.
Yeah.
Which basically mimics the symptoms of excited delirium.
Nobody
It
calls
was
me
drop
ever
dead with
unless
it.
I'm streaming. There's
the
got to be some
coronary artery
weird unwritten
in
rule.
conjunction with intense physical exertion
Um,
resulted in basically an arrhythmia in his heart. All those could be considered natural events. If he aspirated vomit, it was unrelated to any of the actions of the police. That could be
But he
considered
did, I
either accident or
thought.
natural, depending on your personal philosophy. If the police induced the vomiting through their neck hold, that would probably be a homicide. Similarly, if the police induced an arrhythmia from the carotid hold, that could be a homicide.
And I think you might have answered that next sentence then. It
You're in
is
hack
homicide if the actions of
with a
officers
1
led
month
to his
member
death,
chat.
e.g.
1 month already.
a
Congrats
chokehold
again,
led to
Val.
Stimulation of the carotid
Thank you,
sinus
Aaron. I
resulting in
appreciate
an arrhythmia. Were those the two you were just
What were you
explaining?
saying?
Correct. So elaborated a little bit that if he had the carotid hold, that possibly could have also induced vomiting, which would also be
Vomiting.
Then
Which could have
concluded,
caused his
based
death.
on my review of the EMS
Did he
It
not hear
definitely-
him vomiting?
body cam footage
There
from
was
the
that.
restraining
He
officers
obviously
and the
vomited.
autopsy findings, I cannot determine which manner of death is most likely. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, those are my words.
So you set forth what you had considered, and nowhere in that did you say, and I'm still waiting on additional information. Is that correct?
Not correct. That's why it's covered on the disclaimer of the cover sheet saying this is based on what we know so far.
And Dr. Siena, let's be fair to this jury. You've conducted, did you say between 8,000 and 10,000 autopsies?
I think 8,500 to 9,000, somewhere in there.
Okay. How many of those have you ever gone back and amended an opinion on? What percent?
Probably amend 1 or 2 a year, somewhere in there.
And most of those are due to toxicology findings you get later. Isn't that true?
No, most of the cases that are waiting on toxicology, I just sit in the file until I get my toxicology back, and then I sign them out immediately. So there's no amendment.
And how many times do you amend opinions based on receiving expert reports from a whole bunch of other doctors?
Not very often. I don't usually have cases that involve a lot of other doctors.
Or to say it's extremely rare, if ever, that that has occurred?
I've been involved in cases with multiple doctors and multiple experts, but in my experience, it's very rare to have so many people involved in a case, although this was a high profile case. So I'm not.
It does help
So
that Yamaha has
November of
significant
2019, a
medical
few weeks after you met with
experience.
the police department and the district attorney's office, this case you issued a death certificate on, correct?
The office issued a death certificate, yes, that was undetermined.
And the report was closed for all intents purposes, wasn't it?
I believe for months, yes.
So it just sat there. Nothing happened until, let's move forward, the fall of 2021,
2021.
correct? In the in-between time, had you done anything?
No, I believe the case was signed out and it wasn't reopened until more information came to light.
And let's talk about what that meant. Elijah's body was released, right? The organs were released, right?
The majority of the organs went back with the body except for those that were donated.
The heart was destroyed, correct?
A cross-section of the heart was kept in my stock jar, which is my routine practice, but the remainder went back with the body.
And that, so when we're talking about the narrow
That's
lab,
creepy.
that was one of the only two things that made it to contributing factors in your initial report. We're talking about a portion of the heart, right?
Right, I'm talking about one of the 3 major coronary arteries.
Did you cut the cross-section of the heart or did somebody else?
I cut the cross-section of the heart.
So the fact that it was cut, for lack of a better non-medical term, inartfully, I think, was it cut tangentially as opposed to cross?
When I cut the heart, I did a complete cross-section, so it would have a complete cross-section of the lumen. When the lab, or the microscopic slide, they embedded that in an angle, so I got a tangential section.
And if that was a contributing issue, you could have just asked them to recut it, right?
They did try to re-embed it, but if you have a tube and you cut part of it that way, you're not going to get a complete cross-section when you turn it around.
If you still had the heart, you could recut it, right?
Well, there was another section in the stock jar, which we could have made extra sections of.
And those wouldn't have been cut with that anomaly that happened at the lab, right?
Hopefully the lab wouldn't do the same thing twice.
Does that matter?
And
Does it matter what the cut
when
looks
you
like?
investigated the heart, did you do any investigation to look for corollaries? Collateral arteries, anything?
Oh, collateral arteries?
Sorry, collaterals.
If you're born with a small artery, your body tends to compensate by having other capillaries suck blood from the other big coronary arteries. And it's really hard to see capillaries with the naked eye. As a matter of fact, I can't. I'm not aware of a study to quantify the number of capillaries to see if you have cross circulation. So I couldn't see collateral circulation, but the fact that he has a small artery with no heart symptoms suggests that he did get blood from other parts of his heart.
I believe what you've previously testified to was you assumed that there were collaterals. Fair to say?
And I'm assuming now that since he had no symptoms, he had some collateral circulation.
You would agree with me as a scientist that's reaching a cause of death in a high profile case where you know it's going to be subject to scrutiny, it might have been a good idea to confirm versus making an assumption, don't you think?
I'm not aware of an autopsy technique that shows collateral capillaries.
Did you confer with a cardiologist?
I did not, but they don't routinely do autopsy.
Okay. Well, in the in-between time where nothing is happening and while the heart and the body are gone, you went on and did other autopsies, right? This case was done for intensive purposes.
Correct.
And then in the fall of 2021, you receive a call from the Attorney General's office to discuss this case. Is that fair to say?
It may have been a call, or it may have been an email, or it may have been to the office to discuss the case.
And they'd asked if you'd be willing to look at it again. Is that fair to say?
Probably I don't recall the conversation.
In no place in those intervening time had you reached out and asked anybody anything about getting additional body-worn camera footage. True?
Not true. Once I said I'm determined, I wasn't going to keep nagging.
And before you allowed Elijah's heart and body to be released and destroyed, you didn't check with the Attorney General's office, did you?
Sustained.
Did you seek permission from anybody to release the body and the heart?
That's not my role to release the body and the heart. That's corner office practice. I don't have anything to do with it.
Okay. And in 2021, actually, I might have my dates wrong. When did the Attorney General's office reach out to you? Do you remember approximately when?
I don't recall. I can tell you the second report was issued July 15th, 2021.
Okay, so it was probably fall of 2020 then. Fair to say?
There was a lot of
You wouldn't have been doing your report before you
pressure
were even contacted. So I
on
think I was
his office
article.
and the
Fair to say you were
coroner's
probably
office
contacted
to
the fall before you
reassess
amended
this
your report.
case after
It was fall or spring.
After
George
the
Floyd.
protests, yeah.
And I think you did say when you were relooking at this case
and
that
that's
it
when they
might be a
actually
good idea
brought
to have a
charges.
pulmonologist
There wasn't
confirm whether or
charges
not what
before
you
that at
saw was
all.
an agonal breath. Is that right?
Correct. After I had the additional video and I saw the way he was breathing after the fentanyl, I suggested that maybe a pulmonologist can either confirm or refute that this guy's in bad respiratory distress and he's about to go into respiratory distress or respiratory arrest. So I believe I asked for a pulmonologist to assess whether what I'm seeing is somebody about to die or not.
So when you say an agonal breath, those were what your words were, right?
I could interrupt for just
Sure.
a second, just to clarify the record. I believe the witness said fentanyl, and I expect you meant something else.
Oh, did I say fentanyl?
Yes.
Oh,
Good catch,
What-
Judge.
I don't know where we heard fentanyl.
Wow.
It might have come out. I think you
Wow.
were talking about with respect to the breathing.
There was no fentanyl in
And
the
what you
system.
wanted to
FYI.
confirm was whether or not you saw an agonal breath.
That didn't
correct?
show up on the toxicology at all.
There is no allegation by anybody at any time in this case fentanyl is involved in this case.
no, fentanyl is not involved in this case in any way.
Okay. Agonal breath to you is kind of the last breath before somebody dies. Fair to say?
To me, there'd be the last gasp before somebody stops breathing.
I don't think they're
Pulmonologists
supposed
may
to,
define
Ellie,
different
but I
as
can't
being,
imagine how they
um,
wouldn't.
It's the way the shallow breathing, the irregular breathing, right before you stop breathing.
Are you aware that in fact the pulmonologist in this case
What's
did not find those breaths to be agonal breaths?
Correct. He did not describe them as agonal breathing, but he did say they were indicative of deep sedation and significant decompensation.
I don't know, dude. That was weird.
So he's talking about respiratory depression, shallower breaths, lighter breaths.
I believe he said shallow and effectual breaths.
Okay. And the other thing you got between
The only thing
fall
that
of
showed up on the
2020
toxicology
and your
in
amended
this
report in
case
July of
was
21
the ketamine
was a
that
personal
they
visit to
injected
your office
and
from-
THC.
a new forensic pathologist hired from out of state. Is that true?
Dr. Mitchell came in from DC.
Came to your office.
we had the stored tissue, including the cross-section of the heart and the LAD.
Welcome
He wished
back,
to
John.
Examine and make more slides for himself.
And the other thing you got were copies of each and every one of the people's experts' reports, correct?
Unless some are hiding up there, I believe I've received them.
And the other thing you received were death threats.
Correct, I did receive death threats. We had to up our security at home and get some dogs.
And you had people show up outside your home.
Correct.
And then you got emails asking from the prosecution's office
went to
whether
his
or not you would be
house?
amending your report. Correct? Well, I can rephrase it.
All right, please.
Do you remember getting an email from the prosecution's office asking if you were going to be amending your report?
All out.
I mean, obviously they would be concerned if I was issuing another report. I don't recall specific emails.
Dr. Sina, in your 8,500 to 9,000 autopsies, how often has another government agency come to you and asked you to reopen your case and do a further investigation?
He started vomiting.
I forgot I'm muted.
But it goes to motive and bias.
All
I
out.
can't fix my earphones.
It's unusual.
He started vomiting
When I was
from
in
the
Chicago, I'd get some
carotid
pressure from
chokehold.
Politicians, but it's unusual for a separate agency to ask me to relook at the case.
How often have you been brought more than 5 different outside expert reports prior to asking you to amend your report?
I don't believe I was given the expert reports to influence my amending
Yeah, he
my
did.
report. I believe they were solicited by the attorneys to give them an expert report. I was going to do my report based on what I saw on
Before they
records in the video.
injected the ketamine.
Dr. Sina, that wasn't my question.
I'm not sure if I understood it.
How often have you been provided, at minimum, 5 different outside expert reports prior to an agency asking you to amend your opinion? I'm not asking about what your state of mind was, but how often has that occurred?
I don't recall another case similar to this.
Isn't it true that the amount of ketamine found in Elijah McClain's blood is at your words, very low end of the therapeutic range?
His number was, I believe, 1.4. Therapeutic range would be 1 to 6. So it was in the low therapeutic range.
So he's saying it was a
And
low
isn't it
dose.
true that your opinion is that any amount could have triggered this result? Because it appeared he just couldn't tolerate ketamine.
I don't know if it was any amount, but even this amount, which shouldn't have killed most of us, sent him into a tailspin, which led to his respiratory arrest, cardiac arrest, and brain death.
I can have just a moment.
Yes.
She found it. She found the button. So he's saying that it was a low dose, not even, it was low for therapeutic. That seems strange to me.
Dr. Sina, isn't it true that if you believed that this was solely the ketamine, you would have determined that this was an accident?
Correct. If this was just a complication of ketamine administration, the box and death certificate would be accident.
Yeah,
Thank you. I don't have further questions.
correct. See, I was under the impression that ketamine dose was
Thank you, Your Honor.
drastically overdone. I really want to know why she's wearing boots, y'all. Why she got the walking boots on? I really want to know. Yeah, this does change things. This does change things, in my opinion. I'm not sure to what degree yet, but it definitely changes things.
Just 1 second here. It's, Doctor, just to be clear, in this case, you've issued 2 autopsy reports with respect to various opinions regarding the cause and manner of death of Mr. McClain. Is that correct?
That's correct. The initial report and an amended report.
And
He
your
said
initial
that.
report
He said-
was issued November 7th, 2019. Is that right?
Correct.
And your amended report was issued some 18 months later on July 15th, 2021. Is that right?
I believe the coroner finalized it on July 15th. I turned it into July 1st.
Fair enough. So your report was done and submitted to the coroner on July 1st, 2021. She then issued the amended report with the cover sheet representing the opinions on July 15th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay. And then you subsequently gave testimony in another proceeding in this case on July 29th, 2021, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but I've been involved in 3 proceedings on this case.
Okay. And the first of those 3, when you testified, was within the same month that you issued your second or your amended autopsy report. Is that fair?
I don't recall the date of it, but it wasn't too far after the second report.
A couple weeks after the second report?
I really couldn't tell you.
Okay. If the transcript from that testimony indicated the testimony was on July 29th, 2021, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No, I would not.
Okay. And so you were asked by the prosecution about your
Now I'm torn
opinions
again, y'all.
with respect to cause and manner of death in this case. They asked you about your amended opinion, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. But initially, your opinion back closer in time to the autopsy and the incident involved here was that the cause of death was undetermined. There was a contributing, it was undetermined, correct?
Correct.
And a contributing factor was intense physical exertion and narrow left coronary artery, correct?
Correct.
No mention of ketamine as a contributing factor in your first opinion, correct?
Yeah, I don't like the way they say ketamine.
And then with respect to manner of death, you also likewise characterized that and classified that as undetermined, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I just want to focus on the initial autopsy report and your initial opinions first. The contributing factors, the intense physical exertion, what were you referring to there?
I had enough footage and enough history that I knew there was
Ketamine
restraint
and
that
THC.
Mr. McClain was resisting the officers.
Both
which,
at low
is physical
levels.
exertion. Physical exertion, if severe enough, can lead to lactic acidosis or hypoxia. I have no idea how much lactic acidosis or hypoxia because that wasn't tested while he was being restrained. But if he had a small coronary artery that was
flushed
anatomically important and he was stressing it with physical exertion, that could be a bad thing and contribute to death. I did not know that at that point that he was a runner, which I then decided his heart had compensated for that.
Okay. I think
They did
my
give him the
question was about
ketamine,
the
yes.
intense
He
physical
didn't take
exertion. I think you
recreational
may have
ketamine. The ketamine
gone
was
beyond
from
that.
the
What did
the
you mean by intense
EMTs.
physical exertion in the contributing factors in your original opinion?
That sometimes intense physical exertion can lead to somebody to having a sudden collapse.
And I think you said with respect to that intense physical exertion, you had evidence of a forcible restraint. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct. We had a history of the carotid sleeper hold.
Was that the only forcible restraint, the carotid hold, the sleeper hold that you were considering, or did forcible restraint, in your opinion, include more than that?
Well, there was a whole struggle after the sleeper hold. He did have handcuffs put on him. And apparently he was struggling during this, so that's physical exertion.
Is there a concern medically, forensically, if you have information about somebody having a prolonged physical exertion or struggle while being restrained?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As you kind of analyze all the information that's provided to you, which I imagine is quite significant prior to an autopsy, are there concerns that are raised, in your opinion, when you hear a history of an individual who has a prolonged struggle while being restrained with law enforcement?
Anytime there's a prolonged struggle with law enforcement, you want to get as much evidence as possible, including the video. One thing you want to exclude is, say, somebody lying down on their stomach with full weight of an officer on their back so they can't breathe, or a knee on the neck or something like that. So anytime there's an altercation with the police, you want to consider everything.
Yeah, it might be too.
One of the concerns about prolonged physical struggle, also a concern about a patient developing what's referred to as acidosis.
If you're involved in an intense physical exertion of any type, you can develop lactic acidosis. That would include physical exertion during restraint.
Is there also a concern during physical restraint? I mean, obviously people do extreme exercises and build up acidosis all the time. How does the body compensate for that acidosis typically?
Usually it's
So
rest
I'm not-
restoration and
I'm not really
slowly
sure, y'all.
and just recovering.
Okay.
If they
Is there
follow
a concern
protocol.
when someone is struggling against the restraints from law enforcement, that they're not in a
don't-
position or their body's not in a position to do that?
If you're continuing to struggle, I don't think you're going to be doing deep breathing exercises at the same time.
Yes, yes, they did.
So is there a concern medically and forensically when you hear a history of someone struggling, a prolonged struggle against law enforcement, that they may have more and more acidosis building up in their body?
Yeah, there's a concern with prolonged physical exertion during restraint that he could have been building up lactic acidosis. We know he had lactic acidosis when he went to the hospital. However, he had also had cardiopulmonary arrest, which can lead to lactic acidosis.
Now, you indicated, well, I'll get there in a second. Give me a second here.
This medical examiner definitely changed the course of my mindset thus far, for the simple reason that while the protocol might be bad, right, and it's been changed, so obviously it was bad. If the protocol was bad, that's not a criminal offense on the EMT's part, right? It might be some level of negligence still, possibly. I would assume, because they went 6 minutes without checking his pulse or his airway, but I don't know if that rises to the level of manslaughter. I don't know. I don't know.
All right.
Hey, McKinley, welcome back.
The court's going to take a little bit early lunch break at this time. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research, avoid any press coverage, and we'll resume with the examination at 1 o'clock, so about an hour and 15 minutes.
These will not work.
What happened?
I don't know. I just disconnected them from my computer, and now it's like,
Are they dead?
no, they're
No.
full.
Okay. That's bizarre.
And it just disappeared from my computer. So annoying.
They're Bluetooth? You got a Bluetooth thumb drive deal? Is it?
Jurors,
you
will
mean?
step out, please be seated. The witness.
What do you mean a
Dr.
Bluetooth
Singh,
thumb
please
drive?
step down.
I don't know.
At
Are
1
they?
o'clock,
Mine have
please.
a
Anything?
USB.
Oh, no,
connection.
mine just has like you just turn them on.
I just wanted to say, I'm sorry again, I don't mean to interrupt, but no, it's too important to call.
Apparently not, though.
Apparently not.
Anything else? Okay. We'll see you at 1.
All right. Lunch break it is. And luckily, through the magic of YouTube, we can just skip right over that. This is rough, man. Did you catch all that, basically? You're muted.
I caught none of it because I was
Okay.
dealing. Oh,
So I might be on not guilty.
I mean, I've been on not guilty.
Have
But
you?
was he saying the thing about the vomiting and the aspirating?
What thing?
Just like that, if that happened, then that could have been the reason they died. And then also that he changed his thing because he was getting pressure and
Yeah, he kind of covered a lot of that.
what
But
made
he was
you?
basically, well, because I thought that the dosage of ketamine was much more substantial than what it turned out it was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Jamie.
Hey,
Hi, Jamie.
Hi.
How you doing?
how's it going?
It's going. You've
So
been
what
watching?
did they say?
Go ahead.
What did they say about that dose?
He referred to it as low level, even for a therapeutic dose.
Oh,
Yeah.
I knew it.
So that it's I don't know.
I don't know. This is getting good.
It is finally day 5.
what they did to me is like way less disturbing than what the police did.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think that I told you that yesterday. Well, it didn't click until the end of the day yesterday. I misunderstood what you said, Brandon, to be completely fair. I misunderstood the units of
Yeah.
measurement.
That Jewish national doc guy, like I think I didn't like him. I felt like he was not completely credible. Hate to say it.
Well,
One,
I
I think
more of a negligent thing than manslaughter.
that's about where I'm at the moment. Like if you're
And
gonna
also, let's look at that protocol because clearly something's wrong in the protocol.
100%, and they've changed the
But
protocol.
they are charged with criminally negligent homicide.
They're charged with manslaughter, negligent homicide, and some form of
Assault.
Yeah.
assault.
I
But
don't-
Yeah.
I don't think it's
go ahead. Sorry.
no, I said I don't think that should all be on the table. Like, maybe negligent, but about it.
Manslaughter, I don't think should be on the table anymore. And the assaults, I'm finding the assaults even hard to cope with, to be honest.
I'm going to look up the statute so we can see like because I wonder what the difference between manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide really is. Is it knowingly? Let's see here.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea because I was curious too.
Oh, look, the most beautiful soul on the interwebs, Jamie.
Hey, hi guys. I was just listening all day, and I had a moment, so I wanted to come hang out.
Nice. What am I looking at? Oh yeah, manslaughter.
Lesko, it's a little more than that, though. It's I'm supposed to give it to you. I give it to you, and you die. I go to jail. That's the problem that I'm having.
Yeah. Okay. So it says this like law firm sums it up by saying that criminally negligent homicide stems from negligence, obviously, and manslaughter involve reckless actions.
I'm not sure the manslaughter.
It wouldn't be reckless if they were just following protocol.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
Yeah, we would
I
have
mean-
to look up what reckless is, I guess.
Yeah.
So the only way that I could see this being reckless is because they gave a dose for a much larger weight, right? They dosed him higher than they were supposed to, technically, for how big he was. However, it seems that no matter the dosage, this would have been the end situation anyway, according to the medical examiner. It was just the fact that ketamine did this to him, period. It's not that the dosage was too high. So that, I don't know, would be considered reckless or negligent.
Because I mean, how are they supposed to know?
Right. Right. They could have dosed him with a fifth of what they dosed him, and he still would have aspirated and perished.
I mean, it's scary enough that a paramedic can carry around those types of things, and like, how are you I mean, I know Yamaha is shouting a lot, but if he knows, like, how do you, in that situation, determine when it should be used and when it shouldn't be used? Like, what are you, because what if he was like allergic to it and no one knew that, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, so it says that for negligence here, that it's unaliving caused by your failure to perceive a substantial or unjustifiable risk of unaliving. And if you're saying that it was like a normal dose, then you're right. It feels like that's not a substantial or unjustifiable risk, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of where I'm at the moment. I was under the impression from the beginning that the dose of ketamine was huge and way more than it should have been. And it was a little bit more than it should have been, but it doesn't seem to really make that much of a difference, according to the medical examiner.
So we're just at not guilty across the board, actually, it seems like.
Maybe at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, I don't feel good about chemically restraining anybody, Farrell, at all. But why do we even have that option? I don't even.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. because if it could cause something like this, then you're going to be at risk. Somebody's going to be at risk all the time. I don't know. It's a toughie for me.
This one's tough. This is a tough case.
Yeah, it is for sure.
I'm
The jurors have returned.
kind of
Seated,
glad
please
that
be
I
seated.
stuck it out,
Formally recall 21
or
CR
am sticking it out, rather.
21 CR 2806. Parties and counsel are present. Dr. Senior is on the witness stand, still under oath. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Sina, when we began this, I said good morning. Let me say good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I trust you had a pleasant
That's a
lunch
good
hour.
point.
I picked up
Ellie.
wood for the fireplace.
The fact that they
Excellent.
waited 6
Many
minutes
things ahead,
between
like-
the injection and the
I
first
want
check on,
to-
that's
Yeah, that's true. That's
We didn't
true.
really get a chance to speak very long before our lunch break.
That could
but I
be
want to
in
go
the
back to what we
negligent
were
range.
talking about,
That's
which
very
was your
true.
initial opinions rendered in this case in your first autopsy report.
But was that what
Right, and
caused
so,
his
I think
unaliving,
what I
or was
neglected
it
to ask you.
Well,
after
with
the
those
ketamine? They
opinions
couldn't
I
have
wanna ask
fixed it
now,
anyway, right?
when you rendered your opinion that the cause
if
of
they would
death
have
was
started
undetermined,
CPR, who knows?
that was to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Is that correct?
Correct. To reasonable degree of medical certainty, I basically was saying I don't know what killed him.
Okay. And when you indicated and opined that the contributing factors were intense physical exertion and a narrow left coronary artery, likewise, those were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you rendered the opinion that the manner of death was undetermined, that was also to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, correct?
Correct.
Now, we talked a little bit about the physical exertion part of that contributing factor. I want to now talk about the second half, the narrow left coronary artery. I believe you previously opined that one of the reasons why you considered the narrow left coronary artery as a contributing factor is because it's not good, essentially, to have a small coronary artery like that and be in a position where you're in a prolonged struggle or physically exerting yourself. Is that fair?
Yes, as a general rule, you'd like to have nice big coronary arteries if you're exerting yourself, and he had a small left anterior descending coronary artery.
Okay. And I believe you had made findings on page 9 of your original autopsy report that essentially your findings were that Elijah McClain was in a violent struggle with the officers who were attempting to restrain him. Is that right?
I could look that up real quick, but that's the gist of what I said.
Okay. And that physical exertion involved in that struggle, you believe to a reasonable degree of medical certainty contributed to his death.
At that time, yes.
Okay. Now, you also in that original autopsy report made certain findings with respect to excited delirium. Is that right?
Yes, I ruled out excited delirium.
And I want to talk to you a little bit more about
we went
that.
straight for excited delirium. Stray, I don't think the protocol has been published.
You've testified
I don't believe so.
that in your original autopsy report, you ruled out excited delirium just as you did here now after lunch, correct?
Correct. Otherwise, I would have determined that was the cause of death.
Okay. In your opinion, in your original report, you actually go to great lengths talking about potential causes of death and why you land on undetermined, correct?
I do, yes.
That's really not typical for you. Typically, your cause of death section is maybe a paragraph, 3 or 4 sentences.
Can be as little as 1 or 2. I also typically don't put manner of death in my autopsy reports.
Okay. But in this report, with respect to Mr. McClain, your opinion is about 1.5 pages in length. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
If we had gotten to
in that page and a
basically
half, you
their
discuss
lack of
excited delirium
monitoring
as a potential cause, correct?
is the criminal act here. We've gotten to that point.
Now I
Wouldn't
understand
that apply
you
to
say that you
all
ruled it
of
out, but
first
in your
responders on
report,
scene?
you say while on scene, the decedent displayed agitated behavior and enhanced strength. Is that correct?
I don't know. It's like whatever the standard of
And you
care
go on
is.
to
So
say
whoever
these
was
features are
supposed to
commonly
check them.
seen in excited delirium, correct?
Correct. That's one of the features of excited delirium.
Now, you did say that there were some findings with respect to excited delirium that were not present in this instance as well, correct?
That's correct.
For example, there was no report that he had hypothermia.
Correct.
Okay. There was no report of a history of a severe mental illness like schizophrenia.
Correct.
Okay. And there were no tox findings of either cocaine
I
or
think they just
methamphetamine
haven't
in
gotten
Mr.
there
McClain's
yet.
system at the time.
Correct. They're the common drugs associated.
Or I
with
missed it. One of the two.
Okay.
What?
But then you
The
write
protocol
this
didn't
sentence.
put in
Nonetheless,
evidence,
the
like the
patient's sudden
the
collapse
actual
after an
what
intense
they were
drug
supposed to
is
do.
commonly seen in excited delirium.
Oh.
Correct?
That is true. People with excited delirium sometimes
Well,
suddenly
yeah,
collapse.
Same.
and they didn't.
What's
And
that?
if you need to
But
look at
Yamaha's saying no, they didn't follow protocol. So that's the problem. So I assume they already talked about it in the trial.
Well, I know
They
they've
could
talked
have.
about it, but I don't know that they've published it into evidence.
Well, we wouldn't see it anyway, but like they might have
Right.
talked about it yesterday when they had one of his. I don't know. I haven't
They
been
had
able to
the-
hear most of the trial
The audio's been rough.
until today.
We got our volume booster. We got there.
Yeah.
Because without that, there's
your report.
Yeah, I think that the thing is
you
though,
can-
it's like
maybe you can
which
point me to it.
people were
Where do
supposed to
you
act.
specifically rule
Right.
out excited
And I guess it
delirium
was
as a
just
cause
these
in your
two.
report?
the guy that
Excited
actually
delirium was the
administered
cause
the
of death, in
drug
my
and
opinion. It would
his
have been listed as the cause of death, in my
supervisor, the
opinion, and
lieutenant
not
on scene.
Okay, fair enough.
Is that who it is?
In your opinion, you're talking about
Oh,
people
that
could
makes
have
sense.
contributed to
Peter
death, correct?
Peter
talking
Chichuniec
about
is
various
the
possibilities that
lieutenant,
considered
and
in the
Jeremy
Oh.
Cooper administered the shot.
So is it fair to say from your testimony that if you didn't include it as either the cause of death
They should
or a
make the
contributing
lieutenant do
factor,
it.
you ruled it out?
I would say I ruled out excited delirium in this case.
Okay. And again, I would just ask you to point to me in the report where you do that.
By not calling it the cause of death.
Okay.
You have them,
So,
Yamaha?
for example, you didn't cite in your initial report complications of ketamine administration as a cause of death. So is it fair to say you also ruled that out in your initial report?
At that point, with the information I had or the lack thereof, I didn't consider that.
Okay. Now, is it also fair to say that part of ruling out,
Could be.
in your mind, the excited delirium being a factor
Could be.
was your ability to look at video footage in this case?
Yes, I think the additional video footage was very compelling, especially regarding the administration of the ketamine and the immediate after period.
Was it also, you also had the ability to review the video from the gas station prior to Mr. McClain's contact with police, is that right?
Yes, I believe I saw that.
And I think you have, after reviewing that video, you have characterized Mr. McClain's behavior as maybe eccentric or strange, but not fitting excited delirium. Is that fair?
Yes, I think probably specifically I would talk about wearing a ski mask in August to a store. I think that's a bit eccentric and strange, but it's not the classic agitated state you get in excited delirium.
It's also
You
not
would agree with me that that
people.
footage from the gas station was taken before Mr. McClain's contact with police later that night, correct?
Correct.
And so by extension would have been prior to paramedics and EMS arriving on scene after having been called by the police, correct?
Also correct.
Okay. But you felt confident being able to assess that just by reviewing the video,
Assess what?
that it wasn't excited delirium.
He's not acting in the traditional agitated state that I've seen in other excited delirium cases on that video.
Okay. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about the information that you had and that you reviewed prior to issuing your first autopsy report. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you had EMS reports from both Falk and AFR. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you had medical records from Mr. McClain's hospitalization at the Anschutz inpatient. It's called AIP, but I forget what the P stands for right now.
You mean following the incident?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And as part of those medical records, there was a report that Mr. McClain suffered a day or two after his admission into the hospital, that he suffered a second cardiac arrest. Do you recall that?
I believe that's the case.
Okay. Did you factor that second cardiac arrest in the hospital into your opinion regarding cause of death in this case?
The cause of death was initially undetermined, and it's not unusual for people who've had cardiac arrests to have second ones in the hospital. So it didn't strike me as anything really unusual in somebody with brain damage.
Okay. And because a cardiac arrest, so you noted on autopsy when you examined Mr. McClain's brain, and I'm going to butcher this, so I'm going to ask you to help me, that he had a brain injury, and you described that as a hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy?
Encephalopathy, meaning his brain tissue didn't get enough oxygen and the neurons died.
Thank you. Now, that could have been a result of that second cardiac arrest in the hospital, correct?
He wasn't doing well after the first cardiopulmonary arrest, but a second arrest can make things worse.
Let's see. You also had at least some body-worn camera footage to review prior to issuing your first autopsy report, correct?
That's correct.
Now, it's not documented in your report, but can you tell this jury which body-worn camera footage you had and which camera footage you did review prior to issuing your first report?
Not in its entirety, but I believe I had some of the initial contact and the initial scuffle where the body cam was actually dislodged and the videos aren't very good. That's the ones that stick to my mind. There may have been some other stuff, but not nearly as much as I had in the end.
Okay. And so the body-worn cameras that were dislodged during the struggle that police had with Mr. McClain, do you recall that they continued to record at least sound from the altercation?
I believe they did, but I'm not sure. It's been a while.
Did you review and listen to those sounds before issuing your first autopsy report?
Any material that I had prior to issuing the first report, I listened to and looked at.
Okay. Is it fair to say you don't know the names of the officers that go with the videos that you were provided prior to issuing your first report?
I would not be able to place a name with a face.
Okay. Is it safe to say, though, whatever videos you had at the time, you completely reviewed them?
If I had them, I looked at them.
Okay. And I understand you looked at them. Would you say you
medical
looked at portions of
examiner is
them, or did you
currently
review them in their totality?
Cause of death.
I reviewed in totality what I had.
Acute respiratory.
At the time that you
depression,
issued your first
something.
autopsy report, I think you've testified you were aware that a carotid hold was applied by law enforcement in this case, correct?
I believe that was in the initial report.
Okay. And in fact, that's part of the reason why you performed a special dissection of Mr. McClain's neck on autopsy. Is that right?
Correct. Given that information, I performed a layered anterior neck dissection looking for subtle injury that could be indicative of damage to the larynx or strangulation.
Okay. You also knew, and I think you've testified that similar to other investigative bodies, members of the coroner's office kind of work together as an investigative team. Is that fair to say?
I would say everyone has a role at the coroner's office. The investigators do the investigating. I do the autopsies, and the coroner, deputy coroner, the office manager handle the business.
Okay. And so prior to conducting the
just a couple
autopsy
minutes,
on, I
ladies.
believe
I'll
you
be right
said
back.
September 3rd of 2019, is that right?
That is correct.
You would have reviewed whatever investigative reports had been prepared by those coroner investigators. Is that fair?
Correct, which is usually the initial narrative.
Okay. And I think in this case, Ms. Blaylock had completed the initial narrative. Is that right?
She's one of the investigators. I don't remember who was assigned to this case.
And so but you reviewed that investigative narrative before you performed the autopsy.
Correct.
And certainly would have reviewed it before you issued your initial report.
Well, like I said, I review the narrative before I even start the autopsy.
Okay. And so at that point in time, you would have had information that Mr. McClain was reported to be a distance runner, correct? I'm reading from my notes.
I'm sorry. Oh, response.
I don't understand the objection. I'm asking him questions about what may have been in that report that he's reviewing.
I wish she would use a damn mic.
I know.
Well, I'm confounded as well. Was it a 703 objection?
So it wasn't even a good objection.
Is she just
Well, I think
scared?
that's what 703 talks about, isn't it? Okay. All right. Now I guess I understand. All right. Little further foundation with respect to 703.
Doctor, I think you've testified that you reviewed the investigator's report prior to conducting the autopsy, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recall in that narrative that there was inclusion in Ms. Blaylock's narrative report that Elijah McClain was reported to be a distance runner of about 6 miles a day?
I don't recall that particular statement in the initial report.
But if it's in the report, that would have been information you would have had at the time of autopsy, correct?
If it's in that first paragraph, yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to that report, first of all, do you know where that information, the source of that information comes from? The fact that Mr. McClain may have been a distance runner or may have exercised regularly?
As I said, the investigators get their information from a variety of sources, including police, medical personnel, medical records, family members. So I don't recall specifically where that came from.
Okay. So if the history of Mr. McClain being a distance runner, if that wasn't accurate, would that change your opinion or impact your opinion in this case?
If he was not a distance runner and did not put stress on his small coronary artery, then it is possible the small coronary artery played a bigger role in this case. Maybe I would list it as contributory.
Okay. You talked to this jury about certain requests that were made for body-worn camera footage in this case. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
In that investigative supplemental narrative, do you recall entries from an investigator Brown making such a request of APD?
I haven't read the supplemental report probably in 2 years, so I couldn't really tell you.
Would that be something Investigator Brown would typically request?
If I ask for something, they often assign an investigator to ask whatever agency for me. I don't usually interact directly with the agencies.
Do you recall when that request would have been made?
I know I would have made that request at the meeting with the police and the district attorney when I said I needed all body cam footage and all witness statements. Otherwise, this case can be signed out as undetermined. I also likely made that request at the end of the autopsy, as is my usual practice.
And at some point, you were provided at least some witness statements and some body-worn camera footage, correct?
Several years later, I was provided an abundance of extra information, including body
That's
cam
real
footage.
weird.
Might have been an inartful question. Prior to you
That's
issuing
very
your
weird.
first autopsy report, at some point, you were provided at least some witness statements and some body-worn camera footage, correct?
I believe I received some stuff, not everything.
You said years later.
Regardless, that request was made of the Aurora Police Department, correct?
I believe they would be the people in custody who had custody of the video footage, so I believe it would go to them.
On your autopsy report in the findings section, you made a determination about Mr. McClain's height and weight, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe your report says he measured 5'7" and 140 pounds, correct?
Correct, following organ donation.
I was just going to say, you would agree that the weighted autopsy was post-organ donation and also after spending several days in the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
I want to talk a little bit more about this left anterior descending artery, this finding that you had on autopsy, please, if we may. First of all, that left anterior descending coronary artery, that runs along the front of the heart, is that right?
That's correct. It usually peters out toward the bottom of the heart, but sometimes you can go around to the back of the heart.
Okay. And that sometimes is referred to as a wraparound lad when it goes, it wraps around to the back of the heart?
That's a term I've heard recently to use it. I don't particularly use that term. Usually it doesn't go around the back of the heart, but sometimes it does.
If it did go around the heart, is that something you would document?
It's really hard to see because you've got that left anterior descending coronary artery, which is small to begin with, which is getting smaller and smaller as it goes down toward the base. So I may not be able to tell very apex. So it can be difficult to see, and I didn't comment on that.
Fair to say there's no comment on that in your report.
That's correct. I didn't say
he
if there
didn't
was a
even
wraparound LED or not.
Okay.
know what it
And I think
was
you testified
until recently, right?
that LED
sounds like.
was narrowed upon your finding at autopsy, correct?
Also, I wonder
That's
what
correct. It
organs
had a
were
small caliber.
donated.
And it sounds like it was about half the
How much-
size you would have
Because
expected.
he would have had to have weighed
in a
more,
normal
obviously, than
Is that
140
fair?
pounds,
Roughly, yes.
which would have made their
Right.
estimation of weight.
I know. I think he just made a comment
You
about
also
the
talked
weight.
about preserving
Yeah.
tissue
And
samples.
I thought he said something
as
about
part of the
donation,
autopsy,
but I don't know.
and here
It was-
you did preserve.
He said it was
some tissue
after
samples of
organ
Yeah.
donation
Correct. A
and
complete
after
cross-section.
being
Oh, that's what I
included
meant to
the
say,
right
donation.
ventricle, left
Yeah.
ventricle,
So
interventricular
he would have
septum,
weighed more
left
than
ventricular free wall,
140
the right ventricular free wall, and all the coronary arteries that run along that free wall.
But you did not preserve the entire heart, correct?
That is correct.
But you did indicate that you fixed the heart for 8 days and then examined it on September 11th, 2019. Do you recall that?
I believe that was what I did to get a better look at it. Let me double check that.
You may.
Yes, I re-examined it after I fixed it so I could get a better look at it.
What does it mean to fix the heart?
That means you place it in a diluted formaldehyde solution, which basically doesn't let the tissue rot or decompose and lets you get finer sections with your knife.
Okay. And so then would it have been after that examination that you would have cut the cross section for to make into microscopic slides to send off to the lab?
It would be during that examination. During that examination, I would cut the coronary arteries to see how big they were. I would then look to see if the heart was normally shaped. I would cut it to see if the valves were correctly positioned and functioning. And I would take out the cardiac conduction system, the SA node and the AV node, so I could microscopically evaluate those.
Now, so you did preserve at least some of the sections to send off to the lab to have slides made out of them, correct?
Correct. Sections were preserved that were turned into slides, and then a complete cross section was preserved in case another doctor wanted to examine it later.
Well, not only in case another doctor wanted to examine it, but in this case, you wanted to get a closer look at that left anterior descending coronary artery, right?
I had already taken a microscopic section of it and looked at it with my eyes, so I didn't need it quickly, but autopsy standards say for at least 6 months you should keep samples of the major organs. I believe the coroner's office keeps it longer.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in that July 2021 testimony that you actually wanted to get a closer look at the left anterior descending coronary artery since it was narrow?
I don't recall that, but I believe, if I can refer to my report.
You may.
Initially, when I examined it fresh, I said the left anterior descending coronary artery had a maximum diameter of 1 to 2 millimeters. Second paragraph says, upon re-examination, left anterior coronary artery was confirmed to be atrophic, which is small. So I looked at it fresh, and then I looked at it after it was fixed.
Okay. Do you recall also providing testimony in that July 2021 proceeding when talking about getting a closer look to the left anterior descending coronary artery, that unfortunately the lab embedded it tangentially? So I got sort of a sideway view instead of a cross view, which I would have liked. So I really couldn't interpret it that well. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, and I think I discussed that. My report says what I saw with the naked eyes. Then I took a section of the left anterior descending coronary artery to look at it microscopically, to look at it in more detail. And instead of the lab, it's basically a tube, and I wanted them to cut across so I could see the full diameter. They cut it at an angle, so I didn't get a nice complete cross section as I would have liked.
And so based upon that error, you weren't able to interpret it very well, correct?
I wasn't able to, well, I mean, interpretation was limited. I could see there was no inflammation around the artery like Kawasaki's disease. There was no abscess around the artery. And I did have part of the cross section that didn't show atherosclerosis. What I didn't have was a complete cross section.
Okay. But at that point in time, you could have asked the lab to recut those, correct?
I believe they tried to, but when something is cut tangentially across the tube, if you put the tube up straight, you're basically cutting something across that's already at an angle, so you still don't get a cross section.
Okay. In your report, you also indicated that, and I think you were asked some questions about this on direct, that you didn't see any evidence of a heart attack. Do you recall that?
I believe I said that.
Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but a heart attack there's a difference between a heart attack and, say, an arrhythmia. Is that fair?
I prefer to look at it as, when I say heart attack in court or in lay terms, that's your traditional heart attack. Like, ow, my heart hurts. You start getting sweaty, diaphoretic. And those are usually caused by blocked coronary arteries. So that's your most common kind of heart attack. The other kind of heart attack is an arrhythmia of your heart, and that can leave no findings at autopsy.
Not only can it leave no findings at autopsy, but an arrhythmia can in fact be fatal. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, doctor, I want to talk to you a little bit about the toxicology findings.
Okay.
First of all, your toxicology findings are based off of what's called admin blood, correct?
Correct. Blood from the hospital admission, which I believe was taken 30 to 45 minutes after admission.
Okay. And that's what I wanted to ask, because I don't believe that was clear. That was taken shortly after Mr. McClain's admission to the hospital in this case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the expectation is that blood is going to be the closest blood we can get to what he was experiencing on scene. Is that fair?
Correct. The only other way to get a vector sample would have been to sample it on scene, which is, I don't recall I've ever gotten blood from an ambulance.
Top chat will get you every time.
The toxicology results of the admit blood showed a ketamine level of, I believe, 1,400 nanograms per milliliter. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you then converted that to about 1.4 milligrams per liter.
Right.
Now, not a mathematician. I don't do conversion of volumes very often, but the bottom line is that 1.4 milligrams per liter, that's at the low end of the documented therapeutic range in medical literature. Is that fair?
In the forensic literature that I use, specifically Basalt's toxicology textbook, therapeutic is 1 to 6, and this is in the low end of that.
Okay. And I'm glad you mentioned basalts, because I think you make reference in your original autopsy report that in that same textbook, that Basalt's textbook, when looking at fatal doses of ketamine, fatal intramuscular doses of ketamine, the description in that book, and I think you noted it in your autopsy report, said that a documented fatal dose of ketamine through an IM dose of 1,000 milligrams had a blood concentration of 27 milligrams per liter. Is that right?
Yes, they cite that case in the chapter on ketamine.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in your vast career and over 9,000 autopsies that you conducted over that career, you've never seen or had a case of a ketamine overdose or a fatal ketamine result from a therapeutic dose of ketamine? Is that fair?
I would say it's fair to, I've not called something a ketamine overdose based on the levels that I see in this case.
Okay. Now, there's been some testimony and some discussion about the amount of ketamine that Mr. McClain received on scene
in this case.
Okay. From a forensic pathologist and a forensic toxicology perspective, is that what's important to determine?
To me, regarding cause of death and whether a drug or toxin contributed to death, I care more about the level that's in the blood than how it got there.
So really what's determinative, particularly on cause of death, is what the blood levels are, what the levels are in the blood, not whether the person, not necessarily the dose the person received. Is that correct?
From my perspective, yes.
Okay. And is that because the blood levels are really going to tell you how, kind of determine how that person is going to react to that substance or that medication?
All of our toxicology books and toxicology tables that list therapeutic and toxic and lethal go by blood levels, not how much was administered. So I was trained to go more by blood levels.
And so you would agree with me that the blood level in this case, the concentration level in this case, was not a lethal or a toxic level, correct?
It was not a lethal or toxic level for most people. That's correct.
Okay. But it's your opinion that it was lethal or toxic for Mr. McClain?
For Mr. McClain, at that particular moment, that level was too much he could handle.
Why is that?
It could be that he was worn out. I don't have a control. For example, I believe more likely than not that the ketamine administration pushed him toward this respiratory arrest based on what I see on the video and the time sequence that's going on. Can I say for sure that if he was not restrained and given ketamine in the hospital for some other purpose, that the same thing would have happened? No, I can't guarantee that. I also believe that if he was restrained and did not get the ketamine, I believe he would have been worn out and probably had some lactic acidosis, maybe hypoxemia, but in my opinion, he would not have died at that time without the ketamine. So did the whole restraint make him susceptible to the ketamine? It could have, but there's no way to prove how he would have reacted to ketamine, in a different situation.
So we'll just blame it on
I
that.
apologize for the long answer.
That's okay. And I'm not sure you answered the question I asked. You can't tell this jury why, if Elijah McClain had an unusual reaction to what otherwise would be a non-lethal dose of ketamine, you can't tell this jury why that happened. Is that fair?
I don't know why the ketamine reacted with him that day, but I believe it triggered the events that led to his death.
And so it would also be fair to say that there really wouldn't have been anything that would have told any medical providers or even paramedics that was the case, correct?
He's like, I don't know. That's not my job.
Response.
Oh, I wish we could hear the objection.
Foundation, he's been talking quite a bit about and was asked about idiosyncratic reactions. So I think the foundation has been laid. It's not speculation based upon. Go ahead.
I'll let you finish.
Well, I was gonna say it's not speculation because he's indicated he doesn't know why. And so my question is then a natural extension to the paramedics.
The court doesn't find it quite so natural as the doctor wasn't present.
Fair enough. Doctor, did you see anything on the body-worn camera footage that you observed either at the Shell gas station or with the forcible restraint with law enforcement that would have suggested to you that Mr. McClain would have had this adverse
Well, I
reaction?
don't know if you should ask that.
The nature of an idiosyncratic drug reaction is that it is unpredictable and it won't happen to most people. So I don't know how you do predict that.
Hmm. Well, then
Now-
what are we doing here?
We've also talked, and there's been testimony about the injection of the ketamine in this case as being intramuscular or IM. Is that significant to you in your findings of how it was administered?
Like I said, it's more important to me what the blood level is, whether he got it IV or IM or through a pill. I care more about the drug level as it pertains to cause and manner of death.
Fair enough. But is it fair to say that if a drug is administered intravenously or through IV, is it absorbed in the body faster than it is if it's administered through intramuscular or IM?
Generally, drugs are absorbed faster IV than through a muscle.
Okay. And can a cardiac arrest, such as one that was suffered by Mr. McClain, can that also have an effect on the absorption rate of that medicine?
It could, in that you need blood circulating to actually get it into your blood supply. So if you had a drug theoretically sitting either in subcutaneous fat or in a muscle, you may not get adequate flow to distribute it the way it normally would.
So given in this case that the ketamine was administered intramuscularly or IM and that he suffered a cardiac arrest, is it possible that his concentration of ketamine in his blood, at least at the time on scene, could have even been lower than the 1.4 milligrams per liter?
Response.
I don't believe it's speculation given the foundation that has been laid about in the expertise of this witness talking about the absorption rate and the levels and toxicity levels.
If the witness can confidently answer, I'll allow him to do so.
I would say from the measured blood level that we have from the first hour of hospitalization, at the time of his first arrest, he could have been either a little higher or a little lower on his ketamine level.
Okay. So we don't really know.
We don't know, but I feel pretty good that the 1.4 net mg per liter is a pretty good rough approximation of where he was, that he wasn't negligible, nor was he in the toxic lethal range.
Because the toxic lethal range begins much higher than the 1.0 to 6.3 milligrams per liter, correct?
Some people will start having toxic symptoms at the higher end of therapeutic, but I would say the 1.4 where he's at is comfortably below where he would be toxic for the average person.
I want to shift gears now with you, and I want to talk a little bit about
Not on the
acidosis
ambulances.
and the concept of
Doesn't
acidosis that
stand.
you testified to. I believe in your amended autopsy report, you indicated that
think they
Mr. McClain
can,
was
but
likely
only for,
under
like, very
physiologic and emotional
specific
stress
things,
during this
right?
incident. Is that right?
Well, that's
Yes,
what it was
that's
before. I think
And
they-
in
they
your
took
amended
him off
autopsy
the
report, you
ambulances
indicated that
completely
you
now.
cannot rule out
Oh, okay.
metabolic abnormalities, including lactic acidosis, as contributing to the cause of his death, correct?
I also said that, yes.
Okay. Now, metabolic acidosis itself can be a life-threatening condition, correct?
It can be if it's severe enough, but when we go with cause of death is what caused the metabolic acidosis or the lactic acidosis. The acidosis itself is simply a mechanism, a physiologic mechanism. It's what caused it that's important.
And one of the causes of metabolic acidosis could be this prolonged physical struggle with law enforcement, correct?
Intense physical exertion is a common cause of lactic acidosis.
Now,
They're not guilty. Come
do you
on.
recall having the information or in your review of the video
I'm having a
that
hard time saying
Mr.
they are.
McClain complained that
be
he
honest.
couldn't breathe within a relative short period of time after contact with police? Do you recall that?
At some point, he stated,
Okay. And I believe he stated he couldn't breathe 6 or 7 times during that contact. Do you recall that?
I recall it was more than once.
Okay. When someone says or expresses, "I can't breathe," is that sometimes a document of what's referred to in the medical literature as air hunger?
People who are hungry for air may say they can't breathe.
And
Air
that
hunger?
air hunger, that inability to breathe, that is a symptom of metabolic acidosis, correct?
That can be one of the symptoms.
Can vomiting be a symptom of metabolic acidosis?
Yes, it can be.
Hello. So annoyed.
If someone is held in the prone position Can that depress their ability to vent off that CO2 that is contributing to that acidosis?
It's a bit controversial. There's a lot of fighting in the literature, particularly in the 90s, about whether restraint in a prone position by itself can cause hypoxia and acidosis. The general consensus from what I've read is that if you're a big person, especially with a belly and you're held down, and if weight's applied to your back, that can cause some respiratory problems and lead to some acidosis or hypoxemia.
Can handcuffing one behind their hands behind their back and then putting pressure on their chest, can that also impede respiratory function?
Response.
Well, he's a forensic pathologist that can talk about cause of death. I think this is right in his
Yeah,
wheelhouse.
he should be able to.
Sounds more like the testimony of a pulmonologist, but if he can answer, I'll let him.
I have personally not seen a case where a person was handcuffed and someone pressed on their back, leading to death. I have had cases where
Well,
people
I
have
would
been
hope not.
handcuffed, especially bigger people with people sitting or kneeling on their back, and that has contributed to death.
Can acidosis or metabolic acidosis lead to a condition referred to as pulseless electrical activity, or PEA?
I usually see PEA in the setting of pulmonary thromboemboli. I would have to read up on lactic acidosis, but I believe that's one of the rhythms it can cause.
This is such a crazy situation.
Yeah, I know.
So we're basically down to.
So this, just to be clear, this prolonged physical restraint and carotid hold that was applied to Mr. McClain, even as you sit here today, that is what prevents you from ruling out whether or not the police conduct in this case contributed to Mr. McClain's death. Is that fair?
Well, if the carotid hold contributed to the lactic acidosis, which I think is, if it did, it's minimal. I would say more likely if the carotid hold, when he came out of it, if he was nauseated, as some people have been reported to be, and if he vomited because of that nausea, and if he aspirated at that time because of the nausea, then I would say that aspiration probably contributed to a generally dilapidated state, which made the ketamine worse for him. However, I don't have proof that he did in fact aspirate prior to getting into the ambulance. If I believed to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the carotid hold or other actions of the police led to him aspirating vomit, then I would have called it a homicide.
The flip side of that is if you believe that the physical restraint by police didn't play a role in this, you would have ruled this an accident, correct?
That's correct.
There you go.
Interesting.
I may have one more.
Yes.
I love that we're all watching the same thing and everybody's like, but this is a little different and this is why it should
Yeah.
be. This is why it shouldn't be. We're all, it's that's how you know it's a tricky situation.
Be careful when a lawyer promises you
Also
they'll
that we
almost
are
go
nerds.
anywhere. I want to try and establish
Very
an
true.
overall
Very
timeline with you.
true.
So I want to make sure I have this correct. So your autopsy was done on September 3rd, 2019, correct?
That is correct.
And then you issued your initial findings in November of 2019.
That is correct.
Then you changed your opinions and issued an amended autopsy report July 1st, 2021, correct?
Also correct.
Okay. And then at some point later, about 18 months later, you, and I think you testified to this either on direct and cross-examination or cross-examination, you had a meeting with a forensic pathologist by the name of Roger Mitchell Jr., correct?
That's correct. Dr. Mitchell visited the Adams County office.
And that was on March 27th, 2021, correct?
Probably around that time frame, yes.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, you didn't request Dr. Mitchell's involvement in consultation in this case. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know who made that request for Dr. Mitchell to be involved?
I believe it came through the Attorney General's office, but I wasn't involved in the decision.
Okay. So as a courtesy, you met with Dr. Mitchell in March of 2021 at your office, correct?
That's correct. It was a professional courtesy.
And you allowed him to take samples of some additional samples from what's referred to as the stock jar at the coroner's office, which is where you had preserved the portions of the organs that you did preserve. That's how they're preserved in your office, correct?
And yes, I assisted with the mechanics of getting the stock jar, going through that, and providing cassettes.
The way David was explaining this to
And
me,
that's a professional courtesy that I think any forensic
not even
pathologist would
that
extend to another pathologist, correct?
they simply violated.
I would say so.
protocol
I don't think
for
there's
standard
any that I
of care.
wouldn't extend that out.
They had to have violated in such an egregious way that it was deemed
Now,
almost
during
that an
this
accident
visit,
of this nature could occur.
you discussed this case,
Yeah.
Dr. Mitchell?
Right. So it's
To some
I
degree.
understand what you're saying. That it
And
might not be the way
did Dr.
they were
Mitchell
supposed to
share
do it
his,
exactly, but it has to be so far over the
his
top
opinions or his
of what they should have
interpretations in
done
this case with you?
that is criminal.
Because pause for a second. Pause
Didn't
for a
ask what was said.
Well, I mean, what do we do in situations like this where hospitals and doctors?
It's a malpractice thing, right? It's
I
a
mean,
civil suit. There's no criminal.
it depends
charge.
on which state you're in.
Yeah.
Well, that's true too.
You know what I
But
mean?
for it to be a criminal matter, it has to be so far away from like what they should have done that it's almost obvious. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm with you. Like not checking on them for 6 minutes after the shot, that's a problem. But is it a criminal problem or is it a, you know,
It has
civil
to have
liability?
been like, hold on. I just read it to y'all a minute ago. In Colorado, it has to be like, what was it? Reasonable.
What's up, MG? How you doing?
I'll
buddy?
post
Hey,
it in the
just
chat.
driving home.
That boy.
Hi, MG.
Hey, Jamie.
Did you catch that summary, MG?
Yeah,
that
I've been listening to it as I've been trying to catch up on work after court.
What do you think?
The dosage was. I don't know that they're guilty of anything.
That's
From what I can. I mean, the dosage was a low dosage. It was not a lethal dosage of ketamine by any stretch of the imagination.
right. It's less.
It was about just over 1/10 the lethal dose for his size, for his body weight. Yeah, it sounds like this current witness is kind of trying to talk out of both sides of his mouth a little bit.
Well, they were protesting at his house when the George Floyd.
So he changed his.
They were at his house, trying to make this a criminal matter, and I think that man's I think he's terrified.
They followed their protocol. He's, I think this witness or another one saying that apparently he had some sort of reaction to the ketamine, which they can't anticipate that. A normal person would not have had an issue with the dose they gave.
Right.
He's one of these witnesses. One of these doctors or experts said that. So, what's it?
So if hypothetically, right, if this man were at a party at a rave and he got a recreational amount of ketamine from somebody at this party, would they have charged that individual who he got it from with manslaughter?
Only
it
if
been
he
illegal.
was, if he was.
It would have been illegal for him to have it, probably.
Well,
so
if
there's
he
crimes
was-
being committed there.
Well, okay, but there's actually like a subsection of this statute that says like if it was to aid them in actually unaliving, then yes.
This is such I'm back and forth. I don't know that this is a criminal case. I don't think that.
And wasn't this guy saying that somebody being handcuffed behind their back, that he's never seen, that he doesn't think that could lead to death, of having weight put on their chest or back?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but then
he-
didn't in the next breath didn't he say, but I have seen where they've had their hands handcuffed behind their back, and then they've had like they've been sat on or kneeled on, and that caused
Yeah.
their death. Like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, it's just there's some contradictions there, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's,
Yeah. I don't know. This is a rough thing, right? So like
Oh.
would you have been, I don't know. I'm trying to put myself in this position, right? So if there's a bunch of cops and the cops have hands on with this guy and I'm the EMT who gives the dose or whatever, I understand that it's the ME's responsibility, I would think, to make sure that his vitals are good, right? I would assume that much. But if there's a cop with hands on him, right? Wouldn't that?
how are you going to measure his vitals with a pulse
That's
ox
what I'm saying.
meter or anything if they're on top of him handling him?
It's
I mean,
this is a bizarre case. I'm glad the protocol has been changed and that they're
Yeah.
not doing this anymore. I don't think they should have ever chemically restrained this man at all.
But they were. It wasn't illegal.
Right. It wasn't a criminal act to chemically restrain him according to the protocol and their standard operating procedures, right? The only crime that we're looking for.
Your
Would
mic
be-
is like going in and out for some reason.
Yeah, a little bit. It's not your voice.
So the only crime-
it's your mic.
Yeah,
might
it's
be
the
my
mic.
voice.
Like clearing your throat.
So the only crime that we're really looking for, though, is I don't know. I guess how drastically
I mean,
they
they're being
violate
charged.
the protocol.
They're being charged with murder.
They're being
No,
charged
they're being
with
charged with
homicide,
criminally negligent homicide, manslaughter, and what is it, third or second degree assault?
one of the two. I don't remember. It's in lesser included on the assault. Right. So I don't know that they assaulted.
I don't know
him.
that they're criminally negligent.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I don't
you can
think
get
they
mad.
are.
They followed the protocol. The dose they gave was not a lethal dose for his body size. I know Yamaha Baker saying, well, it's a 200 biker saying 220-pound dose, but it still was just barely over 1/10 the lethal dose for someone his size at 140, 150 pounds. So, and the ME, one of these doctors already said that a normal person would not have suffered this fate with that dose. That it was even a low dose for therapeutic use. They cannot anticipate someone having a reaction to it like that. So,
which is why it's probably a good idea to not let them administer this drug in the field like this. As
yeah, well, that's why I'm sure they've changed it.
Right. That's the
And Yamaha, it does matter if it is a lethal dose. If a normal person, this is a reasonableness standard too. They can't anticipate there being a reaction like this when they give this dose.
Right.
If they gave him 4,000 milligrams, yeah, I'd say yeah they fucked up.
Right.
But they gave 400, 500 milligrams. It was not a lethal dose. It was not anywhere near a lethal dose for someone that size. That has to be taken into account.
But just not
And the
monitoring
fact that
his
he reacted to
reaction after, not monitoring his reaction after, like that. That's not the cause of the. That's not the cause. They didn't say that was the cause.
Even to add on to that, I don't know that not monitoring his reaction after, like, say
It
you
didn't
give
have
somebody,
any effect on it.
say you give somebody 800 milligrams of ibuprofen, right? And 5 minutes go by and he has some weird, crazy reaction to it. Like you're not
going to stop that reaction.
Well, right, but even
It's
more,
gonna
you're not.
happen.
Right, that's exactly it. It's not on you that this guy had a crazy reaction to ibuprofen. It's crazy. I don't think this is criminal.
And it has to be like I don't think
There
that-
likely is civil liability potentially, but then they're agents of the state, so they're going to be
exactly.
you know,
So there's not.
Well,
and they act within protocol. So
That's the
you know, It is a very unfortunate event, but there is not criminal liability for them. They're not criminally negligent.
They paid $15 million in civil liability already.
Yeah.
They're
So
settled.
yeah.
So I don't think this is a criminal case. I don't think these men should probably be found guilty.
And the couple of the cops have already acquitted, and they have
And they
as much
did
or
way
more
more.
involvement in this.
They did way more.
Interesting.
So
interesting.
Well, yeah. I mean, it shouldn't even. It's not Mimsy. It shouldn't even be an option. To be honest with you, I would never want people that have no idea who I am with authority to inject me with some.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, it's terrifying that they can do this, and I'm glad that they can no longer do this. But
They
I'm
were
having a
allowed
hard
to.
time. Yeah, I'm having a hard time with criminal charges at the moment.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into it.
All right, it's a little premature.
Did he share with you kind of his thoughts on this case and his impressions?
I'm not sure how much we discussed this case specifically. I think we more discussed hypotheticals regarding the approach to deaths in custody in general.
And then Dr. Mitchell issued his report in June of 2021. Were you aware of that?
I know he issued a report somewhere in that time.
And you were actually provided that report by the Attorney General's office, correct?
I believe so. Yes, I know. I read it.
Okay. Then you issued your second report on July 1st, 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And that was about 2 weeks or so after Dr. Mitchell issued his report. Is that fair?
We'd have to go over all the dates again, but I finished my review of the additional material shortly after he issued his report, and then I issued my report.
Dr. Sina, I really appreciate your patience this afternoon. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. I have no further
Pleasure.
questions.
Redirect.
Dr. Sina, is a video capturing the minutes surrounding a person's death an important piece of information to determine a cause of death?
In this type of case, it is. It's not always necessary in other types of cases.
Was it a powerful piece of information to you in this case?
Seeing the administration of the ketamine and the immediate after minutes was very important to reaching my final conclusion.
And did you ask the Aurora Police Department for all of the body-worn camera before you issued your first report in this case?
Yes, that would be part of my routine.
In your experience, is it unusual for you to be denied that type of information?
Various places I've worked with have been more or less forthcoming with requests from me. Sometimes Chicago police could be somewhat resistant as well. So in the ideal world, I would always get everything that I want the first time around. It doesn't always happen.
And in your first report, you couldn't determine a cause of death, correct?
Correct, because I don't believe I had all the information I needed to come up with a diagnostic cause of death other than undetermined.
Now, after the Attorney General's office became involved in this case, did you then get all of the body-worn camera that you wanted? Change your opinion on the cause of death?
Yes, it led me to my final cause of death.
And did you request the opinion of a pulmonologist regarding some of the video that you watched?
I believe I suggested getting a pulmonologist involved to see if they agreed that after the shot, if his breathing changed, in my words, became agonal.
Was that pulmonologist David Buther?
I didn't request Dr. Buther by name, but he is the pulmonologist that was consulted.
And did Dr. Buther's review of that influence your opinion in any way?
Although he did not agree that he would not use the term agonal breathing as I did, he did agree that after the ketamine administration, he was deeply sedated and had shallow, inefficient breathing. So I believe that supports what I saw in the video.
Now, Mr. Goddard asked you about whether Mr. McClain's anoxic brain injury could have been caused by his second cardiac arrest in the UC hospital. I think you said you didn't recall on that. Would it refresh your recollection to see the UC health record on that?
I believe what I said was he had an initial cardiac pulmonary arrest and he was doing badly, which means he already had brain damage. A second arrest could make it worse, but he was already significantly damaged by the time the second arrest occurred. But I'd be happy to look at
Redirect.
Sure. Could we show to the witness only Bates page 36289, Ms. Kelleher?
And I'm going to object. I don't think he said that he needs his memory refreshed. He corrected counsel as to what his answer was.
Response.
I thought the end of his last statement there was that the medical record might refresh his recollection on that.
The response was, we can look at it if you want.
Well, I think we're mincing words. The court will find that the court will interpret Dr. Cena's statement as he might need to refresh his recollection, so the court will allow it.
Is there a spot you want me to focus on?
Yes. Giant finding. Second paragraph. Starting with, he has dilated and blown.
Giggity.
I knew you were going to do that.
19.
I was like, okay, Val's going to.
Sometimes I see him, I don't have my glasses. But essentially, he already had extremely bad brain damage prior to the second.
Blown.
Thank you. You can take that down.
Oh, God.
And Yamaha, I know your frustration. I'm looking at this from a legal
And
standard.
Dr. Cena, you knew in doing your autopsy
Yeah.
report that Mr. McClain had received a dose of ketamine that was too much for his weight. Is that correct?
Correct. I believe his weight was estimated around 200, and in life, he was probably closer to 145, 150.
And the toxicology report that you received just gave you the ketamine in his blood levels after he got to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
It's about 40 minutes after his injection. Does that sound right to you?
Right in there, yes.
And you talked about that range in his blood being what's referred to in a textbook as a therapeutic
How do I
dose.
not have giggity as a soundbite?
And
that's why we're
often
at
measured in people
trial,
who are in a
because it
hospital
can go
setting.
either way.
Often
Right.
they're measured in control studies to come up with these tables and numbers.
And they would be receiving ketamine for anesthetic purposes.
That ketamine is commonly used in anesthesia. It's also used in some situations, I believe, of chronic pain relief.
Farrell,
and
are
then
you
some
still
control
here?
studies, you're just a volunteer and you're getting paid to be in the study.
And you said that that happens in a controlled setting.
Control studies where they generate large amounts of data tend to be in control settings.
And those patients or subjects would be in a situation where they're being properly assessed.
I've never conducted a control study with a medication, but that would be my assumption.
And their breathing would be monitored.
At this point, as I said, he's not
Response?
I'll withdraw the question. Mr. McClain was not in a controlled study setting when he was administered ketamine. Fair.
I would say that's fair.
And you agree he was suffering from aspiration?
Pulmonary specialist. I don't really know
Well,
what he had to do with the
you
case.
said that it could be either before or after he was administered ketamine.
Yes, at some point, either while restrained or in the ambulance, he aspirated vomit into his lungs.
When you get a
And
chance,
also
can you
potentially
make me a
acidosis.
giggity clip?
It would
Farrell?
not surprise me if he had some degree.
I have one I can send to you.
Physical exertion during restraint.
A
Who is it?
giggity,
Right, Bob's
giggity,
looking worn out.
giggity.
By the time he was getting the ketamine, shortly before it, he was still moving his feet. They were telling him not to.
I played it last night a couple of
Still
times.
making noises. He did move when they
Hey.
lifted his sleeve up to give him the ketamine, but he did not move when he got the
Who is
ketamine.
this? Who is this dude?
The doctor?
The
Still the
person
same
that's on the
doctor.
stand. It's the same
It's
guy.
still the same. It's still the same
Yeah.
medical.
This is
Yeah,
it's
probably.
redirect now. So
Dude, I feel like his testimony is getting even worse for this state. Okay, continue.
yeah,
Sorry.
it's yeah.
Yeah, it's not helping
So,
the state.
To me, he looked worn out, exhausted. There could be a component of lactic acidosis in there. There could be a component of hypoxia. I just can't say to what degree.
Thank you. Some more discussion about your manner of death determination.
That's right, Diva.
Again, that's the determination that you make for purposes of vital statistics, correct?
That's correct. It's a box on the death certificate, which is run by Vital Statistics.
Doesn't bear on
Yeah,
criminal
sometimes doesn't make
liability in any way.
I think, as I've said, sometimes
Be right back.
when I
Me
say
too.
accidents on the box, some cases are called vehicular homicides in a court
Don't
of
leave
law.
yet.
When I check homicide on the box, sometimes those cases aren't prosecuted because there's a reason for it.
And for you, in a situation of a overdose of a medication in a medical setting, you wouldn't call that a homicide unless you knew of specific intent to kill the victim. Is that fair to say?
Correct. You periodically hear about these angel of death nurses or doctors who intentionally inject people and kill them. I call those homicides flat out. But a medication error or someone getting too much or someone getting the wrong
Hey.
medication in the absence of
Check your
consent would be
DMs.
checked as accident.
Dr. Sina, you describe yourself as pretty
Val.
experienced as a forensic pathologist.
I would say so.
And do you like to be right when you make your cause of death determinations?
Well, sure
No,
it
I like
does.
to be
I like to be right
wrong.
100%
I want to be
of the time.
wrong every time.
Who decided to
So
amend your
wrong.
report in this case?
I did based on new
Question
material
is
that
that?
came to light, material that I
Hilarious.
initially.
Did any pressure from anyone influence your cause of death determination?
No, this was based on my findings, my review, my discussions with the coroner, and we were on the same page. So she didn't pressure me either.
And is it your opinion that complications of ketamine following
No,
forcible
but the
restraint,
protesters
but for
did.
that, Mr. McClain would be alive?
I think that sentence pretty much sums it up. If none of that had happened, I don't see a reason that he would be dead today.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused? Right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you for your hospitality, sir.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
I
That's
guess.
weird.
So
You didn't have
weird.
much choice but to be there.
Yeah.
That was weird.
They're real weird.
All right,
Why
well,
don't
I'm
we-
pulling up to the house. I
we
gotta
started
go.
one, so why don't we see?
Okay,
All right, thanks,
bye.
A little
MG.
bit anyway.
Later, buddy.
Have
No
fun.
problem. You have a good night. Yamaha Baker.
You too.
Or something like that?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Who are we calling?
The people's next witness is Ryan Walker.
Ryan Walker.
Am I right?
Thank you.
You'll please be seated, and once you're comfortably in the witness chair, I'll ask that you speak a little bit loudly or close to the microphone and tell us your first and last name, spelling your last.
Ryan Walker, W-A-L-K-E-R.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Voice a little
Could you
shaky.
please explain to the jury what you do for a living?
Probably nervous.
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Aurora Fire.
And what job did you have before that?
I was a paramedic for Falk Ambulance.
How long were you with Falk Ambulance for?
I was with them for about 6 years total.
So
When did you get hired by Aurora Fire as a firefighter paramedic?
You mean Arvada
Or
Fire?
Arvada Fire, sorry.
November of 21.
Did
That
you
was
start out
after
your career
this.
with Falk as a paramedic, or did you have a classification before that?
I was an EMT when I got hired.
What's the relationship like between Falk and Aurora Fire when they both respond to a call?
Aurora Fire has what's called medical control.
Oh, can you explain to the jury what medical control means when both Falk and Aurora Fire are on the scene?
It means that Aurora Fire has the decision making on what procedures and treatments happen.
Just generally, can you explain to the jury what your job responsibilities as a paramedic are like?
In regards to what?
How do you decide what care to provide as a paramedic?
Through assessments and vital signs.
Half Irish. I think they're
After you
talking
do
about the
assessments and
other
get vital
fire
signs,
department or
you
the
make a
EMS. I
determination
mean,
of what protocol to follow?
the ambient,
Yes.
something.
Now, when you were working with Falk, how many
Something.
people would be
Part
assigned
of
to
the
each
ambulance crew.
There would be a paramedic and an EMT.
Back on August 24th of 2019, who was riding on the Falk ambulance with you?
Elisa
Yeah, the
Gonzalez,
ambulance.
And what was her medical credential?
EMT basic.
Can you explain to the jury when you were with Falk ambulance, what does it look like when you get called out? What's that process like? Or how do you get notified to go someplace, I guess?
Our dispatch would send out tones, say our unit, and when we'd copy, we'd get an address. It would come to the computer that we have in the ambulance with the address and a map on how to get there.
Okay. And on August 24th, when you responded to the call that ultimately involved Elijah McClain, what area was it that you were dispatched to there?
What area was the call?
Yeah.
Colfax and Billings.
Now, before you arrived on the scene, did the Aurora Fire paramedics give you any special notice of what they wanted you to bring or what they thought might happen?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what they told you?
They told us that ketamine would be needed.
When you got to the scene, did you and Ms. Gonzalez try and park
mean,
the
that's
ambulance
no,
close
like-
to where Mr. McClain was at?
Yes.
About how far away from the patient
We
was the
already know
ambulance?
that.
I'm not sure exactly.
Would it have been about 40 feet?
Roughly, yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you
Like
some
where this is
questions
going.
about
Giggity, giggity,
things that were specifically happening on the scene.
giggity.
So
I
if you
like
could please just bring up, but don't start, Exhibit 112, Officer Ward's body-worn camera,
Thank you, Eris.
starting at 5709.
oh boy.
Now, Mr. Walker,
Damn,
have
you're
you, prior
drinking
to
those
that night,
fast.
worked with Mr. Cooper or Mr. Chichuniec before?
Don't
Yes.
judge me.
I'm
Did you
sorry.
have a
I'm
close
sorry.
familiarity with them or acquaintance, or tell the jury about that?
No, I recognize their faces, but
I'm
didn't
not
really
judging. I'm
pursue
just impressed.
And could we please publish this to the jury?
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet, sweetie.
No, don't get
Judge, would it be
crazy.
possible to get the lights off for just a couple of minutes here?
We're doing such a good job today.
Now, I'm going to play a few seconds of this.
One of these
Sir, I'd
nights,
like your help in
We'll get
identifying
together on a late night stream and go ham.
this firefighter here
Yeah.
and this firefighter here. I'm watching what this guy does. I'm going to ask
What did
you
I
if you know what
do?
happens to him. So let's go ahead and start this.
Fast group, stop it. How dare you?
Now, the individual who walked off the screen, do you know who that was?
Daryl, this isn't AA.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Chichuniec.
And when we heard on the audio somebody say to get up 500 of
Okay.
ketamine, was he saying that to you?
Objection, Your Honor, Foundation.
Response.
That night, did one of the firefighters come and ask for ketamine from you at the ambulance?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, who was that?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, which firefighter was that?
He said yes instead of.
Do you think that that was that
Ooh.
voice we heard was him ordering up the ketamine from you?
Objection, Foundation, speculation.
Barbada fire?
Rephrase.
It's the
What do you
other
think
fire department
happening
that has the ambulance.
When we heard that voice,
Yeah, it
ordering
was
up the
one of
ketamine?
the. Yeah,
Objection, speculation.
Again, I'll allow the witness to testify as to his memory, but not to narrate the.
yes.
So, Mr. Walker, do you know, or do you remember hearing somebody order up ketamine like we heard on the video?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. Now,
Hold on
I'd
one
like you
sec.
to tell me, if you can, who this paramedic is.
Paramedic Cooper.
You want to pause it?
Now, after Lieutenant Chichuniec approached you at the ambulance and ordered up the ketamine, what did you do?
Went into the narcotic safe and drew up the ketamine.
And Judge, we can turn the lights back on.
The narcotics safe? I want one
You
of
mentioned you went
those.
into the narcotics safe. Can you describe to the jury what the narcotics safe is in the ambulance?
The
Sounds
Yes,
fun.
it was a
My
small
sister
safe
used to have
in our
this
ambulance
hospital.
that we kept.
You were telling us that.
We had ketamine,
That's
Versed,
crazy.
and fentanyl.
Is there a reason why there's
Had a
only those
lot of
three
stuff,
medications kept in
like,
that narcotics
stuff
safe?
Take out on the streets. It's crazy.
Yes, because they are
Believe that.
scheduled drugs.
Now, when you go to draw up the ketamine, does the bottle have markings on it for how much?
How does
is being
that
drawn up?
sound? Is it normal?
No, it just says the concentration and how much
Maybe
is in the
don't
vial.
pick it up.
Okay. Does the
Here's-
syringe have
Okay.
markings on it?
Is it
to show
normal?
how many milliliters you're drawing into the syringe?
Yes.
I think that is because she was messing.
Your Honor,
with
I'm
it.
sorry to
But
interrupt.
now
Can we
that
take
it's come
the
down,
vial?
it seems
It doesn't
okay.
look like we're using it anymore.
Fine.
That's fine.
I just picked up my phone to look for a picture for a client.
What increments are marked?
And my
on this
daughter
one?
has
Like,
my
how frequently is
iPad.
there a marking?
I'm not sure
She's
exactly.
taking pictures of the back
Uh,
seats of cars.
Now, if you need to draw up
Outstanding.
something in increments of like 50 milliliters, for example, can you do that accurately with the syringe?
Objection calls for speculation based on his testimony.
She knows what she's doing.
Overruled.
Such a weirdo.
Can you accurately draw up increments of as small as 50 milliliters with that syringe?
50 milliliters?
Yeah.
If the syringe is large enough.
And I'm talking about the ketamine syringe in particular. Can you precisely draw up increments as small as 50 milliliters with that syringe?
The vial that we had was 5 milliliters.
I'm sorry,
Photographer in the
I've been talking in milliliters and I should have been talking in milligrams. So if you are drawing up a dosage in increments of 50 milligrams, could you do that accurately with the syringe?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me on that, using the wrong measurement there. Now, the bottle that you have that has the ketamine in it, how many milligrams of ketamine does it hold?
500 milligrams.
Is it the only bottle of ketamine that you have on the ambulance?
I don't remember how many bottles we had.
So if you draw up 500 milligrams from that bottle, is that every drop of ketamine in that bottle?
Yes.
Now, while you are drawing the bottle up, what did Mr. Cichuniec and Ms. Gonzalez do?
I'm not completely sure.
At some point in time, did they take the pram over to where the patient was at?
Yes.
I would like to ask you some questions about what you're doing as you start to approach the patient. So if we could please publish to the jury Exhibit 116, Sergeant Nunez's camera, starting at 22:58:54.
Judge, I'm going to object to the video as cumulative, and I don't believe this witness is being asked to testify to it. It's just showing the video.
And I would join that and also say foundation.
All right, well, I need to wait for the question.
Well, can we approach, Your Honor?
Yamaha,
No.
how many is that in cc's? 50 milliliters. What's that?
I understand.
And Your Honor, would it be possible to get the lights down
5?
so the jury can see a little bit better?
Or is it 50?
All right, and again, I'll note that the court's not allowing the witness to narrate the video, but if it helps to explain to the jury what's going on, I'll allow that.
Of course, Your Honor. And let's play.
I imagine you guys not even going to jail tonight based on this.
50 cc's?
Who's this?
Okay, that's what I thought. That's a huge.
And what did you just hand to Paramedic Cooper?
The syringe with the ketamine.
That's huge.
As you walked up to the scene here, did it appear to you
Let
that
me
the
give me 1
patient
second.
was under control?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
What?
Response.
As you walked up, were you?
Was-
Oh, sorry,
Need a response.
sure. If he knows about whether he had an opinion and a perception of it,
No.
then you can answer.
All right, well, a little more foundation.
Sure. What are you looking at as you walk up here?
Objection, foundation. I don't know if he's testifying from memory or his review of the video.
All right, we need him to testify to his memory.
Do you remember looking at the patient at some point in time during the initial period of time when you were walking up to the scene?
I don't remember.
So
During
a
the first
standard,
minute or
like,
so that you were
regular
there,
size.
at some point in time, did you look at the patient?
I was
Yeah.
not able to see the patient.
This is 6 cc's or 6 milliliters.
Is it your
This
sworn
is
testimony
almost
today,
10
sir,
times
that
as big
you,
as this.
during those initial minutes as you walked up, did not have a perception of the patient?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's asked and answered. It's just argumentative.
Is that what they had?
Judge,
Yeah,
I'm just
that's what I
confirming the
said.
statement for the
50
purposes of impeachment.
Unless I misunderstood.
And it's argumentative, but I'll allow
You said it was a
the
50 milliliter
witness to answer if you can.
injection, right?
Sir, is it your sworn testimony today that during those first minutes that you walked up, you weren't able to perceive things about the patient?
Yes.
Could we show just to the witness, please,
Or did I completely misunderstand?
his
what
prior
that-
testimony? Page 117,
Hi, Rabbit. How are you, doll?
lines 3 through 9,
Glad you're here.
Which prior testimony?
the 2021 statement. Now, in this prior statement, sir, you were given this prior statement under oath back in 2021, didn't you?
I'm sorry, what statement?
Did you give a prior statement under oath back in 2021?
Yes.
And that statement was under oath just like you were today.
Yes.
And you were being asked questions about what happened at the incident there.
Judge, I'm going to object. I'm happy to approach, but I don't know what Mr. Slotthauer is referring him to.
It
There
says
are
6
additional
milliliters.
statements. There are multiple statements. I don't know what he's referring him to.
Well, I heard page 117, lines 3 through 9.
I don't think 6 milliliters and 6 cc's are the
Your
same
Honor, for
thing,
the
though.
record, there's still.
I think-
I'm not sure.
He's in milliliters,
Oh, you might
Could
need
be.
to switch that.
right? Because I'm pretty sure they're the same thing.
What?
And in that prior
Milliliters
statement, you were
and
asked.
Well,
Oh,
let's make sure he
really?
can see it first.
Same.
Yeah.
Sure, can you see that, sir?
Yes.
It's like
In that prior
Well,
statement.
that
you
would have
were
made
asked,
my life
now,
so much easier
We
than
observe
that.
you approach Paramedic Cooper with a syringe. Provide that to
Correct me
him.
if I'm wrong,
And
but
then you were present for a little bit
that's
before
what
you
they
again
said
left the frame.
in chat.
How would you
Yes,
describe the
sir.
situation
Right.
with regard to
Yeah.
law
Right.
enforcement officers?
So
at
this
this time?
is a
Okay,
6
You answered.
wow.
Just
At that time, it appeared they had the
6cc
situation under
syringe.
control and the patient under control.
Okay.
Did I read that correctly?
With a 50, well, that's a 50 cc syringe.
So during those first couple of minutes when you came up and before you go back to the ambulance for a little bit there, did you perceive that the officers had the patient under control?
Yes.
That syringe was huge.
Now,
yeah, I have some biggies.
did you have any reason at that point in time to believe that any of the first responders were not safe?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you have any reason to believe that any of the first responders on that scene there were not safe?
Not at that time.
And Judge, it looks like it's 2:25 if we want to take our afternoon break before I start this next section here.
Yeah, it does.
Why don't you go ahead and get started for 10 or 15 minutes?
Sounds good. Could we
Don't
please
get
publish
him
to the jury
started,
Exhibit
Trey.
116, Sergeant Nunez's camera, where we left off at 59 minutes and 0 seconds.
where this is
Can we show it to
going.
the jury, please?
Giggity, giggity, giggity. I like where this is going. Giggity, giggity.
And Your Honor, would you mind dimming the lights for this? Go ahead.
You okay? Yeah, good. Everybody is good.
Well, Demas' camera got broken in the middle of all that.
Do we know where?
We already talked to the RP. We got the
Woody's
RP.
camera is?
What's that?
Do we know where Woody's camera is?
Go ahead. If you guys are okay with this one company.
Do you know where your camera is?
Okay, Oh, you somewhere down here? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in.
Now, Mr. Walker, what did paramedic Cooper hand you?
Objection, foundation.
Response.
If he knows, he can answer.
All right. If he knows from memory, I'll allow him to answer.
Do you remember what paramedic Cooper handed you?
The syringe.
And what are you doing with it as you leave this when you go to leave the screen here?
Go into the ambulance to place the sharps in the sharp container.
Then resume. Oh, actually, could we start at 23:00 and 10 seconds? Go ahead.
Walking down the street road. All these guys said, people guys need this. See if I can read it. We're gonna give it maybe another minute.
It's not my birthday, maybe. My birthday, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Walker, do you remember what paramedic Cooper was explaining to you there?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if at some point in time he informed you that the patient was tachycardic?
I don't remember at what point.
Do you remember that at some point he did tell you that the patient was tachycardic?
I do need that soundbite.
At some point, I was told that. Yeah.
It's soundbite, Aaron Hack.
Do you know on what they based? Well, first, I guess, could you explain to the jury what tachycardic is?
Tachycardic is a heart rate above 100 beats per minute.
Okay. Would that be something typically a paramedic would calculate if the heartbeat was over 100 beats per minute by measuring a pulse?
Yes.
Did he give you any information about when they had taken Mr. McClain's pulse?
Objection, argumentative, facts not in evidence.
Overall.
Don't believe
Yeah.
everything you read on the
Paramedic
internet.
Cooper give you any information as to when they had measured that pulse to find Mr. McClain tachycardic?
Hey, David, how you doing, buddy?
Not exactly when.
Let's go ahead and resume the video here.
Yeah. All right, brother. Sure. Are you okay? Yeah, that's fine. I'm physical. All right. Obviously, the situation's a little frustrating. He's just pretty soon. So. Okay. Let's go ahead and get him on his side. Let's get him on the gurney first. Okay.
Watch his head. Head.
Now, Mr. Walker, do you remember from that night anybody taking steps to watch or protect Mr. McClain's head as he was being moved to the gurney?
I don't remember.
Does the ambulance have pulse oximetry on it?
It's contained in the cardiac monitor.
Okay. Is that cardiac monitor portable?
Yes.
So could you have carried it the 40 feet over to where Mr. McClain was?
Yes.
Does it also have capnography on it?
Yes, it does.
Does pulse oximetry measure the level of oxygen in somebody's system?
Attached to the hemoglobin, yes.
Okay. And capnography, does that measure the levels of carbon dioxide?
Yes.
Did either of the paramedics that evening ask you to go and get your cardiac monitor so they could use the pulse oximeter or the capnographer?
Your mic is
Not that I
fucked
remember.
up again.
Go ahead and resume.
Is it just coming in? I don't know what it's doing.
It's better now.
He's out.
And Mr. Walker, when you're answering my questions, can I just ask you to speak up or lean forward to the mic a little bit? I think it's hard to pick up. Thank you. Now, did you hear anyone, do you remember hearing anyone respond to the concerns that Mr. McClain was out already?
I don't remember.
When Mr. McClain is being loaded onto the gurney here, do you remember where Mr. Cooper and Mr. Cichuniec were located?
I don't remember.
Do you remember where you're located?
I believe by the feet.
So were you looking towards Mr. McClain?
I believe so.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Have that ready too. Yes. First. Hey, would you? Yeah. So you read this. I got it.
Hey, sorry, could you leave the lights off? Or excuse me, Mr. Walker, as you were looking towards Mr. McClain's head, do you know what this material that's streaming out of his nose and mouth is?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Judge, I would also object, it's gonna be narration of the video.
Sustain.
Very little.
Are you aware that there was
Very little.
a red substance coming out of Elijah McClain's mouth and nose that evening?
Objection leading.
Go ahead.
I'll allow counsel to rephrase.
Did you notice anything coming out of Mr. McClain's mouth and nose that evening?
Judge, that evening I can object.
I've only got one monitor.
Overruled.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
And what was that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Excuse me, Caroline. You shut your dirty whore mouth. There is no
Right.
such thing as
Rephrase.
limit of redheads.
Based on your training and experience as a paramedic, did you have any ideas about what that substance coming out of his mouth and his nose was?
Shame on you, sir.
Objection, foundation.
He's not an expert.
He's a paramedic.
It's based on his
He's not
training
an
experience and
expert.
rational perception.
Right.
Yeah, the court will find it's rationally based upon perception. I think most people can tell when a bunch of material is coming out of somebody's
Didn't
mouth.
he just say,
generally
do you
what
have
it
an
is.
opinion?
Go ahead and answer, sir.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you have any ideas of what the substance coming out of Mr.
There
McClain's
we go.
nose and mouth was?
Vomit and saliva.
No.
Not my birthday.
That evening, were there concerns that Mr. McClain had aspirated, gotten vomit or saliva into his lungs?
Judge, I object, it's leading and there's no foundation for it.
Sustain, answer the form of the question. Turn the lights on.
Did you have any concerns about aspiration that evening?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what
No,
aspiration
that's not.
is?
Actually, that's
Aspiration.
fine.
Calls for expert testimony.
Does it?
It's just that, can
Overruled.
you explain to them what aspiration is?
When a person breathes in something other than just air.
And on this particular evening, what, if any, substances were you concerned that Mr. McClain had aspirated or breathed into his lungs?
Vomit and saliva.
As a paramedic, is there anything concerning to you when you see a patient who's in this kind of position?
What position do you mean?
Yeah, I'll be more clear, sorry. Is there a concern to you if you know that a patient has been vomiting?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that concern is?
There's always a concern of aspirating the vomit.
Is that a concern about the person's airway?
Yes.
If they're aspirating, does that impair their ability to get oxygen and breathe?
Objection, Your Honor. We're well into expert testimony now.
Response.
Just based on his basic training experience, I don't even think this is a subject reasonably in dispute.
And I don't think he's even testified to his basic training and experience in this regard.
That's true. Sustain.
Mr. Walker, can you tell the jury why it is that you know about airway concerns and aspiration?
From my paramedic training.
Okay. Is that something that you guys go over in detail?
Yes.
Is it a pretty important topic?
Yes.
How long have you been serving as a paramedic now?
Since May of 2019.
So can you explain to the jury why this is an airway concern and why it impacts the patient?
Objection calls for expert testimony, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, it's just a foundational medical fact, but did
Did we designate him as an expert?
we
No.
have him qualified as an expert in paramedic testimony as we disclosed him before
You-
trial?
Notice. Oh, okay.
They disclosed him as an expert
Or
before trial?
I'm
Apparently.
going to object to it. I don't think a sufficient basis has been established yet.
I don't think it is either. He's just a paramedic. How long has he been doing it?
Well, you can.
I join that objection, Your
All right, in response to that objection.
Judge, he went through the paramedic training. This is a subject that they studied in detail, and he has
Doesn't
years
make-
of practical experience.
How many
All
years?
right, the court will allow the witness to explain in opine in the area.
They should ask for a
area of the
hearing.
Hospital.
Oh
care
God, no!
information.
Stop
Or
it.
to take the witness on
Mr. Walker,
voir
explain to
dire.
the jury why this is an airway concern.
Just deny it and move on.
Anytime a foreign object is breathed into the lungs, it decreases the oxygenation of the body.
Is the decrease of oxygenation to the body sometimes also referred to as hypoxia?
Yes.
Does that mean low oxygen in the blood or in the body?
Yes.
Right. And Judge, do you want me to continue or do you want me to stop here for a few minutes?
This is a good place.
I think it is.
All right, we'll take our mid-afternoon recess at this time. No former express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research. Avoid any press coverage, and we'd like to have you back in 15 minutes, please.
Oh yeah, he does not want to be there at all. I feel bad for him.
Oh yeah.
He's lucky he didn't get charged.
I know, and I know that's what he's thinking. So obviously he's going to
Stepped
say
out.
whatever the
Witness may step down for a
wants.
few minutes. Get you back in 15 minutes. Anything else?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Just
All
don't
right, well,
charge
the court hasn't made clear. A bit wary of the gratuitous playing of the videos that aren't even really a subject of the question. So you need to pay attention to that. The court will be in recess.
Good.
Seeing Elijah McClain vomit either in or out of the ambulance. My problem with not asking him questions first and seeing if he has a recollection and refreshing it is the AG's office is playing these videos and it is influencing people's testimony.
Shit.
Oh, it's the AG's office. That makes sense.
Staff's downstairs getting ready to bring the jurors up. Anything before the jurors come in?
Judge, I do have something briefly on behalf of Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
It's following up on what the court
Defense
said
attorney getting
before
into it.
the break. Mr. Walker was asked at the grand jury whether he ever saw Mr. McClain vomit.
Your Honor, if we're going to discuss Mr. Walker's testimony, I asked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you only step out for just a moment.
Good call. Oh, he couldn't. Look how fast he's trying to get out of there.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That dude was like, "Yes, sir."
Mr. Walker was asked numerous questions about whether he ever saw Elijah McClain vomit either in the back of the ambulance, on the gurney, being wheeled to the ambulance while being loaded on the gurney. And he has always maintained he never saw him vomit.
Wow.
This past weekend, the Attorney General's office met with Mr. Walker and took some statements from him. He didn't change at all what he had told them about seeing any vomiting. I can tell you that this weekend as well, I met and another person met virtually with Mr. Walker, and he told us he did not recall ever seeing Elijah
Oh,
McClain
wow.
either in or out of the ambulance. My problem with not asking him questions first and seeing if he has a recollection and refreshing it is the AG's office is playing these videos and it is influencing people's testimony. He sees it on the video. He has never said he saw Elijah McClain vomit. He was not asked to refresh his recollection about that. He wasn't asked a question about it at all. And then Mr. Slothauer asked him, "Now, did you see him vomit that night?"
Oh, this
They
has
just
been
watched
in the
video,
sidebars.
and
This has been something they've been screaming about in the sidebars.
yes, it was, and he pointed up. Yes, and he pointed up, which I took it to mean he had seen it on the video, and he's testifying, "Yeah, I saw it." I know the court has illustrated it as a concern with this too, but this is such an improper way of proceeding for them to start showing videos to witnesses who have expressed no failure of memory or complete lack of any information on a subject.
Oh,
and
good
to
call, defense
educate them or
attorney.
Illuminate them by showing them a video in front of the jury is improper, Judge. And again, I know the court has highlighted this, but I just wanted to make an additional record. This is why I've got helium pants and I keep standing up over and over and over.
Helium pants.
All right. Well, the court.
That was amazing. Somebody needs to clip that.
Oh, I fucking love it.
Amazing.
And that's
Oh,
why
that's
the court
so
gave
funny.
the admonition it did. I try not to be punitive.
Then in my
Well,
place, or
don't.
frankly, the court's place, even if they've seen a video 2 or 3 times, there's so much information on there that being asked from this witness's perspective what he's doing or what he is perceiving is totally new information. And I'm trying to confine my questions to just what he remembers he was doing. At the same time, however, a lot of these witnesses, members of the fire department, members of the police department, have a very convenient case of forgetfulitis about facts that they know are harmful to their colleagues. And it is crucial that we be able to confront them with evidence
No,
which contradicts
that's
either their
not the way
memory
you.
or their
That's not the way
statements.
you impeach. That is not the
Whether-
way you impeach, you asshole.
That is on something like whether a pulse was taken, or whether that is on something like whether they should have noticed the mask, or should have noticed vomit, or should have noticed what it is that is happening that they say that they're looking at, or that we
that
can
is
see on
so
the video that
wrong.
they're looking at and they deny knowledge of. It is crucial to be able to confront them with evidence that goes to their credibility. So I think even the scenario that the defense is talking about is absolutely
that's not what
legitimate
they're
grounds for
doing.
questioning, because it goes both to their credibility and to the underlying facts. I'm not going to ask them to narrate it, and I haven't been doing that today.
Well, there's been a total lack of specificity in the questions concerning based upon your memory, not the video. And repeatedly, we've had witnesses testifying just what they say based upon the video, this is what it was. And it's been replete over the last couple of days, and it's going to stop.
I think I understand.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. I understand. Smackdown. I need a bio break. I'll be right
Down?
back. What?
He didn't sit down. So why is he
No.
still standing? Oh, he's about to start. Okay.
I'll be
We'll
right back.
see.
I need a bio break.
We'll see if this judge means business.
Right.
Like the Young Thug trial, he keeps like reprimanding the state, hadn't done a damn thing about any of their behavior though. Like, okay, scream at them. That doesn't help anybody.
Yeah, I've seen snippets of that trial and I'm just like, oh Lord. I haven't watched it.
Such a dumb idea for the state to the whole thing.
Are you going to do some recaps on it on your channel at all?
I might. I don't know. I really want to like be watching it and streaming it, but we're doing this, and apparently this is going to last for a year.
Well, so is the Thug trial. Geez.
No, I know. I'll get sick of the Young Thug trial eventually, I'm sure, but
I think it would be fun for you to do like some recaps and stuff of just like highlight the craziness.
yeah, right. The problem is that I am not good at like
On the
editing.
witness stand, still under oath. The court recalls 21
So that's a problem.
I have no idea. So
May continue with your examination.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Walker, we were talking about the period of time when Mr. McClain was placed on the gurney there. Once he had been strapped down to the gurney, what all did you do with the patient?
He was restrained on the gurney, and then the gurney was brought into the ambulance.
After you loaded the patient into the ambulance, at some point in time, did the AFR folks realize that Mr. McClain had no pulse and was not breathing?
Yes.
Did that occur about a minute after you had loaded Mr. McClain into the ambulance?
Roughly, yes.
Prior to that period of time, about a minute after you get into the ambulance, when they realize he has no pulse and no breathing, did you hear anything from any of the fire folks to lead you to believe that they were realizing he had no pulse or no breathing?
I don't understand the question.
Was that the first you heard from any of the fire paramedics about him not having a pulse and not breathing?
Yes.
Was that also the first time that you were aware of any of them checking for his pulse?
Well, he wasn't there.
I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any memory of anyone checking his pulse before that point in time?
Objection, asked and answered.
Response.
Your Honor, it's a more clear question to articulate what the scope of his memory and if he has any memory about that event occurring.
The court would find that he has answered that question previously. So next question.
Thank you, Judge. Good judge.
Mr.
Good,
Walker,
good judge. Good judge.
Who was in control of medical
Has
decisions?
his moments.
He deserves a treat for that one.
I will assume it's foundational, so I'll allow it.
Paramedic Cooper.
How is that decided?
I don't know what you mean.
How did you become aware that Paramedic Cooper was the one in control of making medical decisions that night?
I don't remember.
Was he acting in a manner that was consistent with him making the medical decisions that night?
Yes.
Now, when you and AFR are, I guess a better question would be, did you have an understanding of what protocol Aurora Fire was proceeding under that evening?
Here we go, Yamaha.
Okay.
To the best of your knowledge, did they do an assessment of the patient prior to you arriving?
How would he know?
I'll sustain the objection prior to his arrival.
As a paramedic, would you assume that they'd done an assessment if they were proceeding down that protocol?
Speculation.
Same objection.
Response.
I'm asking about his internal subjective state as to what he thought was going on when he got there.
All right, the court will sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Judge. Another
Would it be
treat.
proper for a paramedic to proceed down a protocol without doing an assessment first?
What do you mean by proper?
Are you authorized to proceed down a protocol without assessing a patient?
You need an assessment to know which protocol you're going to be going down.
Once you arrived, did you see any of the fire paramedics doing anything to assess the patient?
Not from what I saw.
At the time that you drew up the ketamine following Lieutenant Cichuniec's request, did you have any basis to determine whether that was an appropriate dose under the protocol?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you have any knowledge of how much Mr. McClain weighed when you were asked to drop 500 milligrams of ketamine?
No.
Once you had a chance to really see Mr. McClain for yourself,
Dude, this guy's
you
got
had
to be so
concerns
scared
the
about
amount of
getting
ketamine dosage
charged.
that had been requested.
Yeah.
He drew up the ketamine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you explain to the jury what those concerns were?
In my report, I estimated that he weighed 160 pounds. And with that calculation, also in my report, I put that it would have been 350 milligrams.
So why didn't he stop it?
Now,
Why 500?
a 500 milligram dose, how many kilograms should somebody weigh for that to be appropriate?
100 kilograms.
And what is 100 kilograms in pounds?
It's about 220 pounds.
While you were over near the patient, did Lieutenant Cichuniec ask you how much you thought Mr. McClain weighed?
Sorry, did he ask me what?
How much you thought Mr. McClain weighed?
No.
Well, then why didn't he
Paramedic Cooper
say
asked you your opinion
something?
on how much he weighed.
No.
Did you hear either of them ask Mr. McClain how much he weighed?
I didn't hear.
Did you see the patient ever fighting the police?
Oh, snap.
I wasn't able to see the patient.
This is good testimony here.
How did you know how much he weighed if you weren't ever able to see
And
the
I'm talking
patient?
about the whole period of time that you were there.
Terrified.
At any point in time, did you see Mr. McClain fighting the police?
Objection, Your Honor. He answered that question that was already asked.
Approach.
No one said you're dumb, Yamaha, ever. They hurt you.
No, who said that?
No, Yamaha's being silly.
And he's being silly.
Oh.
It's a short one.
I mean, yeah. He's just being a goof.
Oh, dude, I can't do math at all.
No,
Well, you're
but
a lawyer. You're not supposed to.
I mean, the person that drew it up, yeah, like he sounds like he's trying to be very careful with his words. And then obviously, that's kind of scary too.
Yeah.
Well,
You just willy nilly were like, yep, that doesn't seem.
No, and then for him to say that he wrote in his report that he didn't think it was the right amount, like, then why didn't you say anything?
that means that most of this case is based off of his report entry.
Of course.
That's
And,
why he's so
and
funny.
who has a motive to say something
Let's
like
continue.
that in the report?
Mr. Walker, you mentioned a few minutes ago that when you could see Mr. McClain, you thought that he weighed about 160 pounds. Where was it that you could clearly see him to make that determination?
1-2 on the gurney.
Oh,
While he was restrained on
okay.
the
So
ground,
after the fact.
how much of Mr. McClain could you see?
Only his shoes.
Could you also see the officers that were on top of him?
Yes.
Based on what you could see, could you also see some parts of Mr. McClain, like when the ketamine was administered?
Judge, I'm going to object to answering that question.
All out.
Not that I remember.
Thank
Based
you.
on what you could see of Mr. McClain's feet and the officers who were there on him, did you see any signs that he was fighting with them?
Not that I could see.
Ooh.
Did you see any signs that he was acting combatively towards them?
Not that I could see.
Did you see any signs from Mr. McClain of any resistance towards the officers at all?
Not that I could see.
Dude, day 5 rocks.
Did you at any point in time hear the patient yell or scream?
What'd you say?
I don't remember.
He said day 5 rocks.
At any point in time?
It's having
did you hear him say
sound,
anything at
man.
all?
That might be it.
I don't remember.
I don't know. It was pretty boring the first little bit.
Did you personally see in Mr. McClain any signs of excited delirium?
Judge, I'm going to object. He's testified he didn't see the patient until he was loaded on the gurney. All he saw was his feet.
Sustained.
Based upon what you could see, were you aware of any indications of excited delirium from the patient?
Judge, I'm going to object again. This is just calling for speculation based on his prior testimony.
Same objection.
Judge, the symptoms of excited delirium are not just visually looking at the person. Everybody's testified that there's a whole different list of things. And I'm asking if you saw any of those signs.
I will ask if he personally, all I'd ask if he
I
personally
don't, half
perceived any-
Irish.
It's exactly what I want you to say. Did you personally perceive any signs of Mr. McClain having excited delirium?
I have no
Not
idea.
personally. No. I can only see his feet.
I
Here
would
we
assume
go
so.
again.
I would assume so.
These damn.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Walker, as you've testified, when you were at the scene, you saw Elijah McClain's feet, correct?
That's correct.
And that was because there were officers on top of Mr. McClain holding him down, correct?
Correct.
You could not see other parts of his body other than his feet, correct?
On
Until he
top
was
of
moved,
him
correct.
holding him
Until
down.
he
Did
was
you
put
hear
on
what
the
the
gurney
state
and was
just
being
said?
transported to the ambulance. Is that right?
That's right.
That's the point of time that you did.
Oh,
a
no,
weight
this is
assessment of
defense.
your own, when he was
Oh,
on
that
the
was smart.
gurney, being moved to the ambulance in better light without officers on top of him, correct?
That's cross-examination, but it was compound, so rephrase.
Mr. Walker, you did a weight assessment after Mr. McClain was already on the gurney being wheeled to the ambulance. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were in better light at that point than when he had been lying.
I mean,
over
I
the
don't know
ground.
Yamaha. I
Is that fair to say?
didn't never
Yes.
saw like a super
You
clear video.
also could
of the
get a
whole
better
thing.
Look at McClain because there were no
I
longer
don't really
officers
have a
on
clear
top of
video
him.
of
Is that
any of it.
correct?
Correct.
Right.
And that was after ketamine had been administered to Mr. McClain, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time that you were able to get a good look at Mr. McClain. Is that true?
Yes.
And you walked alongside.
Is
the
Yamaha a
gurney
police
that was
officer?
being wheeled to the
No,
ambulance,
he was in the
correct?
military
Yeah.
and
Were you
paramedic.
watching Mr. McClain during that
Okay.
whole time.
Yes, I was.
And for the record, you don't have any independent recollection of Mr. McClain vomiting, do you? That night?
Not actively vomiting, no.
As you walked along beside the gurney as Mr. McClain was being wheeled to the ambulance, were you watching Mr. McClain?
Yes.
Were you watching specifically his chest?
Yes.
What did you observe as the gurney was being wheeled to the ambulance?
His chest rising and falling.
What did that tell you?
That he was
More
breathing.
law enforcement? My
That
bad.
continued to be
My
the
bad.
state the entire time, walking him the 40 feet or so to the ambulance.
From what I remember, yes.
Good riddance.
From your own observation, Mr. McClain was breathing until he was loaded into
Oh,
the
that makes
ambulance.
more sense now. Okay.
Sometime about a minute or so after he was loaded into the ambulance, a member of AFR noticed he was not breathing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And what happened at that point in time?
We checked for a pulse. No pulse was found, and CPR was initiated.
Did you participate in the CPR as well?
Not in the CPR, no.
Did you participate in transport?
Yes.
And how did you participate in that? What was your role?
Driver.
I was in the back of the ambulance.
What were you
didn't
doing in the back of
participate
the
in
ambulance
CPR?
at that time?
I started an IO on the left tibia, and I don't remember what else.
Okay. What's an IO?
Intraosseous. It's drilled into the tibia to administer medications and fluids.
Jesus.
And what's the purpose of it?
To administer medications.
What kind of medication?
Ketamine.
It depends on the call.
In this case, why were you doing an IO?
It's in the objective relevance of the case outside that part.
Response.
I don't think it's cumulative. I haven't gone into this area with this witness.
All right, I'll allow some leeway on cross-examination, so I'll overrule that objection.
If you recall, what was the purpose of the IO, Mr. Walker?
To administer epinephrine.
Epinephrine? What's the purpose of giving a patient epinephrine?
When we were performing CPR, part of the ACLS protocols.
Following your protocol, is that right?
Yes, sir.
For a person who does not have a pulse?
Correct.
At that time, was intubation done on Mr. McClain as well?
Yes, before transport started.
Do you know who performed that?
I do not remember.
Member of AFR, I take it?
Correct.
Let me back you up a little bit. On August 24th of 2019, AFR did not have ketamine. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
All ambulances carry ketamine, however. Is that right?
Correct.
You were dispatched to go to the approximate area of Colfax and Billing, right?
Yes.
And while you were en route, you got a call from Aurora Fire and Rescue asking you to bring ketamine and soft restraints. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Recall them asking you also if you were coming emergent?
I don't remember.
What does it mean to becoming emergent?
Having lights and sirens on the ambulance.
Prior to Mr. McClain being loaded onto the gurney, had you seen enough information to give you any ability to comment on what was going on at that scene?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were asked a number of questions about whether you saw signs of excited delirium. Did you even see enough of Mr. McClain to start forming an opinion about that?
Not personally.
Did you ever, for instance, stand over Mr. McClain and have a
That's
chance to observe
personally
him
is what we're
prior to
asking
him
about,
being on the
bud.
gurney?
No, I could not see him.
Did you ever speak with officers about what they had encountered as far as Elijah McClain that evening?
Not with the officers, no.
Really, the only conversation was with Mr. Cooper, Fireman Cooper, who explained why he thought he was on that protocol. Is that right?
I don't remember if it was which paramedic I spoke with about the symptoms.
But you spoke with one of the paramedics. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Walker, do you wear body cam? Body cam?
No.
Have you been working
Body
in
cam?
emergency services since August 24th of 2019?
I was like, what is
Yes.
that?
You know how many calls you've been on since August 24th of 2019?
I do not know.
Is your best memory in this case the things that happened that you were involved in after Mr. McClain was loaded onto the gurney?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What?
Do you remember the emergency life-saving procedures in the ambulance better than you recall the other events or details?
I still don't understand what you mean by that.
You've expressed some lack of recall about specific details, right?
Correct.
Specific things that you
details
were
you
not
didn't
really
witness?
involved in. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And then once Mr. McClain was loaded into the ambulance, you did have hands-on contact with Mr. McClain, correct?
Yes.
Is your memory of those things better than the things that didn't concern you before he was put on the gurney? Or is it about the same about everything?
I'm not really sure.
When Mr. McClain was put into the ambulance, did AFR begin doing things like monitoring his oxygen and carbon dioxide in the ambulance,
Yes.
as well as what they were doing with CPR and the OS and everything else?
Yes.
Is the ambulance better lit than where Mr. McClain was lying in the grass?
Yes.
Do you have more equipment than in the ambulance than you could take to somebody 40 feet away lying in the grass?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you
What happened?
I think it's when I do something in studio, it happens.
Why are you doing something in studio?
I went back and added MG Law to the description, and when I came back to my live control panel,
Call
it's
being
it's
delayed.
What does the
that every time.
expert
the scene of where fire and police were on August 24th of 2019?
Yes, it's in my report.
Okay. And do you recall the reason why you were delayed getting there?
I believe distance.
Did you notice police cars when you arrived?
Yes.
Were there a number of police cars on the scene?
I don't remember how many.
Do you recall whether that affected your ability to get to the scene or not?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember anything?
Right.
Had you seen something? Well, let me back up a moment. On August 24, 2019, were you a paramedic?
Yes.
How long have you been a paramedic at that time?
About 3 months.
While you testified, AFR was in medical control of the scene, correct?
Yes.
You have an ability to express to any of Aurora Fire if you had concerns about what they
Yeah,
were doing?
and you should have.
You did not do that on August 24, 2019, correct?
No.
I gotta jump off, so I will be in chat.
Okay. Bye, Jamie.
Fun hanging out with you guys.
Love you, Jamie.
Fun.
Bye.
Bye.
The great Jamie, yo.
I was gonna say, hey y'all. I was gonna
As a
say
working
go subscribe
paramedic,
to her channel,
not
but I
only
don't
could
think
you
she
have
doesn't
spoken
have
up
one,
if something
right?
seemed wrong to you,
No,
but
she
you would have
doesn't.
an obligation to do that.
She doesn't have a lash
So
fund.
like this.
Correct.
Oh yeah. Go contribute to her lash fund.
Absolutely.
And like
Has
the video.
either Mr. Cooper or Mr. Chichuniec or anybody else attempted to influence
Hit the like
your
button if
testimony?
you haven't done so yet.
As you were walking with Mr. McClain on the gurney to the ambulance, did you hear Mr. Cooper calling for end tidal and suction?
I know there was a conversation. I just don't remember the exact words.
Okay. Is he the one that asked you to give epinephrine?
I don't remember.
You say you remember the conversation about end tidal and suction, but not the specifics. Is that fair?
Just that there was a conversation about what we were going to do once we got to the ambulance.
Post administration of ketamine, correct?
Correct.
And that was with you as well as the other members of Aurora Fire?
Correct.
There it
Thank
is.
you. I don't have further questions.
Thank you, Farrell. Y'all, Jamie's luscious lash
On behalf of Mr.
preservation.
Cichuniec.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go show Jamie some love.
Paramedic Walker, good afternoon. How are you?
Doing all right.
In direct examination, I think you testified several times that you couldn't, or you were not able to see the patient. The most of the patient you could see was his feet. Is that right?
Yes.
And then Slaughter showed you some of your prior testimony where you had indicated that the patient appeared to you to be under control when you came on scene. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, you would agree with me that finding that the patient appeared to be under control, you don't need to necessarily see the patient to reach that conclusion. Is that fair?
To reach what conclusion?
That he was under control.
Yes. Correct.
And the reason that you both couldn't see the patient and the reason you thought he was under control was because he was under 3 officers, right?
Right.
Now, at the time of
What
this
did he
call,
say?
back on August 24th,
What did who say?
2019, you,
I guess he said yes.
been a paramedic just over 3 months. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had never administered ketamine.
Correct.
You had never delivered ketamine to a scene.
Correct.
This was the first time.
Correct.
And you were asked questions about the briefing you had with one of the paramedics. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified that at some point you were told that Mr. McClain was tachycardic. Do you recall that?
Yes.
But you do not recall when that information was provided to you, correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall who provided that information to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were also asked some questions about the monitoring equipment, the portable monitoring equipment that's on the ambulance. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if either of the paramedics, the AFR paramedics, asked you to bring that out to Mr. McClain. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you didn't remember whether one of them had asked you or not, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as a paramedic for Falk, you also are authorized to make that independent decision to bring that monitor out if you thought it was necessary, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't bring the monitor with you, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, is that because essentially at that point, you have a series of choices, right? You can either bring the monitor out to the patient and take the time to hook it up there and then wheel him the 40 feet to the ambulance and try and get him and all that equipment back in the ambulance. Or
In the compound.
well, I don't know how to give them the two options without giving them the two options in the question. So let's start there. One option is you can bring all that out to the patient and put it on the patient 40 feet from the ambulance. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then at that point, you'd have to wheel him back to the ambulance and put both the patient and the mobile equipment back in the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
Or the other option is you can just take the patient the 40 feet to both the ambulance and the monitor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that just taking the patient the 40 feet to the monitor sometimes can be quicker than bringing the monitor out the 40 feet and then bringing it all back, right?
It depends.
But at some point, you know that patient's going to end up in that ambulance, right?
Yes.
This paramedic hates his life right now.
Yeah.
You were asked some questions about this observation that Mr. McClain didn't have a pulse and had stopped breathing about 1 minute after he was in the ambulance. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. Up to that point, when someone from AFR had called out that he wasn't breathing and asked for a pulse, up to that point, you had observed him breathing, correct?
Correct.
So I want to be clear. You never saw him stop breathing, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know whether he stopped breathing and nobody just happened to notice it for a minute, correct?
Correct.
Or whether he stopped breathing at the point AFR noticed. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay.
David, she's a grown woman. She doesn't need a bedtime.
Oh, my daughter's staying at my parents.
Now, as you were watching,
I love how you
observing
spell
Mr.
my name,
McClain,
Dave.
You never saw him vomit in the ambulance, correct? Correct. And it's
I
fair
didn't
to
even
say you were
notice it.
eyes on Mr.
I
McClain when he was in
mean,
the
come
ambulance.
on.
He does voice to text. He's
Oh, yeah,
too,
yeah.
He's
I
too
forgot.
busy
I forget.
to
Now, once he
actually
starts
type
breathing,
things on his phone.
I forgot.
he's there, correct?
I'm sorry. Once
At
it
least
starts
he got
to-
my name right.
I meant to say stops breathing. but
True.
You wouldn't intubate
And
somebody
call
who's
you-
starting to breathe. So
what was he
I'm glad
calling
that-
you?
Thank you for that question.
Kenner or something?
Once
McKenna?
Mr. McClain stops breathing,
Mackenzie. That's what
he
he's
is
calling you,
intubated
Mackenzie.
in the ambulance, correct?
I think he called me a few
Correct.
names, maybe.
And that intubation is done prior to the ambulance leaving for the hospital, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that when you're doing that intubation, it's safer
Oh,
to do
okay.
it in an ambulance that isn't moving as opposed to one that is moving down the road and jostling around?
More efficient. Yes.
Okay.
He calls you his Kinley? My Kinley?
Oh,
My It was good. It was
that's
good.
funny.
We're asked some questions on direct examination about the topics of aspiration and hypoxia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified. Well, let me ask you, is it your testimony that
Who did he call
aspiration
gynecologist? Who was
can
that?
be a concern when someone vomits, or was it your testimony
Ooh,
that
what?
you had concern
Who
when
was
Mr.
that?
McClain had aspirated?
That it can be a concern when somebody vomits.
Okay, so you
Thank God.
you didn't that night. You didn't have any concerns that Mr. McClain had already aspirated.
A cheeseburger victim?
Well, he had vomited, and so there's always a concern when somebody vomits.
A generalized concern that when someone vomits, they could aspirate.
My Kinley is
fair.
kind of
But
cute.
you didn't have any specific concern that this specific person had aspirated. Is that fair?
No.
Okay, so you did have concern that Mr. McClain had aspirated. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't list that though Well, let me back up. You did a patient care report that night, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you did that patient care report before the end of shift?
Right.
Yes.
Oh,
And
God.
that's your routine in practice, correct?
Oh, conclaves or whatever.
And it was you that filled out the patient care report, not your colleague, EMT Basic Gonzalez, correct?
I mean, I know I said her name wrong.
Okay. And
I'd have to see it.
there's a portion of that patient care report called the narrative.
Goncalves, or yeah, I see what it is.
When you fill out these patient care reports, you try and take real good care to make sure you're very detailed in those reports.
Not a good look, man.
Yes.
Not a good look.
And you make sure to try and document everything that is significant on that call in those reports, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree with me that in that patient care report that you completed on August 24th, 2019, nowhere in that report or that narrative do you write down or document that you had concerns that Mr. McClain had aspirated, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nowhere in that report did you document that you had concerns that Mr. McClain had?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Correct?
That's correct.
That's exactly what it is.
Furthermore, on scene on August 24th, 2019,
That was
you
way
didn't
off,
say
too.
anything to either paramedic Cooper or
Wasn't
paramedic Chichuniec
gynecologist
about being
on that,
concerned
though. That's
that
pretty
Mr. McClain had
off.
aspirated, correct?
Oh,
There was a
Dave.
conversation about suctioning.
Okay. Paramedic Cooper said have suctioning ready when we get to the ambulance.
He
correct?
calls him Conan Burger.
One of the paramedics, yes. I don't remember who.
But you did not tell a paramedic that you were concerned that Mr. McClain had aspirated, correct?
Correct, because we spoke about suctioning, which is going to lessen the chances of aspiration.
And when you see a hypersalivation or saliva and vomit, that's the appropriate response to suction the patient, correct? Correct. Okay. And it's fair to say that there are both portable suction in the kits, and then there's the house suction on the ambulance, correct? Correct. Is it fair to say that not all suction is created equal?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, the
Giggity.
house suction in the ambulance is more powerful and better than the portable suction, right?
No.
No, they're equivalent, you think?
Should be, yes.
Okay.
Giggity. I like where this is going. Giggity, giggity, giggity. I like where this is going.
At that
Giggity,
point, you
giggity,
didn't bring out the suction to suction, Mr. McClain.
Correct.
And as a paramedic, based on your observations, you could have. Correct?
Correct.
But you also knew that the patient was going to the ambulance and there was suction in the ambulance, right?
Correct.
That's why. Okay. Fixed it.
And just to clarify, Mr. Walker, you don't have any independent recollection of seeing Elijah McClain vomit on August 24th, 2019, correct?
That's correct.
If he changes, okay. Their mic goes out too. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Everybody's mics go out. Little dog, no worries. I'm glad you came back. How was the interview? Good, hopefully.
Mr. Walker, thank you for your time. I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Walker, Mr. Goddard was just asking you some hypotheticals about setting up the cardiac monitor that's in the ambulance, but I'd like to ask you about this incident. How long would it have taken you if paramedics Cooper or Cichuniec had asked you to go get the cardiac monitor from the ambulance? How long would it have taken you to go get it and bring it back?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I'm not sure exactly.
A few seconds?
Less than a minute.
Okay. Would that have been a lot faster than how long it actually took you guys to get the patient finally hooked up to the cardiac monitor once he was in the ambulance?
Possibly, yes.
I mean, is 1 minute a lot faster than the time period it actually took?
Yes.
You mentioned that you were watching Mr. McClain on the gurney and that you were watching his breathing. Can you tell the jury what kind of breaths you saw him taking? Were they effective?
They appeared to be effective.
Now, if he'd been hooked up to that cardiac monitor with the pulse ox sonography, Would you have had more information about what his oxygen levels were while he was on the gurney there?
Yes.
Would you have had more
I like
information
what you're doing there.
about CO2 buildup in his
I
system?
like what you're doing there.
Would you have known that he was at risk to core out in the next couple minutes?
Objection calls for speculation, facts not in evidence.
Response.
Judge, it's a paramedic opinion, pre-hospital care. If he knows and if he would have been able to tell you,
Yeah.
answer that question.
Yeah, Lisa, today's been actually the first day of
I'll
interesting
allow you to rephrase.
testimony that we've had. This firefighter was on the scene, firefighter paramedic,
The readings,
and in his report,
pulse
said
oximetry,
that the dosage was off and he had
capnography.
concerns.
provide
The
indications to a
medical
paramedic
examiner was
that
on
the patient
today.
is at risk of coring out.
And
I don't believe those readings alone. No.
he basically said that it
And
wasn't
I'm not
the
asking if you can
ketamine
determine that alone, but
dosage
can they be
that
useful
was
information,
the problem. It was
signs
just ketamine
that somebody
period.
may be at risk of
And
coring
this-
You should pause it.
Maybe I should.
They can be useful signs, but not.
Good idea, McKinley. The medical examiner said that it wasn't the ketamine dosage that was the problem. It was just the drug ketamine itself reacted specifically weird with this individual. So it's been all over the place today.
Yeah, they keep going back and forth. It's a good game.
Today has been a much better, much more interesting trial than it has been the previous 4 days. I'll say that much.
I mean, but truthfully, this is the state's case. So really, if you think about it, like it shouldn't be going back and forth during the state's case in chief.
shouldn't.
It should be solidly.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. This is this case has got me all in a flutter. Yamaha's yelling at me for all kinds of things.
I know.
It's been interesting, to say the least, so far today.
Independently.
Sure. So if somebody has particularly low oxygen and really high carbon dioxide buildup, that's a sign that they're at risk of respiratory failure.
Objection, foundation,
100%
speculation,
agreed.
and outside the scope of his expertise.
Just according to his training, and if he knows whether that's a sign or not.
I'll allow the witness to answer if he knows.
Can you repeat?
Because if you don't know,
If the cardiac monitor shows a patient who has low
How
oxygen
about,
levels
did you know what this
and high
at that
carbon
time?
dioxide, is that a sign that a patient is at risk for respiratory arrest?
It's a sign that they're not breathing correctly.
And if somebody's not breathing correctly,
take it easy,
is
KLI.
that
Appreciate you,
a
brother.
sign
Hi,
or a risk that they
KLI.
may also be in danger of respiratory arrest?
It's a risk, yes.
Now, you said to Mr. Lowe that as a paramedic, you have an obligation to speak up if you see something dangerous happening to the patient. Can you explain to the jury where that obligation comes from?
For the record, I think that's Mr. Goddard.
Oh, thank you. For the record, I think it might have been Mr. Pello.
Okay, Mr. Pella.
I wrote Pello in my notes, but I get my mics backwards sometimes. I'm sorry. All right, so now, Mr. Walker, I want to talk to you about what you said to Mr. Pello, that paramedics have an obligation to speak up if you see something dangerous happening to the patient. Can you tell the jury where that obligation comes from?
Just duty to act
Where does that duty of act come from?
from the job title,
Is it something that you're trained on?
something that is went over in paramedic school.
Is it something that's required of you as paramedics?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why it's so important for paramedics to speak up if they see something dangerous happening to their patient?
Judge, and I'm going to object. This is outside the scope. I asked him specifically with respect to medical treatment, the obligation to speak up or say something. This question is going beyond that.
Response.
And Your Honor, it's a follow-up on that question. And he not only asked him about the obligation, but then went on to expand it and imply that there was no such violation in this case. So this is follow-up testimony on those questions.
I don't believe I anything that said, but
Yeah, I don't think so.
All right, the
Probably
court find it's
insufferable.
within the scope of cross-examination, so the court will allow some inquiry.
So Mr. Walker, can you please explain to the jury why it's important that paramedics speak up if they see something dangerous happening to the patient?
So that the paramedic gets the right treatments, or the patient, I'm sorry, gets the right treatments.
Is it important to protect the safety and the health of the patient?
Yes.
That's a silly question.
Does that obligation apply to all paramedics?
Yes.
That's all I have for you, Mr. Walker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then why didn't you
May the
charge
witness be
all of the
excused?
paramedics?
Before the witnesses, excuse me, we approach the
Okay.
It's pretty short.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I can't
They
wait
asked
to.
no, but they asked to approach before he was excused. Maybe
that's
they're going to
true.
call him back in their case in chief.
Probably. He's the one
Yeah.
witness so far that was there and feels like it was a mess up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't do that.
Comfortable. I'm going to ask that you speak a little bit louder, close to the microphone.
What
If you could
happened?
please tell-
How did we?
It's fine. We're right where we're supposed to be, but there for a
Subject to
minute.
the record, made at the bench, the court will excuse the witness.
Woo-hoo. Panic, y'all. Panic.
People's next witness.
Call Laverne Amir.
You should 1,000%. Oh, we got a new witness. Damn it. You should 1,000% quit your job and pay attention to trials on YouTube. That sounds like a great life choice.
Dude, welcome to my life.
You'll be seated, and once you're
fucking judge
comfortable, I'm going to ask that you speak a little bit louder, close to the microphone. And if you could please tell us your first and last name and spell your last name for my court reporter, please.
My name is Laverne Amir. Last name is Amir.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please tell the jury what it is you do for a living?
I'm a supervisor over the crime scene unit for the Aurora Police Department.
How long have you been doing that?
I was appointed as a supervisor in 2017. I've been in crime scene investigation since 2001.
And how long have you been with Aurora Police Department?
This is my second time around with Aurora Police. So I came back
your
in
first time,
2011.
yeah.
Before that, I was there from 1997 to 2001.
And what are your responsibilities as a supervisor for the crime scene unit?
Part of my duties are to respond to crime scenes or to major scenes. I usually will get a briefing, kind of learn about what has occurred, get an idea or a feel for what we're going to need to do forensic-wise. I make sure that I have the staffing available and that we have the equipment that we need. If I'm short-staffed or if the scene calls for, there's multiple scenes or something, then I have no problem with jumping in and helping out.
So in addition to being a supervisor, are you also a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
Do you have to receive any special training in order to have that role?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
I have over 1,100 hours of crime scene specific or forensic specific training. I have an associate's degree. Most of my investigators have bachelor's or even master's. I was grandfathered in from a long time ago. But that combined with my ongoing training and certifications is what has me where I'm at.
And some of that training, is that about how to take effective photos that can later be used as evidence?
Yes.
And does that training include what to look for and document to make sure that you're getting the right pieces and the best piece you can?
Yes.
And what sort of training does that look like?
There's multiple courses that can be taken. Typically, when we have a new crime scene investigator start, they will attend a 6-week academy where it's classroom only. And during that academy portion, we will teach crime scene photography, crime scene processing, and then they continue on in the academy for another 8 to 12 weeks, kind of just depend upon their skill level as with an FTL, and then they go from there.
Okay. And did you have that exact same type of training?
I had something similar, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to turn to the night of August 24th, 2019. Were you working that evening?
Yes, I was.
And what was your role that night?
I was the on-call supervisor. I had actually already been called out on another unrelated incident, and so I was already out and on duty.
Were you ultimately called to assist in the case involving Elijah McClain?
Yes, I was.
Where did you go when you received that call?
Initially, I made contact with my staff, delegated out positions to them. There was a still remaining function that needed to be handled, and so I responded to the hospital.
And did anybody go to the scene?
Yes, I assigned investigator Kelsey to respond. She was the on-call investigator. And so she she responded out to the crime scene.
Okay, and you said you responded to the hospital. Do you know about what time you got there that night?
It was a little after midnight.
Okay, so into the morning of August 25th of
Yes.
2018? Okay.
Yes.
And when you got there, what was happening with Elijah McClain?
He was in a emergency room and he was actively being treated by medical personnel.
At some point, did you find a break in the treatment of Elijah McClain to be able to go in and take some photos?
Yes.
Was he still in the emergency room at that time?
Yes.
What hospital did you respond to?
University Hospital.
And when you found that break in the
be right
treatment,
back.
were you able to actually take some photographs of what was going on?
Yes.
Can you explain the purpose of taking photographs for your role?
It's basically documentation. Words say 1,000 or picture says 1,000 words. So it's documentation of what is there, any injuries, whatever the situation may be. It's just documentation.
Can the photographs that you take be used to help with identification?
Yes.
And when you're looking for something with identification, what are you looking for as you're taking those photographs?
We're looking for maybe marks, scars, tattoos, any kind of jewelry, maybe something with a name on it, something like that.
And with things like tattoos or scars, is there a database that you can cross-reference to see if you're able to identify someone?
There may be CSIs, we don't use them.
Okay. At the time that you arrived, was Elijah McClain at that time still unidentified?
Yes.
And you mentioned documenting injuries. Is medical condition also something that you would document?
Yes.
That was fast.
Yeah.
And can the photographs be helpful for autopsy purposes if somebody were to die?
Yes.
If I could please show just to the witness Exhibit 326. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Is this a photo that you took?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that this is a photo you took?
I recognize the photograph.
Is this a photograph of Elijah McClain in the hospital?
Yes, it is.
Does it
She
document
should've.
potential visible injuries?
It documents his current condition. I don't know about the injury specific.
Okay, his condition as of just after midnight on August 25th of 2019?
Yes.
Does it document a potential identifying tattoo?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of how Elijah looked when you were taking this photograph?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of that photo?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit Exhibit 326 into evidence.
Board Dyer, objection.
Judge, I'm objecting on behalf of Mr. Cooper under 403. We're not disputing that Elijah McClain. This shows injury.
Go ahead.
Response.
Your Honor, this is a photograph that was is the most recent photograph of Elijah McClain upon his arrival at the hospital. It documents his medical condition, including some
They
of the
haven't
life-saving medical
published
devices that were
any
being
of the
used to
images
keep him
to
alive.
us thus far.
It
or any
shows
of
the
evidence to us thus
some
far.
retinesis around his.
You can't testify to an exhibit before it's been admitted.
I
I don't
apologize, Your
think
Honor.
we're going to get anything.
It goes directly to the elements that the people are required to establish, which includes cause of death.
They might be doing it right now for the first time all trial, but they're not going to publish it to us, I don't think. We haven't seen a single thing that they've put into evidence. We haven't watched any
Well,
of the
anyway,
videos.
he wasn't technically unalive at that point.
True. He was technically on machines. I don't want to hit it. It's going to take longer to load than it is to just wait through this damn thing.
Yeah. What are they doing anyway? Having a sidebar?
Yeah, they're publishing a picture of him basically in the hospital bed, hooked up to ventilators and whatnot.
Oh, and so that's why they're blocking it out?
No, I think they're doing a sidebar. They're, for whatever reason, trying to decide if it's evidentially evident.
He has Google Fiber or something like that.
Me? I should. What kind of? I have AT&T fiber.
326.
Oh,
1
subject
gig
to,
fiber.
Further foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, as part of your role in taking photographs that evening, were you also asked to take some photographs of Mr. McClain's clothing?
Yes, I was.
If I could please show just to the witness Exhibit 332.
yeah. Do you have it sped up?
1.25.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
The photograph of the plants that I collected from the hospital.
And did you take this photograph?
Biden, where
Is
the
this
hell have
photograph
you
a fair
been
and
all
accurate
day?
representation
Yeah, where
of the
have you
plants
been,
as saw
buddy?
them that evening?
Dang.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to omit Exhibit 332 and publish to the jury.
Judge, I'm going to object to it being cumulative. I think the pants are already in it.
Join.
Your Honor, the photographs of the clothing that were taken that evening show the clothing in the condition that they were in. It has been more than 4 years. And as the jury and previously learned, things that were on the clothing have dried and have changed condition. And these show the condition that
Weren't they cut off of him?
which is
though?
relevant in this case.
Yeah.
All right, the court will overrule the objection and admit 332.
All right. You get a pass on that one then.
Permission to publish.
Yeah.
Who?
Biden, not Biden.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard to
Yeah.
do
you get a
anything
pass.
but pay attention to kids when you're babysitting.
Also, don't put
So,
me
Ms.
on. if
Amir,
you
are
got little
these
kids
Mr.
around.
McClain's
Don't do
pants?
that, y'all. It's
They
not-
were the pants that I collected from
This
the
isn't
hospital.
kid-friendly.
I was told that they were Mr. McClain's.
Yeah.
Okay.
I put
And were they cut up?
you on all the time when my child's
Did you
around and
observe
she's like,
anything on the
Mommy,
pants when you were taking photographs of them?
Yes,
Who
there
is
were
that?
some bread, what appeared to be vomit on the pants.
what is he talking about?
Oh, yikes.
We could take that down. Thank you. If we could please show the witness what has been marked as Exhibit 333. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize this?
I recognize the object of the photograph inside.
Okay, and did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of what you took a picture of that evening?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move to omit Exhibit 333.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's cumulative and under 403, and they had an investigator testify to what was in these pants as well.
Oh, he's gonna let it in.
Join.
Court will overrule the objection with respect to.
I appreciate the
333,
fight, though.
333,
I appreciate the fight, guys.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please publish that to the jury.
Yeah, they've got
And
a
Ms. Amir, what are we looking at in this
good
photograph?
record
We are
of
looking at a pair of,
rejecting is
underwear,
much as necessary.
containing
That's for sure.
Were
Yeah,
they
this
also
is what
cut?
defense attorneys
And we can take that down.
are
Should
supposed
do.
to do.
Yes.
If we could now show the witness Exhibit 3, and to speed things along, I'm going to introduce the next two as a group, 334 and 335. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
And what are these?
These are the shirt and the shoes that I collected from the hospital.
Okay, and did you take these photographs?
Yes, I did.
Are these a fair and accurate representation of the photographs you took that evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibits 334 and 335 into evidence.
Again, objection or questions?
This
I stand
does
on my prior objections, Your Honor.
Same, Your Honor.
this does seem kind of
The
cumulative.
response is the same as well, or is something different this
It's
time?
different,
No,
though.
response is the same, that these show the clothing and the condition they were that day.
All right, again, the court finds that there is probative value that's not substantially outweighed by the unduly prejudicial effect. The court will admit 334 and 335.
Thank you. And we can publish them side by side.
I'm not really sure that it I don't know.
And Ms.
As a
Amir, for
prosecutor,
Exhibit
yeah, I get it,
334,
that you would want to
which is the
as-
T-shirt, what,
as-
if anything, did you notice about the
I feel
shirt
like,
when you
yeah,
took the photograph that day?
basically the same.
The shirt had
thing.
been
You already
cut
did it.
and there appeared to
You don't
be
need this in.
a red substance on there that was consistent with vomit.
Thank you. And for 335, which are the shoes, did you notice anything remarkable about the shoes?
No, I didn't.
We can take that down. And if we could now show the witness Exhibit 328. And Ms. Amir, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is the jacket that I collected from the hospital.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate representation of how the jacket looked to you that evening?
Yes.
And I apologize, I keep saying that evening. It was actually the early morning hours of August 25th. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
And did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
Gross.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the photograph that?
Yes, it is.
Gross.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 328 into evidence.
May I have what here briefly on this one?
You may.
The hell was
Good
that
afternoon.
noise?
Good afternoon.
People's Exhibit 328, it's on the screen in front of you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Sounded like a ghost.
This jacket appears to have been cut by medical personnel. Would you agree with that?
That's what I was told, is that it was cut by medical personnel. Yes.
Okay. So this would not fairly and accurately reflect the jacket as it was being worn by Mr. McClain
Right.
that night.
That's
Is
what I
that
said
correct?
earlier.
To
Do
the
you
best of my
remember
knowledge, I
me
didn't see
saying
the
this?
condition of the jacket prior to my collection of it.
This only shows it fairly and accurately after you collected it at the hospital,
That
correct?
would be correct.
Thank you. I object to the admission of 328.
Good job.
Same, Your Honor.
Response.
He's still gonna let it in, probably.
Your Honor, the jacket has evidentiary value because there is evidence of the red emesis on the,
You can't testify before.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Ooh.
Under 403, this jacket in its condition after having been cut has evidentiary value.
All right.
Without arguing it, there's been no testimony. This is how it appeared when Mr. McClain was wearing it, which is important.
Understood your objection earlier. It's overruled. 328 submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please publish 328
That's
to the jury.
bullshit.
You may.
And Ms. Amir, is this a jacket that you were just describing?
Yes.
In the photograph? And what was the condition of the jacket while you were taking a picture of it?
It had been cut and torn, or there was, it was obviously torn up and cut.
Okay, what size is the jacket?
I don't recall. I believe it was a large.
Does looking at the photograph refresh your recollection?
I may have taken a photograph of the tag showing the size.
Okay, I'm going to object. I don't think she said
Yeah.
she needed a recollection refreshed. She testified.
All right. Well, she said she doesn't remember. So next question.
Thank you. Now, in this jacket, actually, withdraw the question. If we could take that.
What is that noise?
The next few photos, again, in order to kind of speed things along, I'm just going to do them as a group. If we could please show the witness exhibits 327, 329, 330, and 331.
Yamaha gets so mad.
Correct. 328 was the jacket. Do we have 330 and 331 as well?
I do not want Yamaha on my jury.
327, 329, 330, and 331.
He would hate me.
Ms. Amir, do you recognize these photos?
He hates you now. What's the difference?
And how do you recognize these
Right?
photos?
I recognize the items.
He's not into the defense attorneys here.
And are these a
so-
fair and accurate representation of the photos that you took that morning?
Oh, are you talking about water noise?
Your Honor, I would move to admit exhibits 320.
Maybe it sounds more like
330, 331, and 327.
music
We're
or
there for objection.
a person talking or
I have no
something.
objection to those. Your Honor.
I would only say
Well,
relevant.
you might hear the TV in the other room.
All right. the
Okay,
court will find
possibly.
there's marginal
That makes more
qualities,
sense.
And
Let me see.
there's no
Tell me if it
prejudice.
goes away.
The court will allow those. And be clear, we have 327,
You might hear the TV.
329.
Okay, I thought it was like another
Like, well
person
done. Hold the
in
applause.
the back or
331.
something.
My bad. My bad.
And I was like,
And if we
why
could please
are we
first
hearing a
publish
ghost?
329.
You name
And Ms. Amir, what are we looking at here?
You will find Yamaha on panel. Yamaha
29
really good.
is a photograph of
He's
me going through the pocket
I've
contents
been giving
of
him
the
a shit all
jacket.
day,
And
but
so this is one of the items that I
really
removed
No, I
from
like
inside the
I
jacket.
like the
And
passion.
what is that?
It's going to be a
and it's-
camouflage wallet.
he understands.
If we could
the
please
time,
show
right?
330.
He knows that it's all about
And is this a photograph of that
facts.
wallet?
It's
Yes,
not
it
a
is.
personal thing. He knows that.
And if we
No,
could
I
please show
enjoy
331.
having the back and forth too.
You have-
What
Obviously,
part
I
of the
am a
wallet is this?
lawyer.
This
Right.
was on the interior, so it was a trifold wallet. So
Fourth,
an
how are you
opening with
ever
two
going to
folds
find the
in the center
in
was
the middle?
the social security card.
And did you ultimately take everything out of the wallet?
Yes, I did.
If we could please show 327. And were
This
these the
is
things
true,
that were in
Biden.
Elijah McClain's wallet
Very-
that evening?
Yes.
And what did you find in the wallet?
There was some currency, a social
Well,
security
half
card,
Irish, it was
various business
2019.
cards, and some credit cards that were all issued in the name of Elijah McClain.
Okay. And actually, was the business card Elijah McClain's massage therapy business card?
I don't recall.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination?
Ms. Amir, People's
Yeah,
Exhibit
of course you
827
wouldn't
that
get
just had up
picked.
on the screen, that was the entire contents.
I
of
would
Mr. McClain's
definitely
wallet, is
kick
that
you.
right?
I'm sorry.
All of the cards you saw, none of those gave a weight for Mr. McClain, correct?
Sure.
He did not have a driver's license in his wallet that would have shown a weight, correct?
There was no driver's license.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm confused.
Me too.
I don't know what half Irish is talking about, really.
Do you know, Ms. Amir,
The
whether anybody took that wallet out of Mr. McClain's jacket and then re-put it back in there? Do you have any idea?
No, no, I don't know.
Like, all you're able to say is that when you were given this clothing, and was that at the hospital?
Yes.
When you were given this clothing, the wallet was in, is it like right here?
Yes.
Okay. And you took that out and took a picture of you taking that out, correct?
Yes,
And
that's
then-
correct.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
Okay. And then you laid out all the items that were in there and took a picture of that.
Yes.
Beyond that, you can't really speak to who had that wallet or didn't have that wallet.
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Amir, you testified that when you first arrived at the hospital, that Elijah McClain at that time was still a John Doe.
That's correct.
Is he still a John Doe when you pulled that wallet out of his pocket?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further.
I didn't do anything that time. That wasn't me.
Questions.
All right, may the witness be excused. All right, you may step down.
Expert has a ghost as well.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, you can see it moving around every once in a while. His whole background will be like shadow.
I thought that he has like a moving,
Like we have another witness available.
those lights aren't like moving lights, no?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Holy shit, a new witness.
Oh, right, half Irish. Yeah, no, for sure. Also, like, that's why you don't wait this long to bring a case to trial.
Be seated.
People forget.
And if you could tell us your name and please spell your last name.
Yes, Alicia Ward, W-A-R-D.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Yeah, and also that. Also,
Where are you currently
I don't
employed?
recall.
Aurora
It's
Police
easier.
And what is your current role at Aurora Police Department?
I'm a police officer.
And how long have you been with APD?
About 5.5 years.
And could you tell us just a little bit about your training?
Sure. So I went through a 6-month academy, as do all officers at the Aurora Police Department. It goes over all the basics needed to become an officer, and then about a 3-month program in field training, where I'm under different field training officers, and then test out period, and then I have worked on patrol since then.
And I'm going to direct your attention to August 24th, 2019. At that date, how long have you been an officer?
That would have been out of the academy just under a year at that point.
And that evening, what was your role?
I was on patrol as a police officer.
Did you respond to the incident involving Mr. McClain?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury where you responded to?
Yes, it was, I believe 1768 North Billings Street, right at about Evergreen and Billings,
What county is that?
Adams County,
And what state is that?
Colorado.
Can you tell the jury when you got there, or how did you arrive?
So I was actually on another call, heard something over the radio that was officers asking for emergent cover, so I left that call. So I drove emergent most of the way right before I got there, I believe. I believe the officers said they had one detained or something like that, so I turned off my lights and sirens, I believe, right before I got there.
And at some point during your drive over, did you also receive information from dispatch that you could slow down?
I believe so. I believe that's what I'm referring to when I said that they said they had one detained. I believe that's what they said.
And what does that mean to you as an officer?
When dispatcher and officer says people can slow down, that means not drive lights and sirens.
And what does it mean if dispatch tells you there's a person that's detained?
That would mean somebody's
most likely handcuffed, temporarily under the control of the police department, but not necessarily under arrest.
When you arrived, what did you see?
So when I arrived, I saw multiple officers around a person on the ground. I now know that was Elijah McClain. I didn't know that at the time. I barely looked there because it seemed like I wasn't exactly needed immediately there, and I pretty immediately just asked how I could help, and then Sergeant Leonard directed me to make a phone call.
When you say that you didn't think you were needed immediately there, what does that mean?
It didn't look like the officers were in need of an additional officer at that time. Like they didn't seem in a particularly, like, I guess, high, I don't know, stress, or they didn't seem like they needed my assistance physically is what I'm getting at.
And is it safe to say that you thought the scene was contained? Can you tell us whether or not you thought the scene was contained?
It seems like.
All right. That's always nice if I get a response, but rephrase, please.
When you hear that a scene is contained, what does that mean?
I guess that there could be a lot of definitions of that. My particular, I guess, understanding of contained would be that no immediate assistance is needed. So like I said, that we got told to slow down and we didn't need to drive lights and sirens, and that there was no immediate, very, I guess, primary like safety concern or that sort of thing. And there are no outstanding suspects or anything like that.
When you walked up to this group of officers that were around, who we now know as Elijah McClain, did you have an impression that the scene was safe?
I felt like it was when I first walked up.
Why did you think that?
Like I said, well, as I mentioned before, since they said we could slow down before we got there, and it looked like there was multiple officers around Mr. McClain at that time when I first arrived.
Did you make the observation at that time whether or not Mr. McClain was in handcuffs?
I believe he was in handcuffs at that time.
As you approached the scene, could you hear officers speaking to Mr. McClain?
I don't recall specifically if they were or not.
Do you recall whether or not Mr. McClain was speaking back to them?
I don't recall hearing Mr. McClain say anything.
Now that night you wore a body-worn camera, correct?
Yes.
And could you just tell the jury a little bit about how body-worn camera works?
Sure, yeah. They typically have a 30-second buffer where when any officer activates it, the prior 30 seconds are caught on that film, just no sound. And then from the point that I activate it on, it plays sound and video.
And did you have your body-worn camera activated that night?
Yes.
When you first arrived at this moment that we're discussing, were firefighters or rescue there yet?
I am not positive if they were there when I first arrived. After making the phone call going back, I recall seeing them, but I'm not positive whether they were there or not when I first arrived.
Now, you've already testified that when you got there, Sergeant Leonard made a request of you.
Yes.
And what was that request?
He asked me to call the reporting party, the person that called this call in.
So the jury understands what a reporting party is. Could you describe that for us?
Yeah, so the person that calls in a dispatch, whether it's 911 or the non-emergency number, the person that's reporting something that they want a police or EMS response for.
Did you get some information from Sergeant Leonard that this call that you had responded to started with a reporting party calling 911?
I don't recall exactly what he said to me. I think I believe I would have understood that at the time because there's always a reporting party.
And based on Sergeant Leonard's requests, what did you do?
I walked back to my patrol car and I made the phone call. I had to look up the number, I think, in my computer to call them.
And who did you call?
I apologize. I have to look at my report to recall his name. I don't recall at this point.
Does Juan Vega sound familiar?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
And were you able to get a hold of Mr. Vega?
Yes.
And without going into the details of the call, how long did that call last?
I don't know exactly, but like a couple minutes, I would estimate.
And how would you describe Mr. Vega's emotional demeanor on the phone call?
I don't know exactly. I would say he had concern and that's why he called police. Couldn't tell you much more than that. I'm not sure.
Was he freaked out?
I believe he used a term, either that term or something similar to that. I'm not positive. I can't recall exactly verbatim what he said.
After the phone call, did you return to the scene?
Yes.
And when you returned, what did you see?
So when I walked back, like I said before, I believe at that time I saw that fire was there, EMS, and essentially it looked to me like Mr. McClain and officers were kind of still in the same area. And there was probably a few more people than before. I don't know exactly.
At the time that you returned, did you form an impression that you thought the scene was still safe?
So when I returned,
I had to look
Immediately,
that up.
I didn't think I was needed at one point. I essentially saw like some more movement and some officers kind of moving towards Mr. McClain. And I thought maybe I was needed to help assist there. So I kind of moved in to assist with Mr. McClain.
And what was that movement that you saw?
I don't know exactly, but it at various times, I guess it kind of looked like he was clenching muscles and moving around. I didn't know exactly. I wasn't really paying much attention. Just something caught my eye, out of the corner of my eye. So I looked. Since I saw officers look like they were moving in more, it made me believe that something else was happening and like I might be needed.
Funny hats and giant
How long were
horses.
you on that scene total with Mr. McClain and the other officers?
I don't know exactly. I would estimate, I don't know, maybe like 10, 15 minutes. I'm really not sure.
Overall, the entire time that you were there, how long do you think you were there?
Well, I was there all night, but my encounter on the scene with Mr. McClain also being there was, my approximation would be 10 to 15 minutes. I don't know exactly.
In that entire time, did you ever see Mr. McClain get up?
No.
Did you ever see him run around?
No.
Did you ever see him punch an officer?
No.
Did you ever see him kick an officer?
No.
Tell them silly
Did you ever see him
bastards to stop
screaming?
wearing them then, and we won't make fun of them.
None of these are yes or no answers. They're not leading.
I agree. Time consuming, but not leading.
I'm sorry, did you ever see him
Time-consuming, but
cursing?
not leading.
If you had to give the jury an overall impression of the entire time that you were on scene with Mr. McClain, what would you
I think
say?
I like the judge. But every once in a while,
Kind of like I said before, my impression was, well, I saw him kind of moving around at different times, clenching muscles, stuff like that. My assumption was that there had been an altercation before I got there. That was my understanding of the situation while I was there.
David, it
As
is
a
not my
homicide.
birthday. Stop it.
Grunts or
Stop it.
moans or whatever. I don't know exactly how to categorize them. That would be the primary things that I noticed about Mr. McClain.
Was the altercation still occurring when you were there?
I mean, he was already handcuffed and.
See,
since
you
they said
guys,
to
what's
slow
going to
down, I would
happen
say
here
it was
is
at least
it's going to be my birthday.
somewhat under
I'm going to
control
be
was
excited.
my
It's like, it's my
perception when I first
birthday.
got there.
Everybody
You
else in
never know,
chat
though,
would be
things
like,
can
"Meh,
evolve or get worse or get better or whatever. So
every day's your birthday. No big
I guess
deal."
I would say
Reason to
I'm just
celebrate,
always
man.
alert and ready for things to escalate, even
It makes
if they're
me
calm
sad.
at first.
It makes me
In
sad.
this situation, did it ever escalate?
I guess I wouldn't use that term. Like I said before, I saw the one point that I already described where like the officers kind of move in and I thought maybe something else was going on. I'm not sure if that, I wouldn't call that an escalation. That's the only like difference that I noticed and the reason that I stepped in at that point.
Oh, I would have called that an escalation.
At that point, when you returned, was Aurora Fire and Rescue present?
Yes.
Where were they when you came back to the scene after talking to the reporting party?
They were nearby. Like I said, at first, before I moved in closer to Mr. McClain, I really wasn't paying much attention. When I did move in, I actually
Exactly. It's like the boy
I was
who
in front of Mr. McClain very
friends.
briefly, and I ended up going around and assisting other officers nearby
Ryan Wolf.
Mr. McClain's head. At that point, I recall
Ooh,
seeing
show up
some
and I'm
firefighters in
drunk.
like in front of me, so on the other side of Mr. McClain. I don't know how many may have been on the scene or around. I don't know that.
When you say that they were in front of you, are you talking steps away?
Yes, like a few feet. I don't know exactly. I would estimate like, yeah, just like a few, maybe 3 to like 5 feet or so in front of me.
Is it fair to say that they were in close proximity?
Yes.
And you already said you don't know how many persons from Aurora Fire Rescue were there?
No.
Have you been to other scenes when Aurora Fire Rescue were present?
Yes.
Are you used to working with them as a police officer?
Yes, I'm used to them being on our calls.
Do you know, does Aurora Fire Rescue have both paramedics and EMTs?
My understanding is that they do. I don't know if that's always the case or not.
Do you even know the difference between the two roles?
I mean, I believe a paramedic has higher training, but I don't know specifics.
At the time that you returned after speaking to the reporting party, did you know why Aurora Fire and Rescue had been called?
I knew it was to check on Mr. McClain. I didn't know the specifics.
And at the time that you returned after speaking to the reporting party, what were the paramedics or the EMTs doing at that time?
Like I said, when I first got up there, I didn't pay much attention, so I don't know exactly. I know they were around, but I didn't like watch exactly what they were doing.
Do you know whether or not they were treating him in any way?
It was my impression that they were there to check on him, so it was my understanding that they were treating him when they could, but I also knew that officers were there with Mr. McClain, so I kind of thought both officers and Aurora Fire had some involvement, I guess, with Mr. McClain.
When you returned from speaking to the reporting party, can you describe what Mr. McClain looked like at that point?
I mean, he was on the ground. I believe when I came up, he was on his side, or at least partially on his side. Like I said, he was handcuffed, and then there was a few officers. And then, like I mentioned before, soon I went around. I went to the front of him briefly. Somebody pointed out some throw up there, and then I realized that I should go around anyway for safety reasons. And I went around near the back of his head, and then there was a couple other officers to my right. He was on the ground.
You said that someone mentioned vomit or throw up was on the ground. How close to it was it to Mr. McClain?
I don't know exactly. I would say maybe like 1 to 2 feet or something like that. I'm not sure.
Could you actually see it on the grass?
I did see it. I just don't recall exactly where it was.
Do you know, based on where the Aurora Fire personnel was and where the vomit was, was it near them also?
I believe it would have been in between Mr. McClain and them, just based off where we all were standing and where Mr. McClain was.
Can you give the jury an idea of sort of what this looks like since they weren't there? Can you kind of paint a picture? Mr. McClain is on the ground. Where are the police officers and where are the firemen in relationship to that?
Sure. Yeah. So it basically like.
That's right,
Mr. McClain,
Aaron.
Other officers, and then it's Mr. McClain here. Sorry, I'll do this. Mr. McClain here, and Mr. McClain is faced this way partially, on his side partially, and then there would be like firefighters further this way, and then some other officers.
What?
And other
Your
personnel all around,
microphone.
but,
Is
essentially
my
the
microphone
main
doing that
officers,
too,
myself
y'all?
included, were just behind Mr. McClain as he's on his
It
side.
is?
And partially on his side, and then.
Yeah, I think it's because the court volume is a little bit loud, but
Is it, or is it because of the internet or something?
probably the booster. It's probably the volume booster that's got the court raised high, so our mics on StreamYard don't know exactly what the hell to do. Which isn't
Thanks, Ta.
necessarily the world. but-
Irish.
Irish? I half Irish. Mike Kinley sounds good. Oh, dude. So it's just me? My mic sucks? Really?
Thanks, Mustang.
It's just Val.
Oh, I know, right? Aaron, I was wondering that.
That's probably part of their culture now, I would assume, right? Is my
I mean, how could it not be?
right. I mean, look, y'all, in a deployment zone, right? If your unit has been hit hard, you react differently than a unit that has not been hit at all. It's just par for the course. Not saying that that's something that we necessarily want out of our police officers or in our military in times of peace. However, when there's a Uvalde situation, I would much rather have the Nashville recent event than the Uvalde event, right? So it's a weird, it's a give and take. It's a weird, I don't know. It's human nature and the balance of police force versus ideal outcomes, I suppose.
Oh my God, Eris, I'm sorry. I just saw Timu come up. You're like, what the fuck is Timu? You're like having a real deep conversation here, and I'm like, oh, Timu is the
I know what Timu is. It's like a dollar store Amazon.
The firefighters beyond that.
Would you say that
But way
everyone was
cheaper.
about 2 steps away from each other?
Like a dollar store.
I'd estimate a few steps. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. McClain was partially on his side. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I don't recall exactly how he was, and I know he was moving, so I think there was just times where he's in slightly different positions, but I believe he was at least partially on it would have been his left side, handcuffed behind his back, and then, like I said, officers along his side. I think there's some points that where like his other shoulders kind of toppled over a little bit.
At some point, when you were observing Mr. McClain, was he actually prone to the ground?
All just like Chinese knockoff stuff?
It's a yes or no answer, Judge. It's not leading.
Is my sound that bad, really?
Yeah, it's bad. I can't even hear what you're saying.
Is it too low or is it just cutting in and out?
It's going in and out.
Hmm.
It does sound like it is like something. So I had that same issue like when I was first doing my videos and stuff. And like the first time that I came on stream with y'all, if you remember,
Yeah.
my thing was going in and out, and y'all thought it was like because of where I was sitting in relation to the mic, but it was not. It was because there was like hold on, let me tell you what it was. There was a like the limiter, except right now I have the limiter checked. Apparently I had to go in and uncheck the gate and the compressor boxes on the like blue voice thing. Because you have the same kind of mic as me. Right? You have a Yeti?
I have a Yeti.
Yeah. So you need to download that little app. The G Hub. The G Hub. The G Hub.
I'm familiar with the hub, but it ain't the G hub. You know what we're gonna do?
What?
We're gonna turn the volume up slightly and the gain up a little bit, and then we're gonna see.
Oh, how can you do that without your? How can you do that?
I have knobs.
Oh, see, I don't.
We have slightly different.
That's way better. Yours is way better.
It's a little better.
Yeah, mine just has this annoying thing. Oh wait, I can't even move it.
Oh, you got the blue. Yours is the blue.
Shit.
Yours is
Yep.
the more compact version.
Terrible idea.
Eh. Giggity. All right, we've got like just a little bit left. Like 15 minutes. We got like 15 minutes.
Okay, let's power through. Let's power through.
Let's get it.
I don't recall him being fully.
Recordings just got better.
No.
Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard.
No.
I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now available.
I should have known.
Place I was touching, so it would be with my knuckles. I'll show you again here, like this essentially.
And so for the record, you're putting your knuckles right in front of your ear, sort of on your cheek and upper neck. Is that fair?
20.
I would say I was really only touching him, I think, like just in front of the ear where I indicated before. I wasn't touching him anywhere else with that hand.
That's actually pretty close.
And did you have your other hand on any other position on
You guys
him?
want me to back it up a little bit, or is it good?
I actually don't recall exactly if I would have. I don't think I touched him with the other hand, but I actually don't know for sure.
Now, you just indicated that you had a very light touch of your knuckles on his ear area.
Stupid.
Why such a light touch?
Stupid YouTube.
I was only there in case it was needed, like in case something happened where we felt that a pressure point would basically bring his attention away. It's like a technique for the police get taught, or that I could use to essentially take the his attention away, but I never felt like I needed to do that. So I was really just, my hand was just resting there.
And why did you feel like you never needed to do that?
I didn't ever see or feel him do anything that I felt was a big enough risk to need to do that.
Was he doing anything at that point?
Like I said before, I think he was still kind of like randomly clenching and that kind of stuff. I believe over my time with him there, he got more still. I don't know exactly at like what point, how much of it
I can
lowered,
relate
if
to that so
makes
well.
sense. So he's
I have
moving
no idea.
more when I first got there and less near the end of my interaction, but I don't recall exactly how much at what point.
Giggity.
Can you give us an opinion whether or not the stillness was dramatic change from when you first saw him?
It was a change, yes,
All
when
right.
I first saw him.
Would you say dramatic or slight?
I would say dramatic.
He's like, we're
The
powering
time
through, and
that
then he
you
leaves
noticed
me.
him. Did you notice whether or not he was talking at all anymore?
I don't recall him. Well, I didn't recall him talking at all, but
I don't think he
believe the noise
streams
of the
there,
machine did go
Aaron.
down as the movement went down as well.
And would you say that that also changed dramatically?
Yes.
Now, it's my understanding that you never put any type of pressure on your knuckles, and you only did that to see if Mr. McClain would start fighting. Did he ever start fighting?
Not while I was there. No, I didn't feel like I needed to put pressure, like I said.
I don't stream there
At
all
this
the
point, what did you observe him doing?
I stream there when
So like I said, as time went on, he
Very
became more and
rare.
more still, more quiet,
Almost
and
never.
eventually
more of a backup than
he
anything.
was put on the pram after that. So I guess not much else I could really
You behave.
describe.
Stop it,
Now,
Wolfie.
you mentioned that you knew that someone at Aurora Fire Rescue gave some sort of administration or a shot to Mr. McClain. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you remember at what point you realized that they were going to give him something?
I don't know for sure. I don't believe I knew until they were about to do it. I don't recall exactly.
And do you know what they were giving him?
I mean, I know now, but no, I didn't know at the time.
Well, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that.
Do you remember whether or not anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue ever knelt down and asked Mr. McClain for consent to be given any kind of medication?
I did not hear that.
So I linked my YouTube and my Rumble channels, and theoretically, everything that I post to YouTube should then repost to Rumble after the
I'm
fact.
trying to ask you a question about timing.
Doesn't
So
seem
you
like
had testified that he got quieter and much more still.
streams that will show up.
When that change occurred, was it before the ketamine?
So
I believe it was after the administration of the medication.
How about right before the ketamine? Was he fairly still then too?
I don't recall exactly at what point he became was moving less. I don't recall exactly.
Be right back.
Okay. When someone from Aurora Fire used the medicine and injected him, do you know whether or not he reacted to that?
I don't remember noticing any reaction.
And of course, you were right there on his ear, so you would have seen something, don't you think?
I think I would have noticed if there was any big reaction at least, yeah.
After Aurora Fire injected him with something, did they do any kind of assessment on him before he's moved to the gurney?
Oh, Biden,
I'm not
it's
sure.
bad.
I don't think so. Not from, but I don't know how they work. Not that I saw.
And to your best recollection, what is the time span between when Elijah received the administration of whatever it was and the time that he's moved to the gurney? How much time passes?
Again, I don't recall exactly, but I think it was maybe 2 minutes or less or something like around that.
At that time, is he still in this position that's more prone than in the recovery position?
I believe so. I believe later on in the encounter, that's when he was more in that position. I think so.
Thank you, Half Irish.
After the injection of the medicine or whatever it was.
Whenever you can find a good place.
Yes, sir. I can stop now.
All right, folks on the jury, we're going to break for the evening. Don't
Oh,
form or
thank
express
God.
opinions or discuss
Yes.
kind of research, avoid any press coverage. Please let the court know if somebody tries to speak with you about the case. Like this morning, I'd like to have the jurors back in the jury assembly room on the first floor at 8:30 a.m. and we'll get started as quickly as we can.
I think we're pretty much done, but no, I don't have the preview thing.
I mean, Aaron, I don't know how worth it is. Like, it depends on how much you love this trial. I mean, I would not. It was a good day, but I would
So
probably not do it.
If you're going to go back,
Our jurors have stepped out.
I would say to maybe wait
The
till
witness may step down.
the lunch
We
break
have a
and then start watching. I think that's probably
inkling of,
close to right about the
I guess we'll just have to play it by ear as far as the testimony of Rapo, right?
I mean, absolutely, you should go back and watch this entire thing.
Oh, yeah, totally. It's really good.
It's such a good
It
stream.
was such a good stream.
It is what it is.
Okay, that sounds fair. Does that sound fair to counsel?
Absolutely.
All right, I guess we'll figure it out tomorrow.
The beginning starts out boring.
All right, anything else before we break?
I thought that it got boring like later in the day, but
Yes.
I think I just got tired.
Helium Pants was later in the day.
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Forgive me.
My instinct is we have multiple, at least 3 that have been multiple themselves, and we do have 3 alternates, so we have conversation that's if there's something.
All right. Well, I don't mind if you folks discuss things before I come in. I guess my expectation would be is that if council has time to discuss different strategies, and I suppose there are a number, we could simply release the juror or make that juror an alternate or, I mean, but if counsel can figure something out, my expectation would be the presentation or the argument to the court would be succinct. All right, the court will be in recess. We'll see you in the morning.
What are they having to release a juror for?
I didn't catch it. I was trying. Well, I guess we'll possibly figure that out in the morning. They're going to argue, and hopefully the judge will let us in on the argument. Let's get rid of this sheep. We don't need you anymore, good sir. Your duties have been fulfilled. Oh, day 5 was interesting. Day 5.
Oh yeah, no, it was super interesting. It really was. It was way more interesting. I actually paid attention this time.
Today was the first day that we got relevant testimony that actually mattered to the outcome of the case, I believe.
And the chat was good too. Like there was a lot of relevant chatting going on. It wasn't just like us, doing our normal effing off thing.
Right. Wolfram gifted 5 memberships because Wolfie's a stud. Congratulations to Opal. Brandon Lesko returns. Sarcastic, WV, and Just Cause. Newest members to the Goat Herders. Thank you, Wolfram. You're awesome. I appreciate you, buddy. Y'all, I don't know. Go over and subscribe to McKinley. Go over to Legally Live, subscribe. Her info is in the posted pinned comments. That's the word I'm looking for. And let's take a look at who should I redirect you to? What time is it? It's 8:30. Let's see who we can redirect to.
Mustang, wasn't MG Law on for like 2 seconds?
Today? He was on.
He's like, that's the only part that amounted to anything today.
When MG, well.
But
yeah,
that was only like for like a minute, right?
I think he was only on once. I think.
I know. I can't keep it straight anymore.
Featured 6. No. All right. What am I doing wrong here? Back up. Back. Ah, shit.
I wasn't on. I got on late. Okay. I was like, that's a long time. 6 hours?
Yeah, no, it's been a 6-hour day.
I need to start doing streams.
There we go. Yeah, you do. Why wouldn't you?
But Nick is doing Young Thug. Yeah,
Okay.
but he starts so damn late in the day is the problem.
It's saying there's nobody live in my subscribers. I find that very hard to believe.
They say Nick is doing Young Thug right now. I think he started at 4:45 p.m.
All right. All right, y'all. We have a choice to make. For $2, for a housewife says, "Happy birthday." I love and appreciate you. However, it is not my birthday.
Caitlin.
We have a dilemma, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Caitlin.
We either need to go to Nicholas or Steve Gosney. 1 in chat for Nicholas. 2
Oh,
in chat.
Gosney's on right now?
Yeah. So 1 for Nick, 2 for Steve. Where you want to go? Let me know, chat. Let me know.
Same.
2, 2, 2, 2. That's a lot of 2 so far.
Oh, wait. I'm acting like I'm going to get redirected.
You. Gosney, 2, 2. All right. We're going with Gosney. Y'all made that pretty decisive and easy for me to do. Share, copy, X out of that. Here. Paste. All right, y'all. I love and appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for sticking it out for 6 effing hours over this case. And at the moment, I'm pretty indecisive still. I know Yamaha's got some valid points that I don't discount, right? And it's just a matter of how wrong these people were. Was it criminally wrong or was it civilly wrong? And I'm a little torn still. But McKinley, anything to add?
They want to go to Gosney.
Let's go to Gosney. I like it. Y'all, much love and respect. Appreciate each and every one of you.
In case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.